Back in this thing again. Full velocity. We're here again. Check out the thumbnail. Like it before it's not there anymore. We get canceled. We're expecting this to get taken down.
Yeah.
We are in the building.
Not too positive here.
Wiki says, I saw an American flag in Red Dead 2, and it had Stars of David instead of American stars. Hey.
Oh, brother.
You know what I
Who
mean?
made that with Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz. We got Paul in here, obviously. I want to say shout out Paul.
Hi.
Right off the bat. Wiggy, also
Me.
shout out to you, my brother.
He's here.
Yeah, that's for you, man. Texas, they're going crazy down there.
Yeah, man. What's up, brother?
And we're going to talk about it all today. So we're going to talk about, obviously, to do with Texas, the Trump talking about the administration talking about conditioning aid on, BDS laws in Texas.
BDS.
And it just sounds dirty, BDS.
BDS.
We're going to talk about, is democracy dead in the U.S. of A? Is that even possible? The home of democracy? Where it was invented, right? Hello, James and Sir Paul. Damn, you got Sir Paul. You got some extra respect.
Thank you,
But that's good. That's how it should be. And then we're also going to be talking about, what does that say? Famine in Gaza. Oh, yeah.
Brother. That's happening.
That's tough.
And it's finally getting recognized. Oh, my God.
It's getting recognized by some. It's getting recognized by some. It's getting recognized by some, which previously would have been, I think, slow to recognize from just from a career perspective, and people talking very lightly around this issue, as far as like the Gaza Israel conflict. So genocide. I mean, these are all things we talked about last time I was on here. I don't think you were on here on that one, Paul, but I think you did tune in. As far as like, I was talking about the Mehdi Hassan debate with the guy from J Street, and where the guy was like, I don't even want it. He wouldn't even be willing. And this was these are liberal Zionists. So these are people that are like, hey, the shit with Gaza is kind of fucked up, but Israel still should exist and all this kind of shit. And even he was like, I'm not willing to call it a genocide, because that just kind of like, that's our word. That's our word. Literally, is basically what he was getting at. And he even turned around.
I mean, you can't say that's your word when it's something that's happened throughout history. So you're not the only person.
Well, yeah, and it also kind of like casts this weird kind of like it's also a legal term, as people like to say. So kind of like casts this weird kind of power.
Yeah, weird thing you want to own.
Only a specific group. Like small group gets to decide when something gets to be labeled a genocide from this point going forward. Because
listen, I get it. Never forget,
of course,
and we will never forget. You don't have to own that word.
Now it's the Gaza Holocaust. Yeah, just go for it, Wiggy. We're going to see how deep in the recesses of YouTube they can put us. I mean, is it possible for them to not even show this to a single one of the people already subscribed? I'm curious.
I just want to say, I don't agree with what Wiggy says all the time.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Well, that's why, look, we like to host all opinions here. That's why I had my cousin on here last time, and I found out he was a Zionist, damn near. Yeah, and he hit me up afterwards too. By the way, guys,
are you guys Jewish?
We're not Jewish. We're not. And that's why I was a little confused. He went on to, detail his story of how his family was preyed upon, and he grew up in the trailer parks. And that's his story to tell.
Nice.
Seriously. And I'd love for him to come on and tell that. He has a really crazy story. But yeah, he ended up texting me the next day, and he's like, damn, you guys ambushed me. I didn't know that, it was going to go that deep into the whole Gaza thing. I'm like, bro, if you watched any of my podcast, if you supported your cousin at all.
Yeah, because we go there.
That's where we go. Like it goes there every single fucking episode. It has to.
It's just natural.
And it has to, because it's like, what else is more pressing to talk about in this day and age other than like these kind of things? And what feels like if it's not a hostile takeover of our government, it is it's kind of just like it's a aggressive leveraging of our government. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least, I mean, I'm damn near willing to go hostage takeover, to be honest with you.
Especially with what's happening, like Texas and stuff.
It doesn't
definitely feels like a takeover.
Yeah.
But look, and when it comes to why we get down
Sandor, what's up, brother?
Why we get down to the nitty gritty here in this podcast, look. When you tell me this is my favorite pizza place, I don't just want to hear that. I want to hear why.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
I want the details. Is the cheese, does it pull or does it rip? Is it string or does it all fall?
Yeah.
Do the topping slide? Does it bend, fold? Tell me.
Yeah, I know 100%. I mean, for me, I'm a East Coast pizza man.
Yeah.
I've had some bitter arguments here in the States as far as like between pizzas and East Coast to Chicago pizza, deep dish and shit.
Chicago sucks.
I can't do that. I'm not.
That's the worst pizza.
Of all the ingredients of the pizza, it's the cheese and the bread that I'm really like. The tomato sauce isn't as not as much of a highlight for me. Sandor, by the way, said good day, good day. He said good day to Wiggy. Wiggy said what's up to Sandor.
I don't want to go fishing for my toppings.
You don't want to go fishing for your toppings? Yeah, fuck all that.
But I'm also a light cheese person because I don't like cheese.
Hell yeah, brother.
But I like I said, you have to be able to fold the pizza, so that's New York style. And you want, as you're putting it into your mouth, the grease to like kind of fall into your mouth.
This man made a mistake and smoked before the podcast.
Yeah.
It's like, let me just make a metaphor of pizza. And this is my criteria personally, and I want to hear everybody else's criteria out there. But no, yeah, it's a fucking it's a wild time, man. It is a wild time. And specifically the BDS stuff, I think today, and I guess I don't know, we could get right into that because that was the thing that had me most fired up. So we just fucking get into it. Like I said, it's past 5 minutes. We're just going full throttle. You guys saw the thumbnail. We're in this bitch today. We're testing the sensors. Who's in charge of the sensors? Elon Musk.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Tell us what happened to fucking free speech. We're here for it. We're trying to use it if we can.
It's gone.
It's fucking gone.
And especially if you're a student at a school.
He said, Wiggy said, by the way, order some pizza. The man's hungry. Yeah, no, I actually had some delicious Thai food. Shout out to Ginger Dim Sum.
Isn't that place good?
Fucking fire. God, so you're going to get me off track again with food. But Ginger Dim Sum, yeah, hell yeah. Salt and pepper chicken wings, salt and pepper pork chops. I order like an American there, just so you know. If anybody had any questions about me, just understand. Understand.
I get mashed potatoes everywhere I go, guys.
Yeah, I go to the fucking Thai place. I'm like, give me the fucking fried chicken wings, give me the pork chops and the ribs, the fucking spare ribs with the sauce. Holy shit. It is incredible. And if it was up to me, we had airdrop that shit over Gaza right now. Seriously. I'm not bullshitting because they deserve it. And right now, like I said, what's happening with the genocide, I think it's fair to call it that. And I think really that's something that we need to stand. That's not something that I think I can waver on at this point. And I think that's an important part of the conversation because I'm noticing how much of a sticking point it is for other people in the conversation and how much that's like the edge that they're willing to come to. And they're like, well, I just can't call it that. So it's like, no, we need to like call truth what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead.
Dare we say that the abused become the abuser?
I mean, that's the thing. They don't eat pork. You insensitive bigot. Oh, goddamn, Sandor's right. Yeah, and it was all pork. Yeah, that's a good point. Fuck. And that's what Israel would do, though. That's probably what they're fucking sending in. To be honest with you, they're probably sending in. They're probably sending in my fucking ginger dim sum order. Holy shit. No, but you're totally right on that.
About it that way, did we?
I actually did think about that earlier when I was eating because I thought about like a joke that I could say relating to that, but then it slipped my mind, and then Sandor reminded me. But yeah, no, that'd be fucking crazy. And then he said, I saw some horrible Gaza videos lately. These people are dying in mass. I didn't post them because, yeah, it's hard for even my calloused ass, of course. And just exposing people to like that does expose them to trauma and hardens them. And some people, when they're getting on Twitter and things like that, they don't sign up for it. But I would say, as far as the public discourse and things of that nature, we have to just get past the kind of niceties and wanting to respect people's kind of boundaries around words and like, oh, genocide really hurts my fucking great grandparents' feelings. I'm sorry. Like, and I acknowledge that. Like, we had the conversation on the last podcast. I acknowledge that. And I think it's horrific. It has no bearings on what happened today, and it gives nobody a fucking pass to commit the kind of atrocities that we're seeing. Starving a civilian population. I mean, outright war crime. Intentional fucking genocide.
Yep.
And regardless, you're trying to drive them off their land on every level. There's no level that you can look at that, and if you're being honest, come out of it and say, unless you're trying to pour sugar on it for the other side, yeah, you can't look at that honestly and come away from it and say that it's anything else.
And real conversations take real truths. And that's what people got to remember. It's not always going to be an easy conversation when it happens.
My bad, I was turned away from you.
When it happens to be real topics and real world things. And this situation in Gaza is obviously a genocide. When your pure motive is to eradicate, that is what it is. When famine is the extent, that's what it is. I mean, you can't look at the pictures of the children, but just all the people in Gaza and all the people in in the camps in Austria and Germany and all that back in the 40s.
Well, in the land.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so
what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, look at the pictures of the people in Gaza and the people, and the Jews in the Holocaust. I'll say what it is: Jews in the Holocaust, and you can see some like eerie similarities in the way that their bodies look when you look at how starved they are, when you look at the lack of any type of resource, housing, anything. So it's like when you look in their eyes, there's no hope. You know what I mean? It's just fear. So it's like when that's your extent, it's beyond any type of validation. And I don't know. And like I said, there's no part of this conversation for me to where it's like, well, Paul's not what it looks like.
Yeah.
No, definitely is.
Yeah. I think, we're past because the only valid kind of justification that people can give for this conflict is obviously like October 7th. Because aside from that, the Israelis for the past 60 years have been occupiers. So it's like, however you want to put that. Like I said, and I'm not saying that October 7th would be justified, because it of course wouldn't have been. And in the wake of October 7th, we were definitely in support of, some kind of response, of course. But yeah, at the point where you're committing genocide on the land, pushing people off the land, now saying that they're going to resettle the land. I saw something today. I'll have to pull up the quote. Actually, I think I have it in my phone. I didn't transfer my notes over. So I'll have to grab that. But yeah, where they were outright, they're saying, no, we're not leaving Gaza. And by the way, we'll get into some other stuff involving the hostages in Gaza, because this is the big sticking point. And this is, I guess, the final justification that is the tagline, the talking point that you'll hear from any pro-Israeli is, if they release the hostages, then this would all end. Meanwhile, they're starving their own hostages. Let's be clear. They're bombing their own hostages, killing their own hostages, all of that.
Yep.
And if you're starving a civilian population, who the fuck do you think is the first person?
Food?
Yeah, who the fuck do you think is the first person that's going to go starving?
Yeah.
The people that are aligned with the people that are starving them. And that's, like I said, that's no judgment call as to whether anybody should be starved. I'm pro ending the war right now, which also, by the way, not to, be big pro Hamas guy here, but I want to say, from what I understand, Hamas has been willing to release those hostages under the grounds that Israel unoccupies Gaza.
Right.
And that's the actual sticking point. So where for Israel, they say that it's centered around, we want the hostages, this would all end if the hostages leave. They have not agreed to terms that included the hostages coming home. So think about how fucking cold and callous that is as leaders, to say we're not going to make this deal that would bring our people home because we want that land. Fuck you. We want to stay on your land
because the job's not done. It's modern day pillaging. At the end of the day, when we look at American history and like with World War II, our response to Pearl Harbor was nuclear warfare, right?
Yeah.
Since then, the world and ourselves have looked at that moment as maybe a moment of too far of a response, right? It wasn't the shining moment. When you look at the terrorist attack of 9/11, right?
Yeah.
If any of our responses to that were to wipe out all of Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan, then the entire world would frown upon it. Okay. At the end of the day, there's a response, and I can understand when it comes to the October 7th situation, like a response. But when you go to this extent, it's like it's far beyond that. And that's where like you can start to listen to these conspiracy theories to where it's like, how much did they allow to happen? so that this could be this orchestrated response.
No, I think that's absolutely fair. I think part of this entire situation has been basically to make any kind of one state solution or some kind of agreement like that to be completely untenable for anybody who's reasonable. You have to look at it and be like, well, of course that couldn't exist now today, even though obviously that's the most, in my opinion anyways, the most just outcome for the situation. But so Wiggy here says, yeah, but by definition, it's not a genocide. However, the word by definition, Holocaust, does apply, a sacrifice to God. We'll pull that up here in a second after I get through the rest of the comments and compare that.
So is he saying that this is a sacrifice to God?
Yeah, well, because he's saying, well, so it's all attached to like them having to claim that land and then,
yep.
you know, fulfill like prophecy or whatever. Mm-hmm. So Wiggy says you supported a crackdown on an armed resistance to hostile overlords. So I mean, that would be the most. I mean, that's one way to put it, and I'm not going to even run away from that. I would say so. This is my position, is that at that point it would have been completely unreasonable not to expect that Israel would reassert its boundaries or borders. And then if you want any kind of diplomatic solution, which is what I would want, and I think that's what Israel intentionally has pushed us further and further and further away. I don't think that October 7th on its own is something that is separating us from some kind of coming to the table or diplomatic solution. I think it's completely fair to characterize it how you did, as far as like that literally is what it is. Even if it's terrorism, it's still an armed resistance. So yeah, I think both could be true. And I think just as far as like, if the goal is to have people come to some kind of diplomatic solution on the issue, then you just reasonably couldn't expect that there wasn't going to be some kind of response. Now, a disproportionate response to epic proportions is obviously what we're looking at now. And I think, you know, most people, we're still seeing people slowly come around to this and really become really incensed and activated by it. I think we're seeing more Republicans and people on the right wing get really, really pissed about the issue, which I think is great. And I think it's a sign. Yeah, I think it's a sign of good things to come, especially with like the Epstein thing, which really pissed some people off. But then I saw, you know, obviously, as is going to happen, some people kind of fell back into, well, he's doing this for us, they're doing this for us and that for us. But I think this is another reminder. And then the more that they get very aggressive on it, they get aggressive on policies of, you know, restricting aid to American citizens, American taxpayers, on the grounds of their support or allegiance to Israel. Like, I mean, that's something that I'm happy to see a lot of right wingers be able to break off from. Yeah, go ahead.
No, as far as like with the Epstein stuff, I mean, it kind of plays into that whole.
What's happening, Andretti?
That kind of like old school thought of the news cycle is 2 weeks. It lasts 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, and it doesn't matter what it is. Every 2 weeks is going to be something new that happens that is going to take over. And I'm glad that enough people are keeping the foot on the gas when it comes to the Gaza situation, when it comes to the Epstein situation, when it comes to a lot of these certain things, like the bill passing, and we got to keep a foot on the neck with stuff like what's going on in Texas. It is kind of interesting because we don't know anything about what's going on with Ukraine and Russia now at this point. Like I unless you're like really following it, you haven't heard much about it.
Well, I have seen some stuff recently actually get reported from Russia, some attacks by Ukraine. So I mean they're still going at it, and that's something that was a conflict that another thing actually that pissed off right wingers, which I don't know if this is, you know, I think there's more of an argument centered around that situation,
right?
That I'm more sympathetic to, but yeah, as far as like right wingers, I think they were already kind of shitty with that, wanted us to completely, you know, pull out of that scenario. So to see Trump double back, and now he's saying now he's trying to get them on the same page with the opposite. And he's like, hey, we have to support this war. And now he sounds like fucking Biden. He's over here like, you know, Trump, we can't, he's saying Putin, we can't talk to him. He lies and all this shit. It's like, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, right, brother? Yeah, I'm glad.
You have to
By the way, Andretti or Wiggy, if you guys want the link, just let me know. I will drop that in the comments. I just don't. I mean, I really could just drop it just regardless, and then anybody can use that as a call in. But I just don't think about it. But specifically, you guys have hopped on before, so I just want to let you guys know if you ever want to ask for it. Obviously, you're welcome. Go ahead if you had something.
You have to wonder what business deal fell through. To what was it a resort? Was it that Putin said no to a resort in Russia? I wonder what it is that made Trump flip his script because there's no way that he just now realized it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's no way. You have to have known this by all the evidence.
That
Putin's a liar. Putin's a bad guy.
Well,
Well,
I mean, and this is the thing. Putin's also. I don't even think we have to even come to the conclusion that Putin is a liar or any of this. It's like, I don't trust our own president. So it's like, I don't think that, like, why would Putin do anything that Donald Trump wants him to do? Like, why wouldn't he laugh at him and say, go fuck yourself? Like, I'm going to continue doing whatever I'm going to do. You're completely losing the faith of your entire country. I mean, look at how little of a threat. If we posed a threat previously, look how foolish we must look now and how out of control it must look at this point.
Which some of us said that was Russia's plan from the get-go, but
I mean, even I knew some right wingers that were thinking that was a plan. They just thought maybe it was from the other side. Maybe,
get an idiot in office.
Yeah, exactly. So Wiggy said, which honestly might be the case that either way we were doomed to have an idiot. That's why I'm so disenchanted with the system in that way, where it's like we've talked about it ad nauseum, but it's like, bro, I've worked in other fucking private organizations where there's people that I'm impressed by, and I'm like, wow, that's an extremely competent, eloquent, graceful, thoughtful person. And it's like people we have to vote for president are fucking crooks, conmen, and cunts.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, but it just really befuddles me. Wiggy says, if anything, so right here, this is after the Overlord thing. I didn't read it though. Wiggy says America was birthed by that standard. Then he said, if anything, America should support Palestinians on the principle of the right to self-determination. I mean, I agree with that, but I think that, the only acceptable way to go about that for war should be force, in my opinion. Like if you're an ethical actor in these kind of discussions or whatever, these conflicts, then it's like the idea of sending people to die over whatever this conflict is, over land that you feel like was promised here. Like you just have to have transcendent leaders, people that can actually reach those people and that they can take serious for one.
Anyone who really thinks that their decision, their belief or opinion is so correct and so strong that it's worth the death of hundreds, thousands, even one person, it blows my mind. And it's like you would think at some point the human race would evolve to some sort of society where we push the shit aside.
Yeah.
And especially when it comes to shit like religion and land and resources, it's like there has to be another fucking way. Like there has to be.
Yeah, so by the way, Sandor said the chat is getting hit hard by algorithm AI. Yeah, like we're doing a science experiment, brother, tonight. The thumbnail, the title, I almost put Israel in the title twice. Then I realized I need to chill out. Yeah, I need to chill out. So yeah, brother. So we'll see. I mean, look, that's totally possible. Yeah, that's totally possible. But I just wanted to see how much of an effect, because any other time that we've went live, believe it or not, I've been somewhat thoughtful or surrounding, like at least title. Once we get going. It's just we're rolling downhill at some point, so it's like we just got to go with the momentum. LSS, I don't know what that means, so I'm just gonna say shout out to you, Andretti. Like I said before, Gaza attempted diplomatic. So this is Wiki, by the way. Gaza attempted diplomatic solutions for 4 decades, which I agree with. I'm not denying. I'm thinking though, like I said, this is this generation. This is a new. I mean, it's not. And like I said, I'm pessimistic on it. So it's like I'm arguing an optimistic point, because I think if we had competent people in those positions, then we actually could come to some kind of like understanding. And at least, even if it was an understanding to be kind of codified throughout the years and like further, because we don't have a lot of trust, and I understand that. And even going into it, we wouldn't have a lot of trust. But now any kind of trust or relationship that was built is completely tarnished. And I mean, now it's just a completely adversarial.
Well, you really have to wonder how many people watch movies and look at the bad guys and think like, no, that's who I relate to. That is who.
Like, that's Gaza.
That's the good guy in the film. You know?
Some people watch it and they're like, that's Gaza.
Yeah.
Wiki says, so let me finish actually, because I didn't finish reading it. My bad. I think it's obvious that if your family suffered for that long in a system that never, I'm sympathetic to that. That's why I'm saying I'm sympathetic to finding a solution. I'm not even, and at the beginning of this, like past October 7th, if what Israel had done hadn't transpired, then I think that still a one-state solution should have been on the table. So even after October 7th, I think the conversations should have been centered around some kind of state, democratic state that is not an ethno state where everybody shares equal rights. Yeah, but you can go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is after October 7th, if Israel would have responded with some sort of strike or hostage, whatever, like their first initial response where everyone was like, oh yeah, okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
And then went to the negotiating table and be like, okay, how do we solve this nearly 100-year debacle and fix this, which again, I know it goes deeper, but current.
Yeah.
Okay. This all started from when the 40s, right?
Yeah. Well, when it was established. Yeah. So yeah, I think
it's like at some point you sit there and say, okay, we get it. Shit's dicey. All right, how can we stop people from dying? Well, how can we stop from hate spreading?
We've had a few presidents take stronger stances. Like, I mean, one thing that I'll say, which is sometimes controversial, Wiggy, I'm curious how you feel about Obama, brother. But I personally think that Obama is the best president that we ever had in my lifetime. And I don't think, and there's so much that I've on this podcast criticized Obama for. And I think that there's a lot to like about Obama, but I think there's a shit ton to criticize. And I think that even highlights, though, how piss poor our leadership has been at the highest level, where it's like we don't have like this. Like, is there even really anybody to even like argue about? That's why I'm curious your opinion, Wiggy, in our lifetime. My point being with bringing up Obama, though, is because Obama took a stand in this to a certain degree where he delegitimized the settlements, said those were illegal. Vetoed
Israelis settling in Gaza.
No, West Bank.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, I don't think anybody's been perfect on that issue. And I think I would have liked to have seen previously better leadership on the issue. And then still, I think that it's unimaginably, I think with Biden, it was insanely weak. And I don't even know what the fuck I'd call this with Trump. Like, Trump's literally completely selling out the country to, and I mean, like a yard sale style.
Right.
Because I mean, I'm not even like, I don't even have faith in the Biden administration to say that they weren't selling out the country, because I think they were. But at the same time, like, this is so out in your face and fucking. And I mean, aside, also, like, to think that we're getting to the point to where people could be denied aid, or, you know, people could be denied funding in general. Organizations could be denied funding. All federal funding is basically being prohibited to go to anybody that has anything to say about Israel.
Yeah, which we've talked about that so much, and it's just bullshit. But please educate my ignorance on why.
That's true, Sandor. I see that.
Why there isn't a possibility that they could just share the land. Like, I just don't understand it.
Well, hold on. Ask me the question again real quick. My bad.
Why can't the land just be shared?
Well, I mean,
you know, like why does it have to be a either you or me thing? I know it's a stoner mentality. Trust me, I get it.
No, well, also,
but I mean, come on.
Also, it's like,
what's the solution?
I just think like what you're talking about now, when you say like, why can't the land be shared? It's like, well, now because what is done is done. You know, like, you can't. I don't think that you could expect. And like, I mean, really, so what's just this is also Wiggy. You have to keep this in mind when I'm talking about these diplomatic things and all that. It's like, this is not just like I snap my finger and just whatever happens. I guess you see with some of what Trump has done to this point, if you have a president who is willing and ready, then they can do some things like that, obviously. But I mean, if you're trying to operate within the constraints of the system and you're trying to still be, legal and ethical about it, then I think that you got to bring both those people to the table. I don't know how you expect them, though, at this point, to share land, live next to people who have killed their entire family. So yeah, if things were fair in the world,
BB has to go.
Yeah, it would honestly be basically the opposite. Be like the Israeli government has to all go, and then like how they're trying to say, like, well, Hamas can go, but then everybody else can stay if they can find a house that we want them to have.
And then what you need is a commercial with not Taylor Swift, but someone.
Oh, Taylor Swift's a good one.
Yeah.
Maybe Taylor.
She could be singing over it.
And
then what happens is an Israeli kid kicks like a soccer ball and it rolls to a kid like a Palestinian kid who then kicks a soccer ball back, and then they smile, and then the parents come, and then there's like some like food given. It's like, oh look,
and then hate dies.
Yeah, it's like
that's
it's like
hate died.
End hate, unity,
and that's what that commercial will do.
And that's what it is, and that is American Red Cross.
Yeah, I mean,
and they save the world.
There's something to be said about that. I don't know how you facilitate that kind of civilization and how how
you got to use the American government. We need to send our troops in there to go ahead and orchestrate to make it better.
Knock it off.
Yeah.
So Wiggy says our empire has no long-term plans or philosophy. We are reactive people. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah. So the two wean news cycle is also part of the strategic plan. Our endless madman pivots. My bad. This shit gets a little fuzzy with my eyes. I'm not gonna lie. I need a new prescription. I got mad cicadas. It's all good, brother. Either way, I appreciate you getting in the comments and just rocking. I can't even put a message with a date on the breakout. Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Wow.
I can't. Yeah, and they should see everything I can see. I'm curious to look at. Yeah, I'm curious to look at the comments because I could see and you should be able to see the ones up for review because I made you a moderator. So I am curious how. But I guess if the AI grabs it, like I said, the moderators, you're not even going to be able to see each other's comments that get posted and stopped. Sandor says this chat is getting hit hard with the algorithm. I can't even put the date of the things. That's very interesting. It was just 5. I love Israel. Long live Israel. I was so sad on October 7th. So many tears. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to bring us back. I think you're just looking at it from economic, materialistic sense, as Professor Jang has mentioned. It only makes sense if approached with the understanding of the eschatological underpinnings. Yeah, I mean, you got to consider the entire conflict and the and all the facts of the matter.
Both believe it's their holy land. Understand that. Listen, there is no end to this, so you have to do it together, okay? And then just respect each other's space and existence, and then stop. And then that would stop creating more and more fucking radicals. But then I get it. Then what would happen is you have groups that are like, this is what's it called when it's against sacrilegious?
Yeah.
And this is bad.
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
sacrilegious also. That works.
No, I'm saying, I don't know.
No, I'm saying shit. That works.
Yeah. They'll be like, we're not supposed to congregate. We're not supposed to be together. Yeah. And then you create radicals that way, I guess. But I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way of people not dying.
No, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Well, I mean, like I said, it is. I
Peace,
understand
love,
I understand the complexities around finding a solution there. So I'm sensitive to that. But just regardless, you can't continuously be, offensive onslaught on people who are, living in tents around rubble. It's just that has to end. I'm more concerned at this point, to be completely honest with you. I mean, so as far as like when I say, how do we address the 2-state to 1-state solution? That's something that I feel like that is a problem to solve for another day. The war is something that we have to end right now. And then another reason that that's at the top of my list is because of how much that affects my own government and how complicit my own government and country are in that aspect of the war. So it's like, and also how compromise, that's a huge, like I said, that is a huge part. I can't tell you how, I can't convey it, like how disgusted I was to read about the shit in Texas with the BDS laws and not sending aid to people for not supporting and pledging allegiance to Israel. I mean, that is, if anything has highlighted how compromised our government is, it's that. Like, it's like, I like, honestly, like to think that an American would not be entitled to their money that they pay as an American citizen because of some kind of allegiance they don't pledge to one country. And like I said, we don't do that with any other country. You could say fuck Germany, you could say fuck the United Kingdom, and you're not going to have your fucking podcast put into some fucking phantom zone, brother, where fucking, you know, three people can, three anti-Semites can find you.
And what's crazy is you would think that with Texas, home of the fucking Patriot, baby.
Yeah,
right?
that's actually
that they would be the most pissed because there's nothing more tread on me than that.
Well, and at the same time, with the gerrymandering,
our country,
for the gerrymandering happened at the same time, the threats to arrests,
come on,
liberal officials in the state, like that's all happening on top of it. It just seems like,
brother, they're talking about the one with the gerrymandering that Jasmine Crockett wouldn't even be representing the people that voted her in anymore.
Yeah, well, I believe that's kind of that's going to be the point.
And it's like, what? Well, again, I get that's the point, but how anyone can sit there and be like, "Oh yeah,
no, of course,
this should happen."
No, of course, that's why
I mean, what I want.
These are all like such obvious assaults on whatever freedom that you might think that you have as an American, which is like the entire identity of the fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that's out the fucking window if you can't be critical of another state. And then also you have to do business with that state. You can't even lessen your business with the state. So if you like ordered fucking, you know, 10 packs of kosher hot dogs last week, you need to order fucking 10 packs this week. Like all of these are built into to protect Israel. And it doesn't make any sense as to why. I mean, it only makes sense if one thing, but go ahead.
But what I was going to say is that they had the one, there was one town hall for one of the senators or governors, Nebraska, Wisconsin, somewhere in the Midwest.
Yeah.
And they were having a town hall and they're pressing him on like, look, this is fascism. Like, where are you okay with this and all that? And then his answer is that people in November, and we said this was what they were going to say, the people in November voted for what they wanted. And that they wanted Trump to push his agenda, and this is it. And that they should expect them to not stand in the way. And it's like, but against fascism, and you sat there and you openly lied to people. But it's just funny to see like how steadfast all these career politicians are with aligning with it and not budging and saying, "No, this is what we're going to do," almost as if they know something that we don't. That there is no end to this.
Yeah. No,
because if there was, then they wouldn't have a fear.
It's almost as if the thing like where you hear that like the president doesn't make decisions, and you know there's people that come and tell the president what to do, like the whole Putin thing. Yeah. It's like, oh, people in black suits come and tell the president whatever. So it's like it's literally seeing that because you see people in Texas, for example, where you know that the people that vote for them don't want these fucking things. Like there can't be, and Wiggy, let me know, and I got to catch up on your comments because I know you guys are going crazy. But let me know. But I can't imagine there's any like outcry in the community for like, oh my god, we need PDS laws in this state, and like I just don't understand. Yeah, so it's like, who does that serve? That is a part of the people that you represent in your state,
right?
Like, who does that seriously serve?
Right. No, and that's what the Democrats that fled. That's what they're saying is that when you're just sitting there and you're ignoring what 90% of your constituents are saying, or what 70% of your constituents are saying, what these people are polling at all-time highs, being against certain policies and certain things being done, when you're sitting there and you're ignoring that, who are you working for? Because you're just aligning with the president, which you're supposed to be the fucking check and balance. Because this country, what we fought for 250 years ago, that we'll be celebrating this year, ironically, is what?
Yeah, with the UFC match.
Yeah.
Just tuning in for that.
Yeah.
Wiggy says none of it or any action by us has been driven by self-preservation in regards to our relationship with Israel. No, I absolutely agree. I think it's disgusting and should stop. And I think we should be forcing Israel to stop. There's no reason. I mean, I talked on the last one. I'm curious your opinion on it because I don't know if you were in the comments at this point, but I think that we're at the point now to where a serious conversation should be had around like the Iron Dome funding. Like if anybody needs that, maybe the good people of Kiev need that, to be honest. Like if we're funding any kind of thing like that,
they're getting bombed.
So it's like, why the fuck are we funding it for these people, they're in offensive wars.
Right.
I mean, they're offensively engaged in wars with everybody around them.
They have much less fun, resources, money. But then you have to ask yourself why. Why would our politicians not be self-preservation? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Tongue twister.
No, I understand.
But why would they not be in that mode? Why would they be looking out for Israel more than they'd be looking out for our country? What is the reason behind that? What is it that's the end game? Because there has to be an end game. These are people that their entire job.
What do you think? I'm curious. What do you think it is?
That they just work for Israel. I mean, I'm not positive. I mean, we're this giant GDP that they went ahead and infiltrated, which means that we have all the money. If they can go ahead and sit there and make it to where we become the manufacturing hub, we become all this, and they can lower our working class, our ability, and strengthen themselves. Maybe. I mean, I'm not positive. That's
that's interesting. You know, so what if somebody based off you saying that, were to call you an anti-Semite, say that you're like what you're saying is anti-Jewish?
I'd say that's ignorant as fuck.
Why?
Because I have nothing against Jewish people. I have nothing against anyone that's a Jew. I have something against the Israeli prime minister.
But the only Jewish state in the world.
It's the prime minister. It's the person. Me having an issue with Trump doesn't make me anti-American.
Oh, of course.
Right. Me having an issue with Putin doesn't make me anti-Russian. I may have made some jokes about Russia, but it's just because Putin and they're scary.
Yeah.
Right.
When did Americans when did they become shy about being anti-Russian?
Yeah, right. When have Americans became shy about being anti-big government?
If I can get some Russian bots in here, go ahead and send them my way.
When have Americans ever been shy to stand up and use their fucking voice? That's how we became who we are. That's who we are. So it's like I'll never understand Americans tucking their fucking tail, and it's not a time to.
Yeah, respect. I hear that. Sandor, by the way, says Obama sold out to the banks, and I agree with you. And that's one of the things, obviously, that I criticize him on.
But what was the alternative? Let him fall.
Let him fail. Yeah. I mean, or India
that would have sent us into a Great Depression. So it's like you had
similar to the Epstein shit. I personally think that if the empire has ran into this fucking wall of corruption and just like people making shitty deals at the cost of poor people to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, go ahead.
Did the banks not pay the money back? I thought that they paid it all back.
Okay, but what about all of the fucking like just normal like fucking middle class people that were out of jobs during that time?
Right,
that were like the people that really could have used the bailout. Genuinely could have used the stimulus.
Yes. Yes, and I get that. But if you didn't bail the banks out and we went into a depression, it would have been a longer hardship. So you make the hard decision to bail them out. They get the money back plus interest.
You got to navigate.
The ones that really fucked us was the car industry, wasn't it?
You got to navigate.
They're the ones that hurt us with that.
Well, also, I mean, we had a conversation on that not too many pods ago. Let them fail as well. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, in whatever kind of like pain point there is, or honestly, I mean, this is where maybe we have a difference of opinion as well. But I mean, if these are industries that cannot fail, well, then guess what? The government could have seized those industries. They bailed them out.
Which that's where I think with GM, if I might be wrong, but when you look at that time in 2008 and stuff, the retirement age, those people, a lot of the it would have been the old men.
Yeah,
they were GM retirees. So if GM would have fallen, then you're looking at a lot of retirements that would have fallen, which you can argue and say that, well, you should have given the money to them,
sure,
right, instead of the bailout. But that's kind of the same thing, because if you bail out GM, then they still get their pensions, right? So I I may be wrong here. It's been a long time when I was in high school, but I think GM and them didn't pay back what they were supposed to. I think there were some things that they didn't do that they were supposed to do.
Well, they also, when they initially received this bailout, they bonused all of their executives.
Right.
So it's
that's part that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. Yeah. Which that's the part where those people should go to fucking prison. You openly disobeyed the U.S. government, and misallocated funds.
I mean, I think
that's illegal.
I think we're coming around on a conversation of, like, when we look back on those instances, like what Sandor's talking about, bailing out the banks. When we look back on bailing out the private bank industry,
right?
Those are something that already is predatory to your citizenship, to the people that you represent. Like, I don't know. I mean, we might look back on that as a missed opportunity to seize those institutions that were already running corrupt and make them work for the people. Ideally, although, I have this conversation with Republican like Cody, where it's like, I empathize with the super skeptical conservative mind, where it's like, I totally get where it's like a lot of times they kind of default on the position where it's like, we can't trust the government. Can't pay more taxes because we can't trust the government. Can't do this because we can't trust the government. So I get that. I have that same kind of
fair cop out.
Well, and the thing is, it's based in facts. So it's like, that's why
factual emotions, maybe
factual emotion. That's interesting.
But like, I will say the last thing with the bank thing, I'd say that correct. It's fair to look back at it that way, but I would say it's hindsight. So it was just, it's one of those things where I'll trust the economists who they know what they're doing more than I do.
Shit.
But I get where that's
just trusting the experts who have a built-in kind of, they have a built-in conflict of interest more times than not. It's like, has put us in almost every bad thing that has happened in American fucking history. I feel like I can hear somebody justifying, like, looking the other way on it by just trust the people that are in charge. They know what's going on. That's why and I'm serious about this. We'll see what ends up happening with it. But it's like, I talk to people on this podcast all the time about, look, we are now of the age where it's like, this is our world. Like, Wiggy, it's time for you to start running a fucking Texas fucking nationalist militia. I need to see you with torches. Tiki torches, maybe.
Maybe
not.
We're at that William Wallace age, baby.
Well, exactly. Where it's like, hey, whatever the vision of the country is that you think it's supposed to be, it's time for you to take that from the old people, the boomers that fucking still are hanging on somehow. The fucking
go to bed, grandma.
Who is our fucking parents? Generation X, the fucking degenerates. We need to take it from them. Listen. It's about time they got their mouth off mommy's tit too. I'm tired of it.
Can I say something about that generation? I want to say one thing. I have never that generation is so different in the ways that your dad may be the same way, but my dad and all of his friends, every guy I know that's like 48 to 56, right?
Yeah.
They are the type of guys that can drink more than any other generation. I think like they probably match like the 1700s American, where they can drink all night till 3 a.m, wake up at 6:30, go golf, drink some more the whole day and keep going. Our generation, I feel like, is more of like the moment we do if we do a night of drinking, we gotta have an off morning.
We're low T boys. That's the problem. That's the problem. They fucked us over. Our parents didn't give a shit about anything.
They gave us McDonald's and shit, man. That's fucking.
They fed us plastic for dinner for fucking 18
they fucked
years.
up our chemical balance.
Holy shit! Yeah, no, they fucked everything up, brother. So they turned us into a bunch of fucking lady boys over here.
Yeah, they're the last. They're the last run.
Yeah, no, for sure. The last run of Burt Reynolds influenced generation. After that, it all got fucked up. They were looking up to fucking P. Diddy, the fucking nipple rubber.
Bill Cosby.
There's just no other way to put that.
So Bill Cosby raised us.
Bill Cosby. Wow. Yeah. The fucking America's dad that kept fucking roofies in his fucking cardigan, sicko. Hey, man, I'm gonna try to get to these comments. They went crazy. I gotta try to get to these real quick. And if you guys, I'm gonna try to bookmark some shit here so we can double back to it. Because I don't want to spend too much time on any individual things, so we can get back to conversation and other stuff we're going to get into. But I recognize it's my fault for not getting into this. So Sandor says, you don't have a leader, you have a puppet that takes orders. Every president, always the same. I mean, hey, you're not wrong. Why should they?
Merga.
Why should they? See, and that's my bad because I don't know. Unless you're saying why should they, I guess, be a leader? I'm not sure. You'll have to clarify that, Sandor, if you wanted us to get into it. My bad, brother. Wiggy. All right, let me get into this. I got to fix my back real quick. At the end of the day, he still cucked at organized Jewry. I mean, not wrong. He was a smooth talking wolf. Obama, and once again, like I said, guys, there has to be somebody that is the best, even if he still did a lot of shit we disagree with. I want to be clear about that.
He's better than Bush, better than Trump.
For fuck's sake, those other guys were fucking also fucking disgusting gremlins. But to our point here, like I said, that's what's disgusting. At least Obama could talk good.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
At least make us feel pretty good.
Could you appreciate that?
Yeah.
Also, like the society as a whole felt like at least it had some kind of like general direction, but maybe that was also because I was younger.
He could read you a cancer diagnosis, and you'd be like, "All right, there's hope."
All right, there's hope. Yeah. And then he would fucking steal money out of your back pocket and drop drones on your family. No. Deport your family after that. But at the end of the day, he still clicked out to Jewry. He was a smooth talking wolf. Obamacare ripped away a system to build a conduit for government sanctioned healthcare into a purely speculation driven profit.
You have to remember how bad healthcare was before the ACA.
No, that is true. But I mean, I will say, though, to what Wiggy's saying here, like that. So obviously, and I'm sure you know this. So Obamacare was originally Romney Care,
run in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, I do, and I have this issue with Democrats today, where it is too much of like a diet conservative. They really want to keep the status quo, and they just are better at recognizing we have to like let the pressure out of the valve a little bit. We got to give them a little bit here. Go ahead.
But we have to remember, and we've said this before, but we have to remember we're looking at it at today's lens.
Yeah.
Back then, Al Gore wasn't voted in because he told us about climate change and global warming.
Yeah.
Right. So we went with Bush. So then with Obama, we got Obama because Bernie was crazy.
Hillary.
Yeah. Well, they were all far too liberal.
Yeah.
So at that time, again, to get a lot of things passed, you had to dance more in that middle ground, that moderate. And I can agree that's kind of a downside to it all, but that's kind of the organic way that how we got to here.
Yeah.
And you can blame that time period as to why we got to here.
I don't want to spend too much time on it because I got these comments, but I do want to, so I'll just spit back to you real quick as far as like we see right now with Trump. And I don't even think that you have to go full on executive order authoritarian as Trump has. Like Trump, just by really speaking to whatever kind of like disenchantedness that you had with the American people, you obviously are able to change things if you're actually willing to represent. Now, when he got in office, obviously, like I'm a huge critic, and I think, and I didn't vote for him for a reason, but I do recognize that he was able to basically change the entire Republican Party to be MAGA, to be open fucking xenophobes or whatever the fuck you want to call them, Israelites. They're all Israelites now. I mean, they were already Israelites before, but they're even more fucking Israelites now. So I just think, if you really want to stand for something, you want to be this leader, then I think Trump is actually an example that you can. Now, he's a horrible, evil version of it. Yeah, but it's like he's weaponized his base to where if he wants something to happen, he can apply pressure through that.
Obama could have overstepped. But again, when he came in,
I don't even think he had to overstep.
First time it was the do nothing Congress where Mitch McConnell them said flat out he's going to be one term president. They had the Key and Peele skit where they were pretending to be Obama, and then he'd just say things that that he doesn't want, so they would vote in what he does want because anything he said opposite, right? They could have when we had the trifecta, and they should have, and that's where I'll agree. Yeah, I just always look at it as just like not to compare him to Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, Lincoln, but Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, but he didn't give them all the rights. So it's like you can always look at it from like a 40, 50, 60, however many years out view, or in this case, like a 10-year out view, and say he should have, could have. But I feel like overall, he was a really good president. Yeah. That, had some flaws, but yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I like I said, I think the best, but still, like, I think it's extreme issues. Yeah. And I think that you're right as far as like hindsight in the way that Trump has just proven that, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have fought. If we honestly think that universal health care is a dignified thing, then why shouldn't we fight on those grounds and try to push that? And then if we fall short of that, okay, then we still end up finding some kind of compromise. But it's this willingness to come to the table to give, to present scraps, in my opinion.
Yeah, Supreme Court's always been an issue. Right now, he has a 6-3 Supreme Court.
Yep.
So that's kind of.
So Wiggy here says, no, these comment deletions come from above in the system itself. That's crazy. They zap anything that might hurt the chosen one's feelings. The AI has been going overtime since 2023. Sandor just put October 7th.
Oh my God.
Wiggy says it's wild that most Americans can't understand the peak of the Islamic Golden Age. The very thing Paul just mentioned already happened in history, while us Europeans were LARPing of Romans as Romans. You'll have to say exactly what he mentioned that already happened because we're a little bit past it, but Justified, and then okay, I see. So October 7th, Justified. They probably got us pulled down for sure. Sandor said I can't put those two comments together.
Well, yeah, I would.
Yeah, October 7th was Justified. You
I
can't
can
put
see
together.
why they would block that one.
That's interesting. You can boycott American businesses just fine, just not those guys. That's absolutely fucked. Aforementioned eschatological, my bad. I know what the word means, but that's a tough one to say. Beliefs mixed with post-enlightenment desires for oligarchy over meritocracy or an hierarchy. Wiggy GPG. Yeah, he's going hard. AI is a pale shadow, my man. Yeah, I have a video about AI later as far as like Hunter Biden talking about it. AI is kicking my comments left and right. It's good at that. Yeah, no, it's definitely good at censorship. Just like finding words and phrases. But Sandor had mentioned earlier that it was like able to, he said something he said the AI recognized context. And he was like, that's really fucking scary.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I think, do they know something we don't know? Oh, okay. Does this go back to ancient civilizations? It just doesn't make sense. So as far as like, he's quoting you when he says that. So when you said that, I know, man, the last video I was going in hard on the Hartman's theory on world domination, and it just purged like 50 comments. Now get in there and just go on full on fever dream. Did you have something you wanted to say on that?
No, I was just trying to see if I can see any of these comments that aren't.
Yeah, no, they're going in. Sandor said people are noticing hard, and that Speaker Johnson closes Congress, goes and kisses the wall. How tone deaf. Oh, yeah, that's actually a great point. Did you see that?
Which one?
Speaker Johnson took. So you know how they closed? They went into recess early to avoid a vote on the Epstein files.
Yep.
So then he just released a video a couple days ago where he's over in Israel, and he's like, Israel will always be a ally to the United States, and just goes on the whole spiel. And then he turns around and kisses the Wailing Wall.
Okay.
Yeah, they all do that, bro. It's a real thing.
And now, how does this help his people in Louisiana?
Fucking, it doesn't. Yeah, that's the point for sure. I mean, these people. I mean,
keep voting him in, though. You know,
the thing is it is crazy because a lot of people, even a year ago, if you were having these kind of conversations, I think would have completely written you off as an anti-Semite. But I mean, now it's like it's so outright in the public. If you're paying attention to anything, like I mean, like this, I don't know. I do wonder how much on the internet. What?
Like is he? He's not Jewish.
No.
Okay, he's very Christian.
Yeah, exactly.
So for him to be kissing that, like, it's not anti-Semite to say why. Well, what's the reason?
Well, yeah, he said. Well, I mean, so they give you kind of like a reason for it. They view Jewish Judaism as like in relation to Christianity. So they see that as like their daddy religion.
That's their explanation.
Yeah.
But,
So I mean, I was just saying, you're like, if that would be the explanation that they give to people, I think that if you just look at how our government runs, you would obviously see that that's bullshit. But
right, yeah, I forgot you have to find your way out of the bag there.
Yeah, but that's the bullshit. That's the extremely wet paper bag that they
rip the mouth first. So you breathe.
Yeah. Russia. Wiggy says Russia saved the Union during our Civil War. No one talks about that. Bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you, Wiggy. At least, like a lot of the shit that you say, I have some kind of general background on. That is something. As an American, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Did he say Russia helped us?
He said Russia saved us during the Civil War. That's something I'm gonna have to look into.
The Union?
He said save the Union in the Civil War.
Interesting.
Yeah. Shit. So yeah, they've been meddling in our shit for a long time. No, but I'll have to look into that, Wiggy. That's really interesting. And you are right that nobody talks about that, because I've never ever heard that. Like, at least almost everything, like, you'll mention some crazy shit, and I'm like, okay, I heard about, on this podcast, or I read a bit about it here or there. It's like Russia saving us in the Civil War. Never ever have heard that ever by the craziest fucking homeless person at the fucking gas station. I haven't even heard that. So I will say, and one time a guy at Taco Bell said that was Jesus Christ. That's a true story. Well, that's not me claiming it's not sacrilegious. He did it.
I get it.
Yeah, he did it. So yeah. Sandor said, what did the banks do with that money? What about the millions of people that lost their homes? Totally agree. Banks pay nothing for banks pay nothing for bailout. Too big to fail. What a load of bullshit. I love these guys. They are fun. It's a straight loss for the collective. And then Sandor says massive bonuses with the bailout, no jail time. Yeah, I'm with you on the jail time.
Should have done jail time.
Lock them up. Lock them up with Hillary. Just like we can't go after the list because all those important people are tied to big businesses. We can't have any issues there. Yeah, I personally, that's why I mentioned that. I mentioned that, and I agree with that. I think that those kind of like threats about like, if you let us fail, then the whole fucking country is going to collapse. But I'm like, well, fuck you. At the end of the day, you fucked.
But with that, like who could be on there that would be so big? Like if it's a CEO, okay, you just find a new one. If you're talking about like the owner of Abercrombie and
presidents and all that kind of shit, for sure.
Well, yeah, like then again, yeah.
Also, you got to think like 3 people own everything in America, so it's like. Yeah. Would you say CEOs?
Yeah. Now listen, if you tell me Nick Saban's on the list,
bury it.
World, did not. You better keep that. God damn.
No, you protect that man's legacy. I don't care. So no, but I absolutely feel you on that. If I hear Nick Saban's on, I'm fucking going to DC to get that shit released tomorrow. I honestly, I knew it. We're getting too deep on for Sandor. He's like fucking. This is college football talk right now.
Yeah.
This is American through and through, brother.
See, I just don't know who on the list would be so big. I mean, Steven Spielberg. I mean, okay, I get it. E.T.'s gonna be a tough watch for a little bit. Okay, you get over it.
Man was a genius though with the camera.
It's still gonna hit.
Well, hey, I mean, I think. Listen, sometimes I will say R. Kelly's music comes on. I can't listen to that anymore.
Can't do it.
It's just too sexual. It's too sexual,
brother. When you got to think when he opens up the song, my mind's telling me no, but my body telling me yes.
You're like, you should have listened to your mind.
You're like, oh, so he was talking about his mind saying no because she's too young.
Yeah,
but his body's like, this is what I'm into.
Yeah, his mind was like, saying, this is pedophilia. Don't do it.
Can't sing that ever again. It has a whole different meaning.
I wonder what the first cut was.
Yeah,
like, he probably had to say, go ahead and censor some of that. Maybe don't give your thoughts verbatim.
Yeah. That was definitely used on playlists.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to think of like other people that have been accused of like heinous shit that, I listen to their music, watch their movies or whatever.
Well, like
I watched The Pianist from Roman Polanski. He's a pedophile.
Oh,
I will say that. But the movie was just fucking heart wrenching. But I think he should go to fucking prison. I don't think you get to not go to prison because you made The Pianist. Fuck you. The Pianist stays. You go to prison.
Everyone, Paul Walker. That's a very touchy one.
Paul Walker.
Everyone says some weird shit about him.
Shit. All right.
I choose not to believe it because I'm like, hey, you know what? No proof for me.
Well, he says, I mean, I don't name them. It's metaphorical. Oh yeah, no, I think we've already fucked up with the cabal, brother. We're on their list. So Sandor says we're on the fucking Groiper list now. Like I told you, I think I'm the liberal Groiper after seeing too much of the content. Yeah, they fucking radicalized me over there. So Sandor says, so it's capitalism for the poor, socialism for the rich.
That's what it's been.
That is what it's been. Yeah, I agree.
I hate that though. You need to change that shit. Huh?
Yeah, but I think that's what he's saying with like the bailing the banks out stuff.
Yeah, again. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you defended it, brother. I'm just saying that's what.
I'm just giving a reasoning as to the time period.
No, I know.
Bush kind of fucked us, man. We were kind of in a difficult spot.
Sure. And Bush should have been in prison as well. A lot of these guys should be in prison.
Hey.
Yeah. So Jay Davis, shout out to you, Jay Davis. Thank you for tuning back in, brother. Let's see what you got to say here. You should be wondering at this point if you're in a Full Metal Alchemist situation where literally the whole government is corrupt and willing to let everyone die to prolong their comfort. Yeah, actually, I think you're not wrong there, Jay Davis. Well put. So, sad read on that comment. Sad read.
My question to that is like, at what stage? At what stage do the people who get into public service because they care about public service then get voted into positions, then have to turn their life over to it? Like, at what stage is that? Is it something like where like you go in and you're like, hey, I'm gonna be a good one, and then they get your son's school information and then send you pictures of your son playing with soccer and be like, look, we're watching you, so if you don't pass this, we're gonna kill your kid.
Okay, so
is that like real?
So real quick, because I think that you're operating off a false premise, which is that people get into that work primarily because they want to do good or change the world or whatever you're saying, which I understand. And I think that there are people that do that. And I think if you were to do that, you probably would have that in mind. If I did it, I would have that in mind. But I think if we were to think that like a majority of those people get to that level of government and that being their primary motivation, I think we have to question that. I think more times than not what it is you're like a family member of some affluent family and they have some kind of like idea of what you're going to do in your life. And these people are getting groomed for these kind of positions, or they're already like influential in the community. And they're like, well, you know what would be even better if we had a family member that was fucking mayor.
Yeah. Or a lawyer who goes into it. Sure. And I get that.
Yeah. So it's like, I think you're just premise that you're building off of. I wish it was like that and it should be like that, but I just think, it's just a naive view that like I said, the optimist in me would love that. And I share that view as somebody who's a little bit of a, optimist.
I don't think that it's like a 10% of them. No, but I'm saying but
my thing is, think about this. If it's not, let's just say it's not a majority just to kick off the argument. So even let's just say it's like 40%. That's more than what you were just about to say. So 40%, I'll give you 40%. 40% get into it because they're like, I want to make a difference in the world, so on and so forth. Well, you were already going down the line of questioning where a lot of those people get corrupted for different reasons. So that probably happens to a good portion of those people. And then you have the other 60%, which is what corrupts them because they run against that. And I'm sure they look at it and they're like, I can either use this opportunity to become rich myself, or I can hold on to this like idealistic, I want to change the world point of view and get actually nothing done anyways. I think we need more of those people that are willing to say, fuck that. And I'm going to continue to stand on whatever my principles are. And they really get into it for that purpose. But I just think that's more of a minority than what we'd probably like to admit if we saw the numbers and people were honest.
Right. And I get all that, but it's just funny to me because then you look at a guy like Rick Scott. How does he constantly get voted in? If majority of people on the right hate the government, don't trust the government, and all that, where do you then vote in the guy who owns pharmaceutical companies and gets arrested and all that because of his fraudulent, because of him embezzling money? Where do you go and vote for the real estate developer, celebrity, salesman, because he says that him, the billionaire who could fix it all, is going to be different than all the people who are corrupt because of their financial needs and financial desires. So it's kind of like this thing where it's like you look at a guy like Bernie, and I could say that Bernie is somebody who is in it because he cares about public service, right? That's how I feel. And they look at him as like, no, absolutely not.
Then you would say he's a total minority. Look at him. He's an absolute outcast in his own party. The people in the Republican Party look at him and they're like, that recognize him correctly as a an outlier in his party. So it's like, I mean, you mentioning that kind of makes my point where it's like, yeah, that's a great example. He and his kind of like coalition around him is actually really small. Now, representative,
it's growing,
no, it's sort of, but it's always been big and always been growing with the people. Right. So with the people, you're correct. And I agree with you on that. I would say the majority of the Democratic actual base, like people who identify as that liberal or whatever, would be closer to you or I, but the actual representatives are just not. And that's just, I think, the reality. The guy that you sent me, though, real quick, because I want to make this point, and then I'll let you respond, and then let me get back to these comments. The guy that you sent me, James, whatever this guy that was on Rogan and shit. Yeah, the guy in Texas. I don't remember his name. Wiggy, you might know his name if you could drop it in the comments. Yeah. But so that guy, I'm not ready to like make him president or anything like that.
James Delarcio.
Okay, thank you. So, but one thing I want to point out is similar to like Tim Walz, his background is he was a teacher. So it's like, I think just more normal people, like, and like I said, that goes hand in hand with the point I made earlier that people like you and I, and people who are teachers, people who are working in whatever industry you're working in, they have to wake up and understand that. I mean, and sadly, a lot of them want there to be some elite class that just like runs shit and they don't have to worry about it. So they could just live their comfortable life. But it's like, no, you actually have to be engaged and involved. You have skin in the game. And if you just allow the people who don't represent your interests to hold all of the power and be the main people represented, then it's like, well, and that's literally the reality that we're living in today. Like,
well, that was a draw for like Bill Clinton. Was he grew up in a trailer park in Arkansas to a single mom, where JD Vance creates
give me the JD Vance bullshit.
Yeah. JD Vance creates this whole,
I don't buy any of that.
This whole what is it?
The hillbilly elegy.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm a hillbilly, y'all.
The Appalachian roots and all that, and then you go to find out that it's kind of like a far-fetched thing where he stayed like one summer with his grandparents there in Appalachia.
That was an impactful summer.
But he's really from like wherever. And it's like, I don't know. But like someone like AOC, you could tell like she was a grassroots person who came in and really has been fighting for like the smaller people. But every time you can see you're a threat to the elites. So if you're a threat, so if the people who are against that person, they're telling you that person is uneducated and crazy and too loud, then it's like, stop fucking listening to the same old people. That's my point. It's like, stand on what you're saying then a little bit and stop. We need to stop with the party thing and just go with the people who are making the most fucking sense for the people.
We'll get to these comments just because also some of the shit is like out of context, and I don't know if like it's hard to respond to because this one right here is tough. Sandor says Paul's a cuck for the establishment. Because
that's what I was defending the bailout.
Again. Yeah, the motherfucker defends the bank.
All I'm doing,
check his ancestry. I don't know.
All I'm trying to do is just give context.
This motherfucker wants to save the banks. I don't know.
We lost our house during that time.
Shit. Wiggy Womp says, damn, it purged a few good comments. I'm sure the best comments got purged. Jay Davis says it's one thing to trust an intellectual expert. It's another entirely to trust an industry expert. Okay.
That's me trusting the economist.
Yeah, sure. Jay Davis says, do you really want to be a gray old man full of regrets? I'm sure it's going to happen regardless, brother. Look outside. There's a Texas nationalist movement, but it's run by one of them. God, controlled opposition, brother. Wiggy, do you really want to be part of controlled opposition? That's why I think it's time for a red-blooded American, European, Native American to fucking start his own fucking militia, brother. Fuck that. He said a man called Miller. Yeah, that's you gotta always look out for the name. Wiki says Israeli agent to redirect Texas patriots down a pipeline of anti-radicalism. Yeah, it's a fucking re-education camp. He said, I was very political earlier in life than most, not in a indoctrinated sense. I became the patriarch of my family at a devastatingly young age. Sorry to hear that, brother. It drove me to establish some very radical, I'm assuming, worldviews. Hilariously racist. I don't like use of the word Jewry. You are radicalizing a nationalistic issue. The problem is Israelis. If you dislike NYC Jews who are against the genocide just because they are Jewish,
then that's anti-Semitism.
Yeah, you're hilariously racist. So I read that out of order. Let's see. And then this is the end of his other comment. Views in regards to how to maintain the generational wealth. This guy says we got Obama because of Bernie. Can you say Jay Davis calls him retarded? Jay Davis called you retarded, brother. Do you have anything you want to say?
That's his
that's all right.
That's his bullshit. I mean, that's if you weren't alive during the time or paying attention, then I don't know what to tell you. But I mean, a lot of it was because the left didn't want the crazy. The same thing with how we got Hillary in 2020. It wasn't the Bernie's first time being out there in public. It wasn't the first time. So
it's more clear.
But Obama was, yes, he was still the black, candidate, still the hope candidate. He was still more of a progressive candidate.
Yeah.
But it was because it wasn't so progressive. And again, that's the same reason why we got the whole Trump thing, was because we didn't want to go so progressive. So we went middle of the road. And then what happened? The other class said, hey, we're not with the same corporate bullshit. And that's where we're at. So
let's see. And then he also said, deal with that, bitch. And then he said that Wiggy always runs from him. They probably already worked through this in the comments because we're a little bit behind. But I got to say, Jay Davis, bro, I doubt that Wiggy is running, brother. Wiggy's a smart man. Even if he has, I mean, he wouldn't even deny being a nationalist, to be honest. And some people hold different opinions than you do. It's okay. Like in this chat, we're okay with that. He can argue for his position, and I think there's merit to it, to be completely honest. Even if I don't like full sail understand, there's reason to kind of empathize with somebody that would have that kind of perspective. And then Sandor says, so FO right here. Well, they're trying to push legislation that makes anti-Zionism comments the same as bigoted comments towards the Jewry. He says, so fuck them. So Sandor said, fuck them. Jay Davis said also Russia did not militarily intervene during the Civil War, so you'd have to be a dickless weasel to imply they saved the Union. Wiggy, I'm interested to see however this shit goes.
Dickless.
Yeah, Jay Davis, brother, you can't be a little bit fucking nicer than that,
he's
brother.
Coming in strong.
Yeah, holy shit, coming off
the other night too.
Well, I mean, I'm sure. Like I said, I'm interested to see the comments because I'm sure that Wiggy is already like went in and defended himself. That is something I'm interested to read more on though, because I hadn't heard it.
This man went ahead and had a couple like fucking Bush lights, and
yeah, he turned up.
Swinging, bro.
Wiggy said yes. The Western Europeans were salivating for the breakup of the American powerhouse. During the several points during the war, Russia threatened enough of the Europeans. For example, he says the Brits and the French. Okay. So is more of them getting involved over in Europe, you're saying, Wiggy? Like I said, I hadn't heard that, so that's something I have to read about regardless. So I'm going to get into that. That behavior comes naturally to a submissive like Wiggy, Wom Wom. Jay Davis, brother, what the fuck is wrong with you, big dog? You came in here and totally like a fucking psycho. Wiggy's a good guy, man. Wiggy's a good guy. I want to say I stand with Wiggy on this. Wiggy's the Palestinians. He's justified. Whatever kind of response you want to do, Wiggy, go ahead and let me know, man. Go crazy in the comments. But Jay Davis, you got to come across a little bit more, I don't know, like have a little bit more just decency and respect when you're talking to people in the comments, bro. And he says, and I don't mind the like crazy back and forth because it is interesting, and I like many points of views being represented. So one of these days, I'd love for you to get on the camera and you guys can debate it out if you could just be civil. You know what I mean? So come on. Dickless is just kind of crazy. So Wiki says from supply in the south, Russia went so far as to harbor Russian ships in our ports in New York and San Francisco.
Interesting.
It's interesting shit. I will say I didn't know about that.
Since the 1800s.
Yeah. Definitely a lot has changed. In regards to people getting into politics for good, 80% of your government takes money from AIPAC. Golly. Well, I mean, so that's in response to our conversation that we were having.
80%. Now, is that directly or is that through like shells and all that?
What?
The AIPAC.
Hold on, my
like
bad.
like
It's a
like
question.
like APAC money. Like so, they're
Yeah.
all just taking it directly from APAC.
Yeah, the people that are running
Yeah,
as like
interesting.
yeah, donations. Sandor, in regards to getting into politics for good, was from the WNBA. Okay, and then Jay Davis gave them these cute little eyes. Said, Sandor, are you okay? WNBA. Bro, it's an inside joke, brother. Come on now. Holy moly. You can't edit live comments while you're lying. He's just going in. Bro, Jay Davis is having a straight up fucking mental breakdown in the chat. Yeah, my comments didn't come up, so I changed it. Then I came up. Are you okay? Yeah, it's an inside joke, man. Not too bright, are you, Jay? And I got to get back into this, into all the shit that we want to talk about, because you're going so hard in the back and forth arguments that it's not even worth it to
decorum
really.
is constitutionally allowed. They're allowed to do that.
Yeah, if you want to.
Oh yeah, Hillary. Yeah, my bad. 2016 Hillary. Oh, my bad. So stupid. This guy is so funny. But this guy's so funny.
I sent you an IQ test. Okay, yeah. I mean, like, I'm not going to sit here and just read insults, even if they're funny insults. I just, I like to, when they're involved in the conversation and they're moving the conversation forward, I enjoy engaging with the audience.
Definitely needs to go from drinking to smoking.
Yeah, it'll be a total fucking sidetrack if I get into all these, like, just mean comments that you're saying. He only attacks the person, never the historical facts or political narratives. Let him go, Sandor. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yes, you're very smart. I'm not smart. Let's see here. It's APAC. Let's see here. That's not censored. You're just a coward. Calling people a coward. I mean, they're saying whatever the fuck they want.
Battlefield, you coward.
They literally said, you guys need to find your spot. I honestly don't know your position.
Yeah, we don't know who you, like.
Yeah, like, the thing is, you're saying that they need to have a spine, or whoever needs to have a spine. It's like, bro, we don't even know your position. You got to lay out your position. Are you like?
This is David Casey.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. it's Jay Davis, but no, I don't know. Yeah, maybe not. This might be the alias. But no, Jay Davis, brother. I think I told you this the other time. Look, we welcome all people. You're welcome here, my guy. You know, I'm sure you have some interesting things to add to the conversation. I don't doubt that, but it's just we gotta have more of a civil conversation. It's just fucking crazy. I'm terrified to share my views. Yeah. I don't know. They've made it clear. All right, I got to go ahead. Like I said, I'm sure you're getting to a point, but there's just too many comments of just fuckery where I got to skip some of these just so we can get back on track. So we're not spending too much time derailing it with just people going back and forth in the comments about fuckery. So if it's all nationalism, Jay, define your utopia of civic nationalism. Do we all forget our identities in the face of materialistic unity?
Yep.
We buy stuff, we happy. And then Sandor says, it's an inside joke, you moron. Yeah, that's also true. It was an inside joke. You had to check the other stream that you weren't on, brother. And what's that? I gotta see.
Yeah, just a lot of toxicity. And I don't know if you can understand some of those words put together there, Wiggy.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know. I want to see because they're responding. Dude, I just yeah, I want to represent both your views, but being with the Palestinians is the bare minimum. Bro, I think when you came in here last time, didn't you have a problem with Wiggy, and then you guys ended up fucking agreeing at the end? Is this the same conversation that I'm seeing again?
It might be the word wiggy. Maybe he thinks it's gay.
Yeah, maybe there's something like that. I think last time you came in and you had some issue, Jay Davis, bro, you just got to get past that. Wiggy is a fucking ally. And sometimes you're going to have allies that you don't totally agree with. Just it is what it is. Him being a nationalist, at the end of the day, Wiggy wants America to be great again.
Yeah. Listen, it's not Wiggy's fault. Your name only has one letter. Okay.
It's true. It's true.
We didn't name you Jay.
Yeah. What else are we gonna think that Jay stands for other than Jew? We thought it was Jew Davis,
Jew
bro.
Davis.
We got fucking. He said it's not about the indulging in capital. I'm not a capitalist. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Okay.
Like
so it's not okay.
That's what I'm saying. I think we had this conversation the other night. And
so
I
you're
think,
a socialist?
Yeah. I want to say that he.
So is he a liberal?
I think Jay Davis got a little upset when Wiggy said he was classically educated or something. I think that was that conversation.
maybe
If
he
I'm
hates
right.
Wiggy because Wiggy hates Jews so much.
Is that you're really coming to the okay? Yeah, you came to that.
Brother, this is the
Okay, yeah. I think
Okay.
that's
okay. He has read Mein Kampf 3 times.
well, which I think is fine. You know, what if fascism? Define it for me.
It's his favorite book.
Define American from this point going forward, because maintaining a national identity in the face of world capital is impossible. And then Sandor said Jay Davis enjoys the smell of his own farts.
Okay, well, let's talk about that for a second. Okay,
You're not going to defend fart smelling, are you?
well, I mean, what do you do with it? What do you
Hold
do?
your breath.
You fart, you just walk away. So sometimes you gotta bask in your own creation.
Brother.
You gotta be proud of yourself.
That's that Zionist shit you and Jay Davis do. Just fucking around, Jay Davis. I know you're not a Zionist. That's why I'm saying, come on, man.
Next you're gonna tell me, scratch your ass and smell your fingers.
Jesus, you just went in. It's just full confession. No, Jay Davis, brother, come on. Just keep it real. Drop the bullshit. Like I said, these people are allies. There's people that are going to disagree with you on, or you're going to disagree with, I guess, how they even, because you're not even disagreeing. You're just disagreeing with how they discuss the issue. And maybe there's some disagreement as to like how we should address people who are selling out to Israel within our own country. But how do you contest with that, Jay Davis, when you see things like the BDS laws and stuff? So when you're saying like, oh, it's Israelis, it's not Jews in America. I agree, and nobody in here, I believe, Wiggy, correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody's position has ever been that we need to like round up all Jews and all Jews have to be held accountable for what Israel's doing. Nobody's saying that. However, we are recognizing that people that are Jewish and otherwise, people who are not even Jewish, should be held accountable, whether that means they shouldn't be allowed to be a part of our government or whatever, because they're not acting in the best interest of the people that they actually represent. You have people in fucking Texas right now, Jay Davis. They're acting in the best interest of Israelis over Texans, bro.
Not in my country.
Wiggy is a fucking Texan, bro. You got to respect him. Texas strong. Texas strong in this place. Come on.
Texas.
We stand with Texas, goddammit.
Texas.
You're over here giving this man you're giving him problems on the internet, and he's going through some shit right now.
Texas people are there. Guns.
Texas people are going through shit.
They fight snakes and floods.
They're having Jews. We're not saying all Jews. I'm never saying all Jews. And the fact that, by the way, Jay Davis, for how smart you are, bro. And I'm going to give you the credit. I'm just going to say, hey, you're probably a smart guy. Even though you're acting a little emotionally erratic, to be honest, in the comments.
Did his one comment pop up there?
What was that?
Did his one comment pop up there?
I do hate Wiggy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, should I read it real quick?
I mean, go. I mean, you guys. No,
yeah,
you might as well.
Just to give, I guess, full. Wiggy, this is for you, brother. We're coming in. All right. I do hate Wiggy. It's not me.
It's his word.
It's not me. I don't hate Wiggy. I think Wiggy is actually cool as fuck. And I think I'm actually excited that Wiggy is a part of the podcast community, for one, but even more excited that he's a fucking American. I'm glad we took this shit over. I'm sorry what happened to your family back in the day, Wiggy.
And natural, man.
Yeah, honestly, like obviously, naturally. I don't even have to say that. You know, my heart weeps for what we did to the beautiful native people of this land.
Me, as someone that's Scottish,
by the way, your ancestors
feel for that because the English did that to my people.
Well, also to be clear, Wiggy, some of your own ancestors. So like, you can't just point when you point a finger at me, 3 point back at you, brother. So let's be honest.
There were some trades.
Yeah,
it's a sellouts.
Whoa, wait, calm down, brother. Come on, Wiggy comes from proud brown men.
People.
It wasn't his people, obviously, but yeah, brother, Wiggy. I'm happy that he is a part of this country and he's an American, and this makes me hyped that I share a country with this motherfucker.
Are the Seminoles hated in the community, or are they kind of
Seminoles?
They kind of looked at like
Florida State,
the Jews of it all?
I have no idea, brother. You'll have to ask Wiggy about that one.
The casinos.
Yeah, you'll have to let us, Wiggy. You'll have to let us know what's the hierarchy of the native people in this country. But let me finish reading the I hate Wiggy comment.
Sorry,
I do hate Wiggy because I don't want to get too far away from that. Obviously, I do hate Wiggy because his hatred for Jews stems from radical bias rather than being against the policy of the country of Israel. I don't know that that's true. I'll be honest. I think that he is animated by what's going on in Israel and the fact that we're directly involved.
Yeah.
So
Davis, did you leave?
He can speak for himself.
Did you leave? Because that would be a bummer.
Generally, I mean, like I said, the conversations that I hear him get in here and talk about, they would be in line, although the wording may be a little radical, as you put it. But I think overall there's a lot of commonly held views between the two of you and more agreement, unless of course, Jay Davis, you're low-key controlled opposition.
Okay.
And he's in here like, yeah, no, fucking Israel's bad, and like we should definitely be against Israel, but like we shouldn't say the word Jewry, guys. Come on, bro. Drop the shit.
Well, I will admit
it's a little offensive of a word, but hey,
kind of racist.
No, but the thing is,
Jewry was kind of like, whoa.
The thing is, but he's loose. He's being loose and he's having fun. He's just talking how people talk.
I agree.
He's talking loose.
I agree.
It's like at the end of the day, do you think that Wiggy's like running down on fucking Jews that he sees in his everyday life?
I'm not saying he was wrong. I'm saying if he wants to come in and say, hey, whoa, bro, that word was a little strong. Hey, don't be a snowflake about it, right?
Well, I mean, but also it's like you could say that without being like, fuck him, he's a fucking retard, and he should burn in hell, and all that kind of shit. So it's like you could just have a disagreement with the words being used and maybe make a more persuasive education to Wiggy if that's your goal. Like, I mean, do you think now he's using Jewry fucking 10 times
as much
as he was before? Yeah, bro. Might be the first t-shirt right there.
So Trump rally.
Oh, sold out. The policy of Israel is the continued existence of a Jewish people. It's crossed my mind. Sandor, I'm not sure exactly what that was in response to, but I'm sure it was on point. And then Wiggy said, I seeked out the problems, apparently. No, you're getting held to fucking task, brother. You thought the Zios didn't have anybody out here? Fucking, you thought it was just the bots. Hell no, they sent a fucking straight up certified Mossad agent. No, Jay Davis, I'm playing. I know you're not Mossad, but stop. You're doing their work right now. Seriously. I'm being serious. Sandor said, why are we letting this obvious mentally challenged trans man? Oh, now because I'm just having fun with it. Derail the conversation. You're right. I'm just having fun with it at this point. I do have shit that we could videos I want to react to and all that kind of shit. But
when you throw punches, we throw them back.
Yeah, this is just kind of fun now. Wiggy said, just like the stated policy of any nation should be a continuation of its citizens, quote unquote. And before you're all like, whoa, you're the one that made this psychosexual. Oh, I might have missed the comment, brother. So let me clear this up. You aren't veterans. No, I'm absolutely not a veteran, brother.
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
Did we claim we were veterans?
I never claimed it. I don't know. I have no clue why that would be necessarily relevant to us talking about it. Of course, I think that there could be value added with somebody being a veteran, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't fucking talk about.
We've had veterans on the program.
We also had veterans on the program, of course, because I think that they have something to add to the conversation. But to think that like citizens of a country shouldn't be engaged in what their fucking government's engaged in is just absolutely insane. Like, just give up the fucking ghost then. Sandor said, why should we protect them? Why aren't the non-Zion Nazis protecting en masse? And then Wiggy says, no, I want the policy of my country to stop recognizing a specific group or class of people as special. It's dangerous and stupid. I'm a citizen of my republic, goddammit. He said, we shouldn't protect them. You misunderstand. I mean, you might be misunderstanding them. I'm just saying you're coming in hard, brother.
He goes
cool down.
Here.
Hey, just got to cool down, brother. You respond, he's Mossad. No, I was kidding. I don't actually think that you're Mossad. Although you could be. Who the fuck knows? None of us know. I don't know who's behind the fucking camera. But yeah, I'm assuming you're not Mossad. I was just joking around. We're having a good time. Yeah, we're having a good time. And then he said, I am a veteran. That's why I bring it up. But okay. I mean, and once again, I respect that.
Thank you.
I respect that. But it would just be ignorant to think that nobody else should be talking about it. My fucking taxpayer to fund the shit. So it's like, it should stop.
Yeah, my brain works.
More people, by the way, should be calling on this exact same thing. There's no limit to the people that should be standing on this. And I honestly, we obviously may disagree on this by how you're reacting to Wiggy. But I welcome a extreme wide variety of allies when it comes to this issue, when it comes to many more issues that I feel strongly about. I don't, push people to the side because, their worldview doesn't like perfectly align with mine. Right. So yeah, I'm the only one here, and I say, hey, good job, and then you get to say that. There you go. You just made the list of veterans, brother. That's you. You're on it. Because I have experience in geopolitics, I even have TS clearance. That's awesome, bro. But like I said, nobody fucking brought you in here saying that you couldn't talk about shit. You came in, you were a dickhead. So then you got treated like a dickhead. It's just kind of how it ends up happening. Stop treating me like
we can start over.
Yeah, exactly.
No, let's shake hands.
Stop treating me like riffraff, you fucking dog.
Who's the dog?
Which is the dog? You're fucking psycho, brother. You need to get some shit checked out.
Look, let's shake hands. Start over.
6-year veteran, way older than you, and you talk down to me, bro. Once again, Jay Davis, listen fucking closely. Turn up the volume on your listening device.
Here comes no more shaking.
Turn down anything that might make loud noises in the house right now. Make sure the toaster's popped. Nobody was being disrespectful to you. You came in immediately and was disrespectful to Wiggy, somebody who views the podcast regularly. Don't do that. Don't be a dickhead. Don't discount the people's personal worldviews when you haven't even actually dug into them. You fucking talked to him the other night, and then you thought that he was fucking against Gaza or whatever the fuck you thought that night. Went off on him, had a fucking PTSD episode, and the next thing you know, we fucking came back around, and you're like, oh yeah, we actually fucking agree on that issue. Maybe we can make some fucking headway on it. Bro, this entire conversation is about the organization of people's ideas, literally, and around being able to bring them together. If you can't get with somebody because Wiggy is against a fucking genocide in another country that we are paying for, you agree with that. They're starving people to death in that country, but you can't see his perspective because he uses the word Jewry.
Yeah,
because you think he doesn't like he's not sufficiently in favor of Jews enough. He doesn't give them enough of like some kind of like special treatment. Like he's critical of them, and that's fine.
We have to be better than that.
100%. And the thing is, the concessions that you're coming in assuming that he's not making, he's already made. Like you're entering a conversation that's already been going for over an hour. Fucking, we've had conversations in the past that went hours long. Like you're picking it up at a certain point, and you have to have a little bit of humility and understand that you don't understand my entire perspective, all my experiences. You don't understand Paul's. You don't understand anybody in the fucking comments. None of us knew you were a fucking vet or cared. And now that you told us, it's like, okay, great. Like I said, I respect and think that you have something to add to the conversation. I would be willing to hear it. You have to understand, you have to have more tact when you're coming into a space and talking to people. You got to also give respect to them. You just don't automatically get fucking treated like a pampered bitch. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is we started this all off with, we don't have to go to war. We can have better ways to resolve issues.
Yeah.
And here we are going to war.
Firing up.
Okay. So let's
firing up the tanks.
Put it all down. Okay. Talk it out. All right. Let's go back to the
100%. Well, here, brother, I can't. Like I said, I can't keep going back and forth in the comments with you. Like I said, I'll let you know how it is. I know you said I'm reading a little bit of it. I'll read it in the future for sure, but we got a lot of shit that we want to get into. I know you said some shit about like, you can't be racist and this shit like this. Don't be kind of racist. This is what I'm going to say. Like, as far as like just outright labeling somebody as a racist because they use some word that's insensitive. Somebody that that was in the military, I can't even believe that you're saying that. Like all the people that fucking holy shit, you're a veteran for sure, brother. I believe you if you say that. I believe it, but holy shit. So you're saying that just because somebody uses a word that is insensitive, like no. So I think, by the way, hate speech is hate speech. Can I say another fucking controversial thing? I have no fucking problem with it, actually. In America, I want to hear it. I'll argue with people or all this around hate speech. I don't think what he said here has risen to hate speech, to be completely honest. But yeah, I actually support people's right to use hate speech, if I'm being honest.
Let me be clear. Yeah. I didn't necessarily love it.
Yeah,
but I
didn't like it.
But I understood it was a
JD
joke. I understood it was a joke. I understood it's like, okay, he's joking. He's not really being racist.
Yeah.
I understand. Trust me, I'm someone who's as anti-racist as it gets. But sometimes you have to accept a joke for what it is. You have to accept bullshit for what it is. And he was just being funny, play on words, and let it go. You already said your displeasure. All right, you didn't like the joke.
We could all be against.
Let's move on. Let's let it move on.
We could all be against two things. Yeah, I think that's totally fine. I just think, like, once again, like trying to like exile somebody out of the group because, bro. Well, I mean, you just said too much, to be honest with you.
Hold on. He called me retarded. Hold on. Yeah. You can't come in here talking about jury and then you're using the R word. Yeah, okay, you can't do that and then call me retarded, sir.
Well, he typed it, and then he asked me to say it, which made me uncomfortable.
I don't even use that. My nephew has Asperger's.
No, I use it. I do use it. It's fine. Once again, Jay Davis, just to let you know. And also, by the way, I have some.
My Lord,
I have some higher. I have some education that you might respect. And I was going to tell you this. I say retarded.
Hey, listen,
retarded.
And again, you said it on here and around me, and I didn't say, hey.
Well, it's like, hey,
I'm leaving.
I'm saying it's me saying it. And at the end of the day, like, you know that I don't mean any harm from it. It's like, so Jay Davis, you just got to not assume the worst.
South Park says it. It's okay.
Exactly. South Park says it, bro.
If it's on South Park, I can say it.
I can think of some other things that South Park says. Delicious. Some fun new words. Some fun new words to enter into my vocabulary. Andretti says, blow the whistle. Yeah, blow the anti-Semite whistle on us. Speaking of anti-Semitic, and then you people, the irony is completely lost on US Jay Davis.
Hey, dudes. How's the new X account going, buddy?
Oh yeah, Deuce Andretti. Yeah, his shit got compromised by a fucking Nord, some Nordic hacker. Which honestly, I don't even know. This might not be Andretti. I told you earlier. I said you could hop on if you wanted,
brother.
Yeah, I said you could hop on if you wanted. And I don't know if you had to hop back off and deal with your, life, which I understand, but he didn't take the invitation. So I have to wonder who's behind the keyboard. Is it Andretti or is it the Nordic porn hacker? He changed his name on Twitter from Deuce Andretti to XXX porn with a banana, which I thought a banana. That, by the way, Jay Davis, you want to go knock down somebody's door that's a racist? Go find that motherfucker. Why did he make a banana and not a fucking eggplant? We all know the eggplant is used for cocks, guys.
Brother. Brother.
Why a banana?
It had so many likes. When I want to go take the screenshot, the likes just kept going up.
Oh my god!
I'm like, yo, he's going viral.
He was actually going viral. That's the thing.
Viral with this.
The Nordic fucking hacker. Like, I actually need them to take over my shit,
right?
And make me go a little crazy. There's one
5,000.
They posted retweets. Something. They're like, type OF in the comments if you want little Tay's fucking. If you want little Tay's OnlyFans. Boy, did those
going
OFs
crazy.
Go off in the comments.
Oh,
they actually thought he had the fucking they thought Deuce, bro. There's gonna be a lot of people really upset with you, Deuce.
Brother, and hold on. How disgusting. How disgusting is that? The fact that on her 18th birthday she releases something within 3 hours has 1 million. I didn't even know who she was. I see it and I'm like, what the fuck? Over $1 million in 3 hours because that many dudes were waiting for this little girl to turn 18.
Yeah, sick. It is.
That's sick. Fucking dude. That is. Just go ahead and be a pedophile. Like why are you waiting?
Whoa.
Like you're already fucking thinking about it. No, you're a fucking weirdo.
No, we don't. I don't think that we want.
No, you should wait. You should wait.
You should wait.
I'm even if you're still weird.
It is weird.
You're not. It's not any better.
Well, the thing is also
you're not being better.
This isn't the first time we've had this.
Olsen's.
Catch Me Outside lady. Catch Me Outside lady. By the way, which she turned around and fucking made. She's been going for like 10 years now. On that, it's incredible.
She did it.
Yeah. Wiggy says, what is organized worship of Christ? Christianity? What is organized worship of the return to the messianic age? Jewry? Okay. It's Jewry. Jewry again, really doubling down on that.
Catch him out.
I'm like Ron Burgundy. I just read what's said here.
Read what's on the prompter.
I read what's on the prompter. That's it. What you mean, you people? Andretti wants to know, Jay Davis.
Whoa.
He was a little upset by that. He said Paula's cousin. And then he also said Monster Cox. Very cool. I think it might be actually, I think it's the person that hacked his account. So over here saying Monster
my
Cox.
cousin has a monster cock?
I'm not sure what he's saying there. He said, I think the problem is you're just like Joe Rogan, the lack of qualifications to tell apart far right hacks from honest people. I mean, he's literally so Wiggy Wom here is a regular fucking person, Jay Davis. That's the difference. It's not somebody who's coming on pundits here. Yeah, they're not. And also he's not somebody that's coming on and necessarily claiming some kind of expertise. He has the right to express his views. You have the right to shoot them down if you like. I support that. Honestly,
he flat out came out. The first thing on here said, "I'm not really educated. I just have read a lot of books. I read a lot."
Yeah.
He's interested in educating himself
Davis,
that way.
What is the alternative? Do you think Wiggy? Do you think Sandor? Well, Sandor's actually not American, but Andretti, me, Paul, yourself. I guess I don't know, or maybe because you were in the military, it makes you an expert on all things government. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but all jokes aside, let's be real then, Jay Davis. Okay, let's be real.
Keep it real.
Yeah, like what the fuck is it that you want? Okay, so we're regular fucking people having regular conversations. We're the people that matter, right? We're the voters. We're sitting here just trying to have converse, and just bounce ideas off of each other. So what? We don't shoot down every fucking word one person says. Let's look beyond that. Again, let's move the fuck on. Yeah. You're older. You're so much older than us. You're this veteran, so you have so much more discipline. You shouldn't have an issue with moving on from this one little thing. It really shouldn't be that hard.
Okay, that was a meta. Yeah, that was a meta point. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. That's another thing to get on. Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you want to call it the legitimacy because we're allowing somebody to have an opinion.
Yeah.
So instead, we should shoot down every opinion that just because it slightly differs or differs completely. We argue. We have the debate.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck does it matter? Like, what more do you want?
Yeah. I slightly disagreed with Wiggy earlier. We had a little conversation there with him, but I mean, yeah, I honestly think he's reasonable. So it's like, I understand why people are feeling defensive about their country and feel like it's being taken from them. So it's like, even if you feel like they're like, it's not 100% factually correct, which by the way, I would be curious to see your academic background, Jay Davis, if that's what we're going to compare things based off of. I would be seriously curious to measure that. But
I don't like BB. I'm sorry.
No, he doesn't either. That's the point. That's why it's so retarded. Andretti says the fact that this motherfucker used my shit to promote his smut and Elon's peasant ass won't do shit about it. Yeah, that is sick. And honestly, I reported it, brother. First time I saw it, I reported it.
So you can't get the account back? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, are you not getting that back?
That's sad.
Yeah. You people always the ones who act. You people. Let me read it a little bit louder. This is Sandor. You people always the ones who act the most offended, have the most skeletons in their closet. Yeah, and then I mean this right here. He's just saying, bro, I'm gonna stop responding because you're having like a meta conversation with yourself. Basically, he said he clearly did some psychic damage. I just like to respond to like as many comments as I can in the comments. I appreciate people tuning in and kicking it with us here. By the way, this is a good time. Anybody that's watching, make sure you subscribe, show some love, share this conversation that we had with Jay Davis so we can expose just what a fucking absolute fucking snowflake my guy is. I can't even imagine how you fucking last in the real world, honestly, having a real conversation with people. Well, we are. Honestly, I still don't really necessarily, like I said, I'm not, there's no psychic damage here.
Well, I'm going to move on. Be your friends.
I'm going to move on, and I'm probably not going to think about this after I turn off the stream tonight, to be completely honest with you. But like I said, I like to respond to people as much as I can in the comments. I appreciate you spent so much of your time, actually, hanging out here with us tonight. So he's CIA, which is honestly possible. Which is totally possible.
Yeah, he got us off topic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
And then Sandor says, you people like you, eventually those come out of the closet. I'm just sad I don't know which PDF file. Let's see here. It's fucking psychotic.
It's kind of productive.
Ashamed of nothing. Let's see here. ashamed of nothing, offended by everything. Another Jewish dog whistle. And then he says, "Don't look good, brothers. Doesn't look good, brothers." This is Andretti. I can't. Yeah, like I said, bro, you're going too fucking crazy right now. Come and get me, bitch. Bro, how insane are you right now? By the way,
yeah.
Jay Davis says, "Where are you?"
Did you give that?
Oh my god!
I want you to get more educated on the subject because the podcast industry ruined this country. The fact
Jay, what's going on, baby?
The fact you have a podcast when I could debate circles. First of all, listen, there's a link in there. You can click it. Come on.
Yeah, you could honestly.
You're not even debating. That's the problem. Okay, that's one. Two, you can start a podcast. There's a laptop and an iPad. So really all you need to do is invest in those two things.
Yeah.
Go ahead, get a couple mics, and then just sit in front of a camera and put it on YouTube.
Yeah, that fucking VHX not enough to do that.
Yeah, brother, we're not getting, look how many viewers. It's not like we have fucking 5 million views. So again, we're educating ourselves through discourse.
Of course,
okay?
Of course.
We sit here, we look things up. At the end of the day, these are your fellow voters, your fellow Americans speaking on topics. Sandor, not.
I mean, that you supposedly,
so much,
you supposedly fought to protect the right to do so.
Right to do so, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, you really haven't made any points. You've just been saying, like, you guys are, he's even actually saying, like, oh, I basically agree with your general stance. I just don't like how you're discussing it.
And not liking how we're not shutting Wiggy down on the word.
Yeah.
Because we've definitely have argued, points. We've definitely argued.
I mean, I disagree. Listen, hey, Jay Davis, I disagreed when they said it was worse than the Holocaust. When they said that what's going on in Gaza is worse than the Holocaust, I disagreed on that. It's what it is it's supposed to be some kind of like, free flowing discourse that's not supposed to be.
God forbid we protect the First Amendment.
Literally, yeah. Debate your points. Yeah, absolutely. Just a shit cow. How about them Cowboys?
Y'all suck.
By the way, no. So I do have a shit ton of stuff to get into for the night. So I don't know how long I'm going to have you because you got to go. Because I know you got to work tomorrow. So I want to be thoughtful to that. So I just want to get as many of these videos done as we can before we have to say goodbye to you tonight. So let's kick it off, my brother.
Let's go.
What would be like the most? What would be the most? Oh, here. This makes. Yeah, I like this one. While we have Jay Davis here, this seems like a good video.
Oh, well.
Jay Davis, if you hopped in here, I'd shit down your throat, brother. Just understand that. I shit down your throat, and whatever kind of fucking name calling that hurt your feelings so far, just in the comments, without you having to actually hear it straight into your ear holes while looking at me, shitting down your throat. Just know it'd be 10 times worse if we fucking had any kind of conversation. That would be even more disrespectful to you because you're just a fucking cunt, crybaby cunt. And then let's see, Jay Davis has sand in his vagina. It would be 2v1. And then he says, Davis, but whatever helps you sleep. Absolutely, brother. Same for you. If you think that whatever you've done here tonight has been like intellectually rigorous, God bless you. You've just like I said, just talked about how much your fucking pussy hurts in the comments. So my pussy hurts and I defended this country. Okay. Come here so I can shake your hand, brother. Yeah, you did. Be a man and admit you defamed a person for defining a thing. So yeah, absolutely.
Brother, we're not dog pilot.
No, that was Wiggy. Wiggy. Oh, okay. You're sorry. Yeah, I can't even deal with all that. Like I said,
he says I love to, but as in like debate, but dog piling. Okay. Like, please understand something.
That we agree with fucking most of what you have to say.
But it's not that. Like, please understand something and understand. I'm coming at this very from a genuine and sincere spot. You came into this hostile. And then now you're complaining about it being hostile.
Yeah, it's snowflake shit.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you're being a crybaby bitch.
Like, see, he's being aggressive.
Well, it's true.
Listen, I'm trying to be.
It's true.
Okay,
when you wake up in the morning and you think about this, you're gonna be like, yeah, I was kind of being a crybaby bitch.
Like. So don't then say everyone's dogpiling. If you got points, then go ahead and debate your points and understand you're debating them against someone that might disagree. And you're going to have to defend your points then.
Yeah.
But that's where you're intellectual and you're smart and you're going to be able to explain those points and go ahead and have a response.
And you're strong and you're smart.
Yeah. And
you're a big boy.
And
you're a big boy, Jay Davis.
We believe in you sincerely. Yeah. I'm not even. He's being more facetious.
No, I definitely am. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I don't care how. Like I said, you're a dumbass. You're saying like, "Oh, I'm older than you, and I fucking know more than you." Yet you have the emotional fucking intelligence of a fucking pissant.
Yeah. At first, I thought we were all joking. So I was going. Yeah. I thought we were having fun.
Oh no, I was vibing too. That's what I'm saying. It took a while, so I'm like, yeah, this guy's a total fucking cockmongol. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, just go fuck yourself. Watch something else. The fact that if you honestly feel how you feel and you spent so much time on here tonight,
please subscribe,
hanging out with us. Not even please subscribe, please unsubscribe. Because that is like you have to be the most pathetic fucking loser, brother. Seriously, what happened to everybody that you knew? What happened to all your boys from combat, bro? They must not have fucked with you. You don't have any of them to hop on with and have a fucking telephone call with? God bless them. Tell them I appreciate their service as well. But I got to tell you, I got to give a special go fuck yourself to you. And it's not because I'm upset, to be honest. This is legitimately, you said I have a podcast. Guess what? This is one of my fucking favorite parts about having a podcast. Sometimes there's piss ants that come in here and I get to just piss down their throat for as long as I want. See, as long as the electricity in this motherfucking house allows that I own.
See, I tried the
as
Obama
long as my
approach.
Big fucking cock in my pants can sit here and I can stay fucking comfortable without my balls hurting because I have to sit on them when I sit here.
So
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I tried the.
That's a long ass time. Anybody that sit here with me know I can sit on this motherfucking mic for a long ass time and talk. You want to know why I have a podcast? Because I can sit here and if you hopped on here too, I would talk circles around you and shit down your throat, not spit in your face, like the Jews do to the good Christians in Israel. It's not about Jews, you dumbass. It's about the people of Israel, like you said, you fucking retard. If you would have actually listened to the context of the conversation before running your fucking dick sucker. Is that what? And I'm sure that's what you were known for on the fucking boat in the Navy. I know it gets lonely out there with you boys.
Navy.
Bro, come on.
Don't say that. Reserves.
The seamen lied up and then they fucking replicated themselves on your fucking face in the middle of the ocean. Shut your goddamn mouth when you talk to me, bro. Straight up. You know what that means? That means don't talk to me, bitch.
And this is how countries go to war.
This is how countries go to war. He's probably in my country.
See,
hey,
I was trying.
If you would have came in and just been a pleasant human being, if you would have came in and been a pleasant human being, Paul, tell him I'm a nice person.
Very nice. Very nice.
Tell him I'm a nice person.
And, you know, like I'm a little upset that this guy here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Guy.
God damn. Spoke 2 joints before this.
Yeah, guy,
and it's gone.
Guy, I'm a fucking nice person.
Now it's 11:04 and I'm not even buzzed.
Exactly. No, not even. Yeah. So this is Jay Davis. Was the guy in the barrel that has a hole on each end? I hardly call that serving one's country. Holy shit! All right, yeah. Take it there, Jay Davis. I gotta skip the fucking absolute, total, fucking psychotic rant you're going on. Make a podcast, brother. I'm against ethno states. Us too, dumb fuck. Get on the same page, you fucking
Have
idiot.
you listened to any of this?
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot.
See, he saw jewelry, and that was it.
No, because this is honestly, this is the thing. Jay Davis, this is real shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Be honest.
You are the type of motherfucker that is like, let's not band around class or something like that. Let's fight around these. Let's get totally in the weeds on the most fucking outlier of social issues. Like you're literally saying, I can't band with this person who literally believes the exact same thing that I believe as far as like what should happen in the scenario. Aside from, I'm sure they would go a bit further. But the thing is, if what you're saying is reasonable and right, they help you in those ends. They help you in those ends. They have a vote in this country, and they have a voice in this country for now. Yeah. But I mean, it probably is going more the way you're wanting when you're talking about like BDS laws and shit like that. What is even the debate? You'll get in here and try to debate and you'd be like, oh, bro, I fucking agree with that. You're just a dumbass who doesn't know how to fucking listen when people speak. Like,
you're getting caught up on semantics or just a word.
Cry bully. Yeah, that's actually the fucking best way to describe this man. Sandor, it was probably friendly fire. I doubt you can pee without going all over the toilet seat, Jay Davis. Jesus, I don't know. I missed one because I'm not reading all of Jay Davis's comments. I'm trying to scan through them because they're just like fucking
some men have
psychotic tirades. And bro, hey, I see you said read the chat, bro. Jay Davis, you already lost that privilege. I took that from you. I had to take that from you because you're fucking wilding out. You weren't staying on topic, so you're just derailing shit. You're even now still kind of derailing shit like a fucking psychotic.
Like I try to shake your hand, man.
Yeah, he did try to shake your hand.
I literally put it out. And what'd you do? Probably spit.
Bro, this is the thing.
Probably
This is the part. You're not cut out for the shop, bro. Jay Davis, you have no control over that. That's the best part. That's what I love most about talking to you. Is you're sitting here talking, and you really only have as much power as I'm like deciding not to block you because I find it entertaining, and also because I'm just that hardcore with free speech, bro.
Yeah, we don't believe in blocking.
Yeah, so I'm letting it fly. But it's like I said, literally.
But we are going to drown you out with the video.
We are going to drown you out with the video. I'm just trying to get to the end of these. Thank you for reminding me on that politely.
No, I got to pee. So.
Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, go ahead. You're good. I'm gonna get to the bottom of these comments, and then when you get back, I'll run the video. Let's see here. Can a thing be both? Should we define Jewish as both? Is it a religion? If it's a religion, shouldn't its beliefs be scrutinized to the same degree as other religions' philosophy? Yeah, I think that's kind of fair. It's both, just like Muslims. I don't know what's it's both. It's both. Sandor, you're not cut out for this job. That was Jay's commanding officer after he spent 3 days on the barrel. Yeah. Brother, you got to stop crying when people say things that just make you like a little uncomfortable. It is what it is. Are Jews the same race as white people, since Jewish is a race? You can be against Muslim religion without hating Muslims. And see, I'm going to try to scan through and see when you say something that's actually halfway fucking coherent and engaging with what we're saying. That's the point of the chat. So I'm going to try to skim through that, because absolutely free speech. I just let it fly. We let it fly. That's high. And that's high IQ shit, Jay Davis. I'm not afraid of you, brother. I'll drop my balls in your mouth like it's fucking cod. You and your old ass. Brother, you couldn't keep up, old motherfucker. You caught in here trying to talk crazy. You're old. Old vet with a bad back. Fuck you, bitch. You think you really could keep up? God damn. What time is it where you're at? It's 11 o'clock where I'm at, and I feel great. I feel like I might be on this bitch till 5 a.m. I'll be honest with you. We got Paul. I love you all, brother. Hey, peace and friendship. Peace and friendship. We had to have fun tonight. Guys, make sure you subscribe. Show some love. We're having a good time. We had to say fuck Jay Davis tonight, but it's not totally fuck Jay Davis. It's not totally fuck Jay Davis. He could come back, but it's like, oh, brother, you weigh 100 pounds more than me. Yeah, brother, that's even more. Why I'll fucking crush your old frail ass. That's the thing. That's where your stupid ass was like obviously mistaken. You know what I mean? That's why you should be like kind of like watching what the fuck you say, like not saying that you're gonna, where do you live, bro? Nobody's afraid of you, old man. Like honestly, come on, be real. This is Jay Davis. This is you. We're on your head, bitch. You're on the list. What list? It's not defamation if I don't say what list. I don't know. He's on the go fuck yourself list. Free speech allows you to say what you want and people to react as they please. All love, baby. And I like that, and I aspire for us to get to that point. Talking about me having a bad back, bro. I'm sure you may or may not. I think that's more likely than not. And then what is that? I can't tell what that is. Is that a coconut? Cracking a coconut on his face. Jay Davis is on the list. Sandor, don't say what list. You know, sometimes you're talking to somebody, it can get very litigious. I don't know if I don't know if Jay Davis is down for the hangout, bro. I don't know if he's down for the hangout. And then we got some clovers dropped in the chat. Shout out to him on that.
For the Irish. Yeah,
for the Irish. Shout out to the Irish. Let's see. So, all right, let's go ahead and run these videos. So what did I want to play? Oh, right here.
The Jews are chosen.
Hey, who chose them? Jay Davis. He just said, "Hey, mom, go ahead and open up your legs. I got a bunch of Gentiles and Jews that are going to come through here. They're going to take turns."
The Jews are chosen, but we're not perfect. No one ever said the Jews are perfect. Most importantly, the Jews never said that we are perfect.
Oh, watch out.
Why we are held to unattainable standards of perfection more than any other race, religion in the.
This is how Jay Davis feels, guys. Jay Davis agrees with this. Right here, Jay Davis. This is a man that hops in here and he doesn't like the language. Jay Davis, go fuck yourself. Listen, and I'll be the one to say it. Let's lead off this conversation, boys. Jews, chosen or not? Fuck no. There are no chosen people in this world. I don't give a fuck what your book says, how old your book is that says it. There are no fucking chosen people. This is a chosen land, if you want to think about that, for us, as far as like American people. Not for the fucking Israeli flag to be flying over it, straight up. Not for our officials to be working in the best interest of Israel. So shit like this just gives you a little bit of peek into the
Jews are chosen.
American Jew from New York City. Jay Davis, you mentioned New York City Jews earlier. We're not condemning all New York City Jews, but you just thinking that because somebody is Jewish and from America and they're above some kind of reproach, that just let you know that you're naive and you're a dumb fuck and you don't know shit about geopolitics, you dumb fuck.
But I love Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler's great. Happy Gilmore 2, I haven't caught yet, though.
Not yet.
Oh, you haven't watched it either?
Not yet.
You don't love him that much.
Whoa,
so this is
my son, bro.
So this is, oh, that's fair. This is Michael Rappaport, by the way. If you guys don't know, comedian. I have no idea why the fuck he's talking about politics. Jay Davis, you got to let me know. I'll wait. Oof. But he's talking about politics.
The Jews are chosen.
We shouldn't talk back.
But we're not perfect.
You dumb bastard.
No one ever said the Jews are perfect. Most importantly, the Jews never said that we are perfect. Why we are held to unattainable standards of perfection more than any other race.
Huh. That's the part I like the most.
He's being anti-Semitic, isn't he?
Well, no, he's being like pro-Semitic because he's saying the Jews are the chosen people. He's Jewish. He's a big Jewish commentator, right? Pro Zion, all that shit. So yeah, he's having this conversation. I have another conversation actually queued up for us to dig into a little bit deeper. But I thought this was interesting, and the back end of it, where he's saying Jews are held to this like unreachable standard, which is like obviously what he's trying to paint it as like the self-defense of Israel from Hamas's people represented in some kind of like unfair light, when we know obviously that it's like a completely one-sided interaction at this point for the last year and a half. Like I said, I don't ever really hear about like any kind of like offensive missions being executed by Hamas at this point. So
the only thing you hear is that Hamas is setting up their people to be killed. Oh, like Israel's not denying any of it. They're just saying that's Hamas's fault.
Yeah. No, I mean that's what we talked about earlier, as far as like that's a useful tool for them to then continue to engage in that. And then you have this other side of people that, I mean, they can't come to some kind of like agreement or terms with the side that has eliminated 80,000 to, I saw something today that said like over 300,000. So I know that we had went back and forth the other day and we had looked up some numbers and it was still reading as 80,000, but I have to pull up the report that I saw that read over 300,000 people. And I just thought that was incredible. Especially when you consider, you know, the land mass that you're talking about. It's not totally surprising though, when you consider how the war itself has been executed in kind of, you know, some uncertain terms. By the way, Andretti said Mandigo party blackout list, 5-day freak off event. They keep putting me in the barrel. Then they're just saying that way. I'm just trying to see if there's anything.
The complicity of it is so crazy. It's almost like, man, it's so crazy. Like, could you imagine like a country doing this to like one of their oppositions, like as far as like a city? Well, like let's say like let's take it home. America, like they do it to Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. We're gonna isolate Jacksonville. We're gonna sit there and we're gonna eradicate whatever. Like let's say they send all the migrants to one spot and they go ahead and do this there.
Just start dropping bombs.
Well, just, you know, starve them out. No aid in, no aid out. You can't leave because you're on the water. You can't leave because you're landlocked elsewhere, and you got nothing but opposition and the threat.
Well, that's not totally that's not like a totally off parallel there, because you know, a lot of these people were forced out of Israel originally. So forced out of Israel onto this land where they're in this basically subservient position to Israel, and glorified concentration camp where, you know, all of their bare necessities are at the becking whim of Israel. So already, like, anytime that there's any kind of like resistance, there's this kind of trump card that's held by the people that you're resisting against. So yeah, I think that, to your point, as far as like using that as a comparison, it's not totally you know, incomparable.
Yeah, and it's just, to me, like, the people here in this country would never allow that. Well, okay, we say that we would never allow that to happen or turn our blind eye to it. So it's just like, it's so crazy to think that people would actually turn a blind eye to it, because it's not happening here. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I think that there's a lot of heavy lifting done, like we talked about before, as far as like the kind of othering of that entire region. So the people that are victimized here, we already kind of taught through our entire life coming up, and like being kids through 9/11 and things like that. So, you know, they've othered them. They've treated people of that region as if they're, you know, they don't consider the same kind of like values that we do. They've done it. Like I said, the suicide bomber thing is huge, where, you know, they'll tell you like they'll kill their own fucking kids. They don't give a fuck about their own kids. Like, how could you negotiate with these people? But in reality, whenever we get any significant exposure to the other side, usually they're like, we want this to end. We want, you know, the children to stop fucking dying. Starvation.
Kind of exactly what the excuse was with natives. Well, you can't really negotiate with them because they're savages.
Yeah.
So,
no, for sure. Absolutely. That's a good point.
That's always a narrative of the colonizer.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then it just, you're trying to delegitimize that group of people and try to eliminate any kind of justification that they may have in that resistance. Because you see, like, as the Palestinian story becomes more and more in the, you know, kind of like commonplace, you know, more people are reading about it that maybe typically don't seek out the news. You're winning those people over because it is a story that, when you tell, it's a story of a people that are like I said, like they're subjugated, and now you're having a situation where there's like insane levels of brutality, and then at the same time, it's the whole Streisand effect thing where you like tell people not to talk about it, people talk about it more. So there's that's happening. And actually, that was Wiggy's argument as far as like why it's worse than the SS. And I did think this argument was interesting, as far as like during the time of like Nazi Germany and things like that, in America at least, there would have been no pushback that you would have really received if you would have been anti-Nazi. I mean, you might have found somebody that was sympathetic, but the point being is like, nobody would be like, oh my God, like you can't even talk about that. You can't get federal funding or whatever the fuck. You know, so maybe it is. We have to revoke your citizenship because you're protesting Israel or whatever. Or in that case, you're protesting Nazi Germany.
And that's kind of that hindsight conversation to where it's like, could you imagine if that was the way it was? You know, or like where people will look back as like what kind of stain that would be on America. And it's like, you have to have that forethought now to look at it like that. Like, we are not supporting the good guy in this. Again, whatever beginning action you feel was justified is fine, but after that, it's like you have to look at the facts of it. So the fact, and we can go on about it forever, but the fact that in our country, our government, like you said, are the ones that are censoring people being able to speak up against it should be much more alarming than people are given credit to. You know what I mean?
No, I absolutely agree with that. And I think that
there's probably Jay Davis agrees with that. I mean,
I think that's fair to say. I think that in our position though, and that's why I think that's different when I push back on Wiggy with that. And I was like, we have to that was Standor, my bad, Wiggy. But I think we have to consider what you just said, is that if you were in Nazi Germany, there would have been a much higher level of censorship on the dissenting opinion of Nazi Germany. So now we have to just consider that we're actually on the side that's complicit in the genociding.
Right.
And so we're experiencing that, which is your government doesn't want you to get involved in it. They don't want you to do anything that's going to risk their standing.
We're Austria.
Through their, you saw it?
Austria.
Well, I mean, yeah, essentially we're there. We're there right now in the in our own way. Go ahead. You're good.
No, I was gonna say like the rich version, the more powerful version. But yeah, just that complicit friend that's like, all right, yeah, this is what you're doing. Okay, well, so it's like I don't know. I just it's kind of a bad look on America. And again, it's just ironic that when Biden was president, the MAGA crowd were so heavy on Biden and the Democrats aiding in this.
Yeah.
And then since then, a lot have stayed true to that feeling, that being mad at Trump for going ahead and, being so pro-Israel with it all.
Mm-hmm.
But just the fact that so many have kind of flipped their kind of principles on it's kind of funny. But that's just the nature of our politics.
Well, I think, though, one thing that's really dangerous for that side of the aisle is that the GOP is somebody you would consistently, they were pro-Israel, like not, and I mean, so typically historically, so is liberals as well. But you've seen that
they're an ally.
You've seen that divergence more recently from the right-wing party, as far as like they've been more outwardly outspoken with it, and to trigger some people in the audience. I mean, obviously, like a big push right now is with Nick Fuentes, who is, he holds some points of view that would make Jay Davis blush for sure. So, but the thing is when you listen to him talk and you listen to the vast amount of people that he has behind him and following him, you have to understand, like, on some of those big issues that are like moral issues of our time, we can find some common ground with. And I think the reason for that, I don't know that that's something like, I don't know that Nick Fuentes enough to say that he's making some kind of like moral calculation. He's actually standing on that because he feels compelled to, in a moral sense. I think anybody that's actually listening to the people, that's where they would land. So even if the problem is that a lot of people that we have in our mainstream media, and even a lot of the people, the bigger podcasters and things like that, they're not willing to go all the way there because they don't have the same freedom. They have sponsors and all this kind of stuff. So Nick, a good thing about him is that he's not beholden to that as much because he's been ostracized because of his views. So he's beholden to his audience. And if his audience is representative on a specific thing, as far as like representative of the whole of the country, which I think in this they actually are, then I think it's something that we should take as a win. Yeah,
and good news for Israelis and Americans alike. There's a chance to redeem yourself. Germany did it. You can always rebrand.
There you go. Yeah,
you can always change your ways. You got to get rid of the old brand.
Yeah, the old rebrand.
Yeah.
Wiggy says it's literally censored by YouTube itself if paired with other words, talking about genocide. And we have seen genocide get censored in the comments before. So that's just wrong, Jay Davis. Newsflash, you don't know everything, brother, believe it or not. But then he says it is in the title, not the comments. But yeah, we've had comments censored before because of that. So you're just wrong.
It's annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying. And like I said, I think let that shit go because of reasons like that. If it were, how did I say it? And I said, and then he said, I paired with other words. Yep, you call them. Okay, so they just go back and forth. And you talk about IQ tests right out of the bat, dude. And then is not real, committing a genocider. And oh wow, interesting. I'm just trying to find relevant shit. They use the Holocaust as a sword and shield worse than the SS. So that's kind of like what we were talking about before, as far as like, nobody else can experience this trauma because we have some kind of like ownership over the trauma itself and the word itself. It has to be called. He said, Jay Davis said, "You're asking to be called a Nazi talking like that," and then Wiggy said, "I am a National Socialist." Yeah, exactly. So I was correct. And he's like, "Oh, you're a Nazi." He says, "So I am a Nazi." All right. So they're having a come to Jesus moment together. I am American. I believe in a future for the race of America. If you want to quantify that stupid shit, but sure, I'm a big bad racist. Yes, in Nazi Germany, there would be censorship. The Zion Nazis are censoring the entire Western world. For fuck's sake. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. And I think part of that's
and that's the thing is like that. Like I just think if you think back, like I said, if America was censoring the media here to say that like if you weren't allowed to call out what Hitler was doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that would have been a big thing. So like you said,
or if you were doing stuff we were talking about today, if you were doing trade with Germany and you decided, okay, well, they're putting fucking Jews in camps, I'm gonna not do trade with them now. And then there'd be some law that's passed saying, no, you have to do trade. You have to do trade at the same level with them.
And then there's laws passed or there's procedures, practice to where if you're a student at a school and you're saying that what Hitler's doing is bad and you protest it, then you get your visa revoked and you get deported.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just
I mean, they've even right now they're even floating around. That's why this is such a like wow issue. Right now they're even floating around the idea of revoking naturalized citizenship. So yeah, I mean, I think it's something that is actually dire, and I think it's enough of a dire issue in our time to want to open up that tent to people that you have certain disagreements on.
And Jay Davis, you should be mad at people like Joe Rogan for not talking about that.
We criticize Joe Rogan all the time.
He's not beholden to working for CNN or MSNBC.
Exactly.
He claims he's independent.
No, I have. I don't know if I still have
be able
video.
to say whatever the fuck he wants.
I may not have transferred the video, but I did have a video of Joe Rogan. I don't know if I still do, but we were planning on criticizing him tonight as far as like not taking ownership over his position. And we talked about it previously as well, as far as like hopes that he would, because he had flirted with criticizing things like the deportations and things like that. But he just hasn't come out strong enough. I mean, courageous enough, if you would even call it that. I mean, I think just to call a spade in this scenario and recognize like what we're seeing, which is just, in my opinion, genocide. Or I mean, like I said, anywhere that you land around that, it's war crimes and it's things that we're complicit in. And literally, when I say complicit, it's not like, oh, we're helping out. This would be happening regardless, but we're just kind of like helping out and allowing it to take place faster, or like them to do it more comfortably or whatever. It's a situation where they literally wouldn't have the political capital to engage in what they're engaging in if it wasn't for American support on the world stage. And then just financial support, like and everything that we talked about previously.
And it's so ironic because this land was given to Israel after the Holocaust, right? Yeah. And then now they're doing it to the Palestinians. So it's like, okay, so now we got to put the Palestinians somewhere. So all right, Israel, we got to take your land back.
I think
there we go.
I think that's one of the crazy. I think so. You're touching on it there. I think that's one of the craziest parts about it is the kind of through line that you have from the Holocaust that happened against the Jews in the 40s. And then you see that through line where the same people that were put in a land end up enacting, and
that's where I said earlier, they're abused, become their abuser. The molested becomes a molester. It's like this weird cycle of like you hated it so much, but for some reason this like sinister side of you has to come out.
So I don't even some
which of it, not all the people.
Well, I'll even be a little bit more charitable in this way, where it's like I want to kind of understand and grapple with it in this way, where I could understand, like you have to think like the people that are there now, they're coming from generations of people that either were in camps,
their grandparents or the parents,
or they were people that they became refugees in other parts of the world because they were fleeing in Europe in the 40s. So whatever kind of like traumatic psychology gets passed down through being raised by a person like that, like there's going to be something to that. And I mean, in this case, you have a large group of people, which then, and also there's these people that are coming from all these different areas in the world, and then they're kind of centering around this ancient identity that they all share. It's unique in that way,
and that's where it's kind of like where we talked about it with like in the Black culture, where you have like since only the 50s or 60s. Education has been, easily accessible. And even then it was in the question to where it's like, you only have second generation to where you can understand where there's some like disdain towards white people in some families to where that's what I'm saying. Like if this is the 40s, the 30s and 40s, that's 80 years ago, 70 years ago. That's your great grandparent. That's our grandparent was a child, or our great grandparent was a child during that time. So yeah, I mean, our parents' parents. So it's just funny that you're right. Yeah, it'd definitely be this generational. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I guess you turn into the same monster.
Well, it's kind of a unique problem because they are our allies. So I understand that kind of like, kind of like line to walk as far as like publicly condemning an ally. And, previously before this war, I would have thought that we had way too much invested in Israel. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't have been somebody that would have bought into the whole, like, Israel's controlling our government and shit like that. I would have thought like a lot of the things that we get involved in over there has to do with our own kind of like greediness and wanting to, progress that mission. But no, through like what we're seeing now and over the past 2 years or however long, I do think that there's healthy skepticism around, that kind of pervasive influence in our actual government through officials themselves being compromised as far as like just, having having loyalty towards another nation that they put above the nation that they're representing, or just straight up corrupted by financials, basically. Yeah, you can go ahead if you had anything to say.
No, all I was going to say is, wasn't there? I forget which country, but they were talking about talking with the UN about how they're going to handle Israel from here on out.
Who was?
You shared it on X. I forget exactly.
Oh no, yeah, you were talking about the Irish guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He was just saying that they were proposing something. That's not going to happen though. It was just good to see that they're talking out, and it's interesting. It's interesting knowing kind of like the sort of shared history in a way between the Irish people who were an occupied people, and their sort of compassion towards the Palestinians. I mean, it's consistent as far as like when you see people. I have not seen an Irish person not support Palestine, to be honest with you. Really? It's common. Support Palestine, however the fuck, or free Palestine. So yeah, I'm with that. And I think we all are, which is great. It's just we're missing each other on some other shit. Sandor says they're trying to pass legislation that makes it illegal for you to call out is not trio. So Israel. Wow. Okay. Thank you for that, Sandor. You're the man.
Yeah.
What exactly are you guys waiting for? No, I mean, I'm with you on that. Are you waiting for Bibi to literally say, yes, we are worse than the SS? Wake up, lads, for fuck's sake.
Agreed.
Wiggy says, that's why I called race stupid multiple times. It's either it exists and should be quantified or it doesn't. No one attacked you, dude. You called us racist for saying things you're uncomfortable with. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, that's how it started out. How you might have gotten insulted after that, but you came in with the crying first. Sandor says, what did the H-man do before his genocider? Attacked and annexed land. Exactly what the Z's are doing. And they don't even care who knows. No, I agree with that. I think the greater Israel plan is very out in the forefront.
So wild.
I mean, and when you consider they've already attacked a lot of those countries that they want to be able to annex land from. So the plan is already, the thing is, we have witnessed, this is one of the most obvious examples of mission creep, where you just slowly, this is the goal. And they set this goal post and then they achieve that. And then they end up pushing the goalpost out a little bit more. Like I said, the only thing that they have stood on throughout this entire thing is the hostage situation, which they've had opportunities to release those hostages and they've passed those opportunities up. And they've made the hostages' life a living hell in the meantime. Wiggy said, I don't think America is white nation. And to apply that as such is pretty venomous.
Correct. It is not.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't take that as Wiggy's meaning either. So, by the way, out of all of us, I don't know if you're a native, Jay Davis, but I think Wiggy has more right to this land than any of us technically, but we're not going to get into that because we don't believe in that, Wiggy, right? Yet I never said the N-word. I don't say the N-word and don't have any problems with anyone's skin color. So I don't know. They're talking about some other shit. I think Jay Davis might have accused him of saying the N-word or something. Yeah. I said Jewry in reference to a people who practice Judaism. I mean,
It's
like,
just a goofy way to say it.
he's
That's
just
all it
fucking
was.
Jesus
This is a
Christ.
goofy thing, man.
Why don't you look up the definition?
You didn't, you didn't like the joke.
Yeah, exactly. Wiggy says, we never answered what color is your wife, Mr. Racist Hater.
Who? His
no.
wife is not white.
No, that's not me. That was they're not asking about me, but also true. Wiggy said that I think it's because I'm skipping Jay Davis's comments because it's just too all over the place and it just takes us too far away from whatever we're actually trying to talk about.
My bad.
So there's a lot of shit that they're responding to, and then they're also responding to the actual conversation. But yeah, just like I said, I want to make sure to be able to get into a few more things before you head out. And I understand you have a job to get to tomorrow. So I hate people for an intrinsic trait. Take it up with Webster, you giant pussy. And then we all right. They're going back and forth. So I'm just gonna.
I thought they made up. I thought somewhere there was like
no, they didn't really make up. They're arguing about like what you should identify as. Fucking Jay Davis is like, just call yourself a socialist. I told you they're completely unhinged. Oh, Jaded Spades,
Wiggy,
good to see you.
Wiggy, you are a socialist.
He says that. He says that. So it's like,
but what is Jay Davis saying? Because he literally called himself a socialist.
Well, he's a national socialist, so that's a Nazi party. So he's like, oh, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi.
Yeah, you do have to. But distance yourself a little bit.
But fucking Wiggy's saying that just to trigger the fucking libs, bro.
Brother,
it works.
You know what? Listen, there's no hobbits around here. Okay, we don't need trolls.
Yeah, no, I mean, first off, we don't.
Lord of the Ring.
We don't mind troll. Fun trolls. They can stick around and they add to the conversation.
I just want to
sometimes the fucking troll is just taking us into fucking troll land, and we can't go into troll land with you, brother. We got to stick right here. We got to deal with what we're dealing with. We have another video here. I showed that was just a little sneak peek of Rappaport's powers. I have another video with Rappaport, also with Chris Cumia. So if you guys know Chris Cumia, he's on News Nation.
That's not a right wing.
One of my least favorite commentators on this issue, probably honestly, Jay Davis would be like, fucking Chris Cumia, anything that he says, just fucking, he has the right to say it. Fucking why? But Chris Cumia's in here. He is gonna let us know how he feels about Israel and protect them at all costs.
Since October 7th, when Israel was attacked, there's been a nearly 400% increase in anti-Semitic incidents, increasing across the country. So much for the Jews controlling the media, right? You know that old myth? Because they are getting killed on social media and, frankly, in much of the coverage.
There's a stark difference.
Yeah.
I think.
Does he know the difference between media and social media?
And media.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm glad you hopped in there.
Corporate media in, who owns Comcast?
Well, and by the way, if you want to, he's just a dishonest fucking hack. But if you want to be honest, like mainstream media has given tons of cover to Israel consistently throughout this entire conflict, in my opinion. Go ahead.
And are people attacking Jewish people physically in this country?
In America, you're saying?
Yeah.
I have read, there was this poll that I read like probably fucking a month ago that said that there was an uptick in anti-Semitism, but you have to understand, like, we're also broadening what anti-Semitism even means. So, you know, like as far as like attacked, I'll have to look up exactly those numbers. Because
if you're talking about just tweets, I'm sorry.
Well, the thing is, I would even agree with that. That's what I'm saying. Jay Davis he just came in too hot, because it's like, I would agree that there actually is an uptick in anti-Semitism. Now, if we want to have an honest conversation, we would have to say why, and is there any accountability on Israel, not Jewish people, because once again, we have to separate that. But
let's back it up in time and let's make it relative to our own emotions.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say this was the 1950s. I guess you could say that if there was a Twitter, there would be an uptick in anti-white commentary when they have the Tulsa issue or Birmingham, where they're spraying people in the fucking street with fire hoses. So maybe there might be a reason that people are emotionally reacting to Israel and causing these anti-Semitic commentary.
No, I think
maybe.
Let's see here. Jade, so
Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I was like, I want to catch their their like reconciliation if it happens. So I'm trying to keep a little bit of an eye out, but so unhinged.
I don't think either wants it. I think at this point, neither.
Well, I mean, right here, this seems like somewhat cordial. So I read this kind of conversation. Wiggy said something. He said, "I'm assuming you're a white dude. I apologize." And then Wiggy said, "That's probably racist." And then Jay Davis's response wasn't totally like absolutely unhinged. He said it's a little racist, which, hey, I think that's like, once again, we're not against calling things out as like, hey, maybe that's racist.
It is racist in a way. Again, now listen, now this is where the conversation about racism has to, yes, you're right. Assuming a race is textbook racism. Is it hostile racism? No, it is innocent racism. Okay. So for example, me saying, hey, listen, you probably like hot sauce.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, me too.
Because, you know, certain things. You know what? You grew up in black culture, you're a black guy.
Yeah.
You might know what a pick is.
You might. Yeah. So we make some assumptions based on race.
You might know what certain brushes do versus what, you know, just typical white.
You might
guy.
have
all those assumptions is racism.
You might know what certain brush technology. Yeah. I don't know.
When my brother Javon is late, for example, when he said, "Hey, we're having a surprise birthday party for my girlfriend," it was at 2:00, and I said, "Hey, is this like we show up at 2:00 and or like the surprise is at 2:00?" He said it starts at 2:00. Me, I should have known better. Okay, because of who Javon is.
Yeah,
and we in the CPT time.
Yeah.
Okay, and we get there at 1:30. He doesn't go to get his girlfriend so we can start the surprise till 3:30. That's a 2-hour behind. Now, is it racist to say that it's CPT? Sure.
Yeah.
But does society understand what color people time means?
Yeah. I mean, also, like, are you kind of just like making a, you know, you're making it funny?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because, yes, I'm making it funny.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that you're literally assuming all black people are going to be late.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So that's why I'm saying we have to have, that's the kind of grace I think we should afford one another, is that you can make that kind of statement.
Yes.
And make an observation. You're like, oh, this kind of matches up with this thing.
But someone like Jay Davis could obviously look at that and
Holy
be like,
fuck, you racist.
And be like, wow, you're being racist because he's black. You think he's going to be.
No, return your KKK card.
No, he's usually 2 hours late. And yeah, my brother's late all the time. Okay. Yeah. I'm also late to everything. So,
exactly. By the way, Jay Davis said, I'm mostly white, but not entirely.
Okay.
Right, good for you, brother. There you go.
23 me.
A true American mutt like myself, embrace it, Wiggy says.
He has that Portuguese in him.
Who?
Jay Davis.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Who knows? He said,
true colonizer.
Before your, I think he's saying before your information. I'm not sure what this acronym means, so call me retarded. He said, I view America as being colonized land that belongs to the natives despite being a veteran. Okay, that's an interesting point of view to hold. I'm not mad at that.
I agree with you.
Yeah, he said the new breed. Yeah, that's a different kind of soldier. I want my soldiers to be down to take land. Fuck that. What's the percentile increase in genocide? I think that's in response to the how much anti-Semitism has increased. I think that's what Sandor is referring to there. The thing is, if you're a native, so if you can keep it on topic, Jay Davis, I will go back to reading your comments, brother. I would actually like to hear your input, believe it or not. But if you're just going on crazy tirades, I can't derail it too much because then we already missed out on a bunch of good time that I would have had with my friend Paul here. The thing is, if you're a native, I don't know why you would lean so much into the nationalism. Nationalism is just a dead end movement that does damage to the people it's supposed to serve, as it usually ends up serving capital instead.
Now, listen, fair. We have the same question for Wiggy.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand it personally. Yeah. I think me and Wiggy, see, I want to put words in your mouth, but I am moving. I'm going through the metamorphosis of, you know, your typical kind of Caucasian man, where I'm starting to come to the point where it's like these weird conversations around race really make me fucking cringe a lot of the times. You know what I mean? Because it's like, at the end of the day, I think we are removed from a lot of things that we end up like really harping on when it centers around race. That what Wiggy was mentioning earlier, as far as like an American race, I think that's what hopefully at some point we're moving towards as we start to become even more of a multicultural melting pot. And people are like honestly, because I laugh at anybody that even thinks that they know what the fuck they are. And I've talked about this on the podcast, where it's like when you end up looking, half the time people get to 23andMe, they're completely shocked. Of course, because it's like, what are the, infidelity, this or that ends up happening, in modern day. What are the odds that your great, all of those people were all faithful or never conquered or whatever the fucking situation is, depending on how far back your bloodline goes. So yeah, I mean, for me, I do think that in order for us to have be able to get on the same page and have a clear view of our fellow American, we do have to try to shed some of the additional identities that we really hold on to. Not that I love culture, so not that I want to make it fucking illegal to represent your culture or whatever kind of thing like that, but I do think that a kind of pride and and what Wiggy's talking about when he talks about nationalism is that kind of national pride of America and that I want to represent this first and foremost. That's what I take from what Wiggy tries to explain. And let me know if maybe I'm sugarcoating that too much.
But that's to me more of a patriotism than it is. I guess not. I guess I get what you're saying. Where
it's tied to putting America first,
right?
Yeah,
and that's where I kind of look at it more as a patriotism thing.
That's not patriotism. Pride is the patriotism thing.
Right.
So you're right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And probably if you're nationalist, you're probably on average patriotic.
Yeah, but a lot of times the nationalists, and we're we're the pushback, and I'm assuming we're the Jay Davis pushback is.
Yeah, sure.
A lot of times the nationalist part comes from the white nationalists,
of course,
who believe that the race, the culture that you're supposed to have for American culture is this white culture, and that you got to preserve. And how many times have we heard it? The percentage thing of, by the time the white man would become a minority, and that has become such a fear. So that's where the whole nationalism thing gets the bad name again, just like socialism gets a bad name because of Hitler and people like that using socialism as this mask.
Yeah.
Same thing with white nationalism. So I can understand where you guys are at with that. It's just you have to understand, and you do. I know you do.
Yeah, historically that carries baggage.
Yeah, but not only that when you look at what an American is, you don't have an exact picture. It's an ever changing picture of what an American is and what that culture is supposed to be.
Yeah, but I think what Wiggy's saying is leaving room for that. What he's saying is
that's what I agree.
He even said earlier, he said, that's why I said American race, and he put it in quotes.
Yeah.
Just because it doesn't have to be specific, because that was Jay Davis's charge. Is it's tied to white nationalism or whatever. So I agree that you do have to fight against that, and I do think from a historical context, even think about some of the Palestinian chants and shit. They have to fight the historical context there, the From the River to the Sea or the globalized intifada. You see conversations get bogged down in this when people are saying, whether you believe in them or not, I guess maybe another layer to this conversation, because maybe people think it's dog whistling and they don't mean their explanation. Their explanation is just kind of to appease. But people say, it's a sign of resistance for me. It doesn't mean what maybe literally other people have utilized it to me. So represent.
Sometimes you need to be a little bit more creative, maybe. But for me, I was more just because I understand where Jay Davis is, so I just kind of wanted to explain it to him that there is a form of nationalism as long as you have it how you guys are saying.
Yeah.
That it's not the boogeyman.
Well, I think that's becoming more,
and that's where the socialist nationalist is kind of an understandable viewpoint.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, and I think that's part of the scary part with Hitler, for example, is that he did use that to kind of sneak in his authoritarian. yeah. So but anyway, so Wiggy says America belongs to the people who live on the land, and this coming from a card holding native. And Jay Davis says, and to say I'm a Nazi so he says to say I'm a Nazi to own the libs. That's not, I said that. I don't know if Wiggy said that. That's not actually why I think he says that.
Wiggy, you never told us.
Well, I guess kind of that is pretty much why he says it. Really.
On the outlook on Seminoles. So if you could get
back to that, please. If you can get back to how Native people view Seminoles. Jay Davis says, while we are literally pulling brown people in camps, is a little tone deaf.
I feel you.
I mean, but honestly, Wiggy is he's
brown.
Well, I mean, he's extremely outspoken about exactly what you're talking about, putting the people in camp.
Same side.
Yeah, so it's he's on the same side with that. He's consistent with it.
He's just more abrasive.
Yeah. Plus, I think he's provocative. He's being provocative.
You're both a cup of tea.
You actually are both a couple tea, to be honest.
You know, you have some sugar.
Yeah.
He has some vodka.
It's a good
Both
way to
are
put it.
tea.
Yeah. They Sandor says they just got how many millions in reparations because of the college protests? Question mark. They just got millions in because of the college protest. That must have got censored or something at first. Jade Spade says, good observation, Sandor. Like a 2 million% increase. That might be centered around the what's the increase of the genocide, I'm assuming. Sandor said, did anybody run cover for the good Germans? I'm not sure if people did. Yes, America did. Okay, there you go. America was
we took
Harris
in
Reddiff from siding with Access
did we take in a lot of
in a way. Huh?
like refugees during that time?
Oh yeah,
Like
definitely.
German
Yeah, yeah.
immigrants.
Well, Jews.
Oh yeah, the
we have a
Jews,
long
for
history.
sure. That was New York.
We have a long history of racism. Nobody's denying that, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely agree. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for that. Jay Davis said the FWIW for what it's worth. Brother,
Okay.
we'll hear whatever you have to say out, and we'll engage with it in good faith if you're engaging in good faith for sure. To unite the Eurasian landmass heartlands and control trade for the next 1,000 years. I'm not sure what that was in response to. I might have missed that. Because you have to define a people to socially protect. And that's Wiggy. And then this is Jay Davis, or you have to universally protect human rights. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Agreed.
I know easier said than done. Feel free to scoff. That one, and we didn't scoff.
No,
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree
We
with
said
that.
that all the time.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
I understand where it sounds like a utopia, but I don't think that it's necessarily this mythical place that can't exist.
Well, the only thing we're really disagreeing with you on so far is just that, like, I think that people should be able to use offensive language and it be okay when you're having just like internet discourse
within reason.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Listen,
I mean, I guess I don't know. You'd have to give me an example.
You
You'd have
can't
to give me an
just come
example.
in. You just come in and be like, well, if we're having any type of historical debate or anything, really crime, and you just come in and start using the N word. You know, it's a little.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, you're not. That's shit like that is going to be obviously not acceptable because it's not even like engaging with the.
Yeah. I was drawing the clear line.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm with you.
Yeah. Okay. Where Jewry
is what I think the
is
answer
not there.
Yeah.
Okay?
No, I don't think that's
line.
as egregious.
Yeah.
Then he said, but it's what I think the answer is. I actually agree with you, Jay Davis, brother, and yeah, we're in full agreement, and Paul agrees. I think that ideally is the correct answer. I don't like pure communism. This is Wiggy. I don't like pure communism. I don't like the Soviet Union. What the Soviet Union became. Even they tried to have the whole new Soviet man, I think. I'm trying to see there. It's a little blurry. Thing going on just to cover the cracks. And then we have Jada Spades here. Shout out to Jada Spades in the building again. Nationalism is an authoritarian ideology, while patriotism is pride in one's country. Yes, thank you for clearing that up. That is facts. Exactly.
It's such a thin line.
We have arrived. Paul is confusing patriotism with nationalism. Nationalism is nativist. And that was Jay Davis. Wiggy Wom says nationalist in its broadest sense just means a belief in sovereignty over international community.
Right. Okay.
And then Randy says bingo.
So and that's where it kind of gets to like more of like a yourself viewpoint.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that you're taking that ideology, like you're removing it from any of the baggage of it, I think. And I think you're taking it for exactly what it is. We'll pull up the definition. I mean, since this has become like a decent conversation for this pod.
Because I'm all for patriotism. Nationalism is where it kind of gets like we're not alone here, you know. You got to remember that we live on a planet where we are interwoven and possibly being unwoven through trade. And
do you think that the need of the global community should rival the need of the domestic? That's kind of the question, because I mean, nobody's saying like, oh, we should just completely ignore the entire outside world entirely, but really what Wiggy's saying, like, the number one priority before anything else should be that you're taking care of Americans. And there's a great argument
So
that's not happening currently.
well, that's kind of where Trump's entire thing it was always supposed to be, right? Where we're going to take care of ourselves before anyone else.
Sure.
And that's where you have okay, sounds great on paper and it sounds great when you say it, but then you have to go through the nuance of all that goes on a global scale. And there's going to be places where you're not winning everywhere. You're going to have to lose in some regards because the other side of the coin has to win in some places as well. So yes, there has to be some sacrifice as far as on a national scale for the international reasons, but you can't fully obviously neglect your national sense for the globe.
So
there has to be a delicate balance.
Let's flip it. Do you think that the domestic population should have to suffer for the benefit of the global population if that's a decision you're making?
But what's the suffering? Not suffer, but I mean, not get everything that you like. Yeah, we could easily make it.
Question. I can ask a very specific question. So let's say here, no health care. We subsidize, for example, NATO, and then we also do it with Israel specifically to the tune of billions of dollars a year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a perfect example. And that is a nation that provides free healthcare. In some cases, in the settlements and things like that, they'll provide them with a fucking house.
Right.
So it's like, we're nowhere near that. We're not even providing like what I think me and you would agree with. There might be some disagreement in the comments, but I know me and you would agree that in a civilized country, something like healthcare is just a human right. It should be provided. Yes. So I mean, that's an example.
Okay, so I guess when we say that we're helping these countries get their universal healthcare, we're paying for it fully. We're paying for it somewhat. What are we getting on the back end?
Yeah.
What is it that they're giving us for this? Because like all that's one part of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
The other side of it is, I would understand that point, and I'm not saying that like you're making the point of like what Trump and a lot of MAGA has made, but I would understand that point and that kind of we need to not help them get their universal health care so we can have it.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that.
No, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like that's kind of what like MAGA has been that's been their stance, right?
Yeah.
So if one, the plan was to give us that, and then two, if it wasn't the insurance companies were some of the richest, most profitable companies in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So I still think that we could still help these countries be better places for their people, while also having laws and regulations in place here that gives us the same affordability and us the same care.
Yeah, but to the extent that that's happening now, we're taking the brunt from a social perspective. Like, our social safety net is absolute dog shit here. I mean, here, if you're taking unemployment out, for example, in Florida, I mean, you're making like $200 something a week or something like that. I don't remember. It's been a really long time. But it was completely unlivable. And me, I've made good money in my life. I paid a shit ton of taxes, so to put that in any perspective, I've paid in way past any amount that they're paying me back out, but they're very incredulous when it comes to supporting the people of this country, it feels like. And like I said, I feel like we just can't make that argument because our country specifically is actually failing its people.
Yeah, but our politicians.
I gotta get to this, but I'm gonna let you finish. I just want to say I have this definition.
But our politicians, they're so beholden to big donors, and a lot of that's insurance,
and also a lot of it's international interest,
right? So and the thing is, when it comes to this, and like I said, if we are to go ahead and make it to where the insurance companies can't profit as much as they can, then we can go ahead and make insurance either more affordable, or we can't, through tax dollars, go ahead and make it universal. I do think that with us having the largest GDP in the world, we don't do that all by ourselves.
Sure.
That isn't just we're self-made there.
Yeah.
So that's where part of that is because of where the other countries
You're talking about trade though. So I'm not saying that not to engage in trade at all. Although, however much that we can make that a focus and we can actually think about the state of the American middle class. Like we've lost it. We've literally lost it. While other countries, we've actually created middle class for their country by doing business with them.
But is that, I'm sorry to cut you out there. So with us doing that, that's the reason our middle class struggles. And I don't think that's what you're saying.
No, but that is a huge part of it. I will say that's a huge part of it. Hold on. No, of course it is. Of course it is. Shipping over the manufacturing infrastructure over to China.
Yes.
Like I said, which was a fucking desolate country dealing with starvation, a shithole. And then we elevated, which, like I said, isn't on its face a bad thing. Of course, I don't want Chinese people to suffer or whatever. Like, I would like for them to figure that out, and as much as we can help, while not completely sacrificing our middle class, while enriching our billionaire class. Like, that's the issue that I always have there. And I think that the reality is, though, with, like, for example, places like Israel, that is the trade-off that we're making. Like, as far as like we're funding them and then other kind of like forever war projects, and then we aren't placing that funding. It is a question where, like, yeah, if we didn't put the money there, we could put it here. Now, to your point, do I trust that our government would do that? Of course not.
No, but to like the manufacturing thing, one, that was the corporations, Steve Jobs. That was the corporations finding a way to save money so that at that same time, that's when the wealth disparity started growing so much. So even if the plan of us bringing manufacturing here were the thing, and we were to, I don't think that's going to bolster our working class.
How you just represented it, though, was just a little reductive, because it wasn't just the business. Our government
had Apple not made the iPhone $1,200, and it'd be $700, and them still profit hundreds of dollars per iPhone. Then we wouldn't have as much of an issue as we have. So then we could have more money to pay for certain things that are more important and more necessary in life. And again, we could tax corporations more, so that way we can have the money to pay for universal health care, which again, that's a forever debate.
Well, no,
but I get your
this
point.
is the thing. This is why I think that it's such a sticking point for me, is that I love how you're talking about that, but kind of how you're talking about it almost makes it seem, and I know you don't feel like this because we already agreed on it, like we're talking about something we both agree and believe that it's a basic human right, yet it's not afforded to Americans in this country today. So it's like, we're not talking about like something that it would be nice to have, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like we're not talking about like high-speed railways from east to west, or like, wow, it'd be nice if we were able to build that, but we're sending all this money over to Israel or this or this or that. It's like, and also we're not using a country as an example that doesn't already provide that right to their people. So it's like, I think that it's a very I think it's a little bit more I think it's a little bit more complicated than we can just kind of all coexist. We can all benefit equally at the same time, especially when, like I said, these decisions, the people that are in charge of making them, for example, I'll use this person as an example, the president of the United States, Donald fucking Trump. Think about his two biggest donors I can think of off the top of my head. Miriam Adelson, which gave him money because she wanted the things that are happening in Israel right now. That's what she wanted. And we're seeing it actually happen. So she was one of his biggest donors. We're seeing basically the influence directly on the president allow him to put, just because his pockets got fatter, he's willing to put those interests above the interests of the people. Obviously, like people in Texas that need relief right now, like fucking whether or not they're for Israel or not should be completely irrelevant. What the fuck does it even matter? You know what I mean? I know we're in agreement on that. So it's like, here, I want to read this because they have a shit ton of comments, to be honest. I've had up on the screen Nationalist, so they've already responded to the fact that I put this up for them, and I have no idea what the fuck they're saying. But this is what the Nationalist definition is, just off Google, so we can dig a little bit deeper if we want, if somebody asks in the comments or something. But nationalist, noun, a person who strongly identifies with their own nation and vigorously supports its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the interests of other nations. So that would be really the sticking point to kind of like it. And that's
obviously my rub off. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't clearly say anything about like as far as like race and things like that. So I think that was a lot of the condemnation on Wiggy in the chat. So I think, you know, that definition anyways kind of absolves him from it, that it can be
make him a racist.
Yeah, it can be separate from that ideology. Did you have anything to say on that? I'm about to read these comments.
I just wanted to finish the part. I think that it's very easy for us to be able to still help our allies in the EU and still help countries while we have the largest GDP, thanks to their help as well, but we have it all and we're able to help that and also get ourselves universal health care. The plans have been put in place to where it wouldn't raise the deficit. We have the money available. We're just reallocating funds to go ahead and do it. It's getting more tax revenue. It's not, before we were helping Israel out, it's not like we had the health care. We
were way further away from that as even like a political ideology we can get behind.
Yeah,
I mean, when Israel was founded, we were like coming out of the robber baron era.
Yeah,
so it's like, definitely it wasn't in consideration.
But what I'm saying is, I like just now, but I would understand more or agree more with it if we were hurting for the money. But it's like we have it. But go ahead.
Okay. Jay Davis says you should consider whether your definitions are pragmatic or only serve to sow division. I mean, but the most division was sowed by your response to it for sure, brother. I mean, I think if you had just engaged with the individual, you wouldn't have had the misunderstanding. If you think America is the greatest country on the planet, you are by definition a rabid nationalist. I hated you an hour ago just because you want to say Jewry and call yourself a Nazi. I asked sincerely, is it worth it? Yeah, but you got to take accountability for your own reaction, brother.
Yeah,
honestly,
that is true.
You could fucking went in and had your veins about to pop out. Plus, not to even mention, and I don't know if there's any, thing going on up there, Jay Davis, and I'm not even saying that to be mean, brother. I welcome it even if there was. You guys had this conversation before.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure you guys had this exact conversation.
I do want to say that part about the American being the best country, we've talked about that before.
Yeah.
That's part of that arrogant American culture. It's just part of it.
Exceptionalism.
And again, I think that a lot of countries feel that way, though. I don't know how many countries sit there and just sit there and say that they're in the worst country on the planet. It's hard for me to say what country would be better than the United States. And I know it's there. I can't tell you. Yeah, but I also can't tell you anything that's better than the Dolphins. So,
which is obviously wrong.
Nope.
But no, I mean, with your American point, though, I think, it's tough because a lot of what we tie our identity to has been called in question, like seriously recently, as far as like the right to discourse and free speech and the government not infringing on that. I think those things are really alarming. Seriously. So Sandor said you took Nazi scientists, which we did do that. Jay Davis, you got to just say. Also, I do agree with that, Wiggy. So Jay Davis actually agreed with something Wiggy said. I'm not sure what it is. He said American Latin supremacist Nazi, to be precise, I guess.
So what country is squeaky clean?
Oh, well, squeaky clean.
Canada?
Oh, fuck no.
They hated us.
No. They had natives. They had natives as well.
The French helped us with that.
Yeah. And then he said, Jay Davis said, I thought all the America #1 was tiresome before I even joined the military. I only did because I couldn't afford college. I feel it.
No, and you know what? And listen, and I appreciate you being honest. Yeah. Because there's a lot of veterans out there that like they act like that, man. Like they, with what you said earlier, asking if we served, and I took offense to it because I get asked that a lot when it comes to like debating with people.
Yeah.
They're like, well, I was in the military. And it's like, okay, cool. You want me to suck your dick now or later? Like, I don't know what you want from this.
Yeah.
I appreciate that that's the path you chose.
Yeah.
But don't insult me in thinking that and not understand that I understand that a lot of people chose that path because it unfortunately was their option, their last resort. Not so many people that went to the military did so outside of right after 2001.
Yeah.
During World War II, we had a draft in Vietnam, but it's like at these times, like not so many people grow up saying, I'm going to be in the military and then go into it. And you have your people, but a lot of people go into it because it was your resort. So that doesn't make you holier than thou.
Well, I mean, the corruption, I think when people, have a kind of already distrust of the government, it kind of sours your desire to serve in the military.
How do I want to die for that fat fuck?
Wiggy said, I don't want you to think I want people in camps and to kick Mexicans out for white America, where you usually think Nazis go. Silly goose. And then Jay Davis. Let me just see how much we got here. God damn, we got too much. Like I said, I gotta get to another comment. I gotta get to this video here because I want to get to it before Paul gets out of here. and you guys just went too goddamn hard, but I'm sure it's a great conversation. Let's go ahead and pull that down. This is the Kumio and Rappaport actual interview. So the guy that we just watched in that small video said, Jews are the chosen people. Why are people so hard on us about everything? Come on. This is him in a full-length interview to really piss everybody off. He just really triggers people, I'll be honest. So I had to play the video. But he is also a Zionist, so it gives us kind of that other perspective to, view and dissect. And let's go ahead and get into it.
In terms of where the needle is.
Yeah, we already saw
so much for the Jews controlling the media, right? You know, that old myth, because they are getting killed on social media and frankly in much of the coverage in terms of where the needle is. And I've seen who has decided to be quiet and who has decided to make their witness. And one of the standouts has been actor, comedian, and podcast host Michael Rappaport. Okay, now he is a real New Yorker. He takes his faith and his culture as a Jewish person very seriously. And he says he hears what's happening and he sees what's happening even in what was his party, the Democratic Party. And he joins me now. Mike, appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me, Chris. How you doing?
Well, I've been better, but I think it's about the good fight and it's about standing up for what makes sense. I never thought in my life, you and I come from the same place, same kind of friends, and I always thought that my Jewish brothers had graduated to whiteness just like I have, right? My father was considered an ethnic. He was an Italian.
What the fuck is
I'm a white guy. I figured you were a white guy too. You're not a white guy. You're a Jew. And
you want to say something about that?
No, I'm just really listen.
Graduated to white guy is a crazy fucking thing to say.
I love how he's painting this as a victim. That Jew is now a whole ethnicity, and you're no longer white. You're now just a Jew, and it's going to be dirty connotation and all this.
This is why I wanted to play this, because Kumio is one of the biggest water carriers of Zionism, and fucking Rappaport was just on that last video like we saw. I was like, why are people so hard on us? This is the kind of puff bullshit interviews that I typically see.
It's just funny because it's like okay, I get it. You're a proud Jewish man.
Yeah.
If you're a Christian during the Crusades, you're gonna sit there and say that everything was right because you're a Christian. I mean, it's just you can't just sit there.
He full on supports. Rappaport full on supports the engagement in Gaza.
Kumo, clearly, my God.
Yeah, no, he's a fucking idiot. And I actually saw a video. I think I have it on here, but I'll watch it a little bit later. It's probably be after you head out. The where he's like, has the left kind of left me on the Israel thing? He's having this realization where he's
left you and your brother a long time ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. Which is obvious.
Yeah, Jews, and I'm proud to be Mishpucha. I'm proud to be extended family to the Jews I choose as family, but I never thought I'd be thankful for them in America for.
He butchered that word.
Yeah, he's like, this guy's basically blowing me right now on his own show.
Acknowledging their right
to
exist.
I never thought that there would be 50 hostages still in captivity 648 days later. I never thought
300,000
in New York City they would be continuing to rip down posters of those hostages. I never thought they would be ripping them down the day after the posters were put up. I never thought on the streets of New York City people would be screaming about globalizing the Intifada.
Meanwhile, Israel is engaged in a famine.
Never imagined any of this.
People on the streets of New York are yelling things that are mean, guys. Jay Davis, close your ears, brother.
Children are dying of starvation.
Close your ears, brother. Yeah.
Their insides are eating themselves.
Yeah, people are fucking dying. Their entire existence, everywhere they've ever lived in their life, has been fucking leveled to the ground, while fucking president from across the ocean is saying, yeah, that's great real estate. We're gonna
brother, great real estate. We can't wait to build it up.
Yeah, he said something on it today.
His son-in-law is gonna be the one running the whole thing. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fucking great. Meanwhile, you have kids running into the fucking ocean to grab a water bottle with rice sent from Egypt.
Yeah.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Go ahead. Sorry.
This guy right here. Jay Davis, close your ears, brother.
It's a crazy, 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 unbelievable time. And unfortunately, anti-Jewishness, anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism is at an all-time high. I wish I knew how we got here, but here we are. It's an amazing amazing thing to witness. It's
yeah.
On top of the fact that
I doubt his algorithm is the same as ours, brother. To be honest,
I just want to know how he got here.
His algorithm is probably nothing but sports and fucking rabbis. He used to have a sports show. I don't know if he still does
Hey, listen, when he got divorced for cheating on his wife, I don't know if that happened. I'm just
okay. I'm like, oh shit, okay, the fucking drop.
I was gonna say he probably has the same question. I don't know how we got here.
Yeah,
what happened? We were happy last I checked.
The hostages, 2 of whom are American, are still in captivity.
And look, everybody talks about Israel having to stop, right? It's too much, it's too long, it's too severe. Nobody says anything about Hamas surrendering and relinquishing all power and releasing people from their control.
People say that all the time.
Puts any onus on Hamas. And now we see with the Epstein files, left fringe and right fringe.
I remember people, by the way, anytime they'd come on a show to even have a conversation about this topic, they had to say that they condemned Hamas. So I'm like, literally, what the fuck is this guy even talking about?
Well, now he's bringing up Epstein, which is anti-Semitic.
The reason we haven't got more information is because Israel's behind it. He's a Mossad agent. Israel's telling Trump to shut up about it. What do you make of that?
What do you make of that?
You're talking about Mr. America Last, Mr. Boughton Sold. You're talking about Qatari's little love doll, Tucker Carlson.
That's true.
Who he doesn't have that spunk. He was sitting in front of the president of Iran. He didn't have that spunk when he was in front of the president of Iran. He didn't have that same spunk that he had this weekend at that conference that I would imagine he got paid to show up at. He didn't have that spunk in front of Putin. But when he's in front of an audience.
So what? I mean, just if he got paid, what does it matter? He shouldn't represent his views.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd just be interesting. Somebody that feels as if they can pay you, and that should allow them to control your views. Yeah. It's very telling. And maybe
are they showing pictures of Trudeau?
Huh?
Is that Trudeau?
No, that's Tucker Carlson.
Okay, at first that's what I thought, and then I was like, they're talking about the politicians, so
yeah,
he's got all that spunk in front of the guy, the president of Iran. He's like giving a manicure pedicure massage. What Tucker Carlson says means nothing to me in regarding the Jews. This is a guy who, in my opinion, has turned into an Iranian sex doll. He's America last. He complained about the attack against Iran. He's supposed to be America first. Iran has been saying for years that they want to destroy America first. And so I think Tucker Carlson speaks for nobody but himself. I think he's a performer who is now bought and sold. In regards to the Epstein situation, listen, it all comes back to the Jews. Even Twitter hacked Elmo.
Man's name is Epstein.
He got his Twitter hacked the other day, and it was the Jews. And he had an opportunity. He could have said something about everybody else, but it was just the Jews. It wasn't Latinos. It wasn't the Italians. It wasn't short people, tall people, black people, LGBTQ. Elmo got hacked, and it was only the Jews.
I think Rappaport's a fan of Trump, though, so I mean, he wouldn't appreciate that either. He put "kill all Jews." Well, that's pretty tough.
Yeah, it's a tough one to. Rappaport, come on, man. Rappaport's the same person that gets on and tries to rip people apart, calls women fat all the time. Like you can't be a bully, you can't be a cyber bully, and then cry about cyberbullying.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, obviously, this is fucked up and anti-Semitic.
I don't agree with it.
You don't want Elmo tweeting this crazy ass shit, but to act like that somehow is a mirror of media and mainstream media specifically, I think it's so crazy. Now, social media, I get the initial point that they make because I do think that the opinion is more varied on there. But you have plenty of fucking Israeli sock puppets like Rappaport, for example, that will get on there and go live once a day to just tell you how he's so proud of what Israel's been doing. Go ahead. You're good.
But no, he's acting like this is PBS running this Twitter page. Yeah, I don't think it's really Elmo. It's just
it still is anti-Semitic, and he's just saying as far as being permissible.
But it's just.
But I mean, it's not permissible. It immediately got addressed by whoever at Twitter. I mean, they were hacked, for fuck's sake. So it's to think hackers and whatever kind of fallacious thing that they put out on this profile is somehow representative of even the hackers' opinions, to be completely honest. A lot of times you get hacked by some troll. I mean, we saw fucking Gucci Mane got hacked and said that all kinds of shit about fucking Waka Flocka's mom and all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp got hacked before too.
Oh, there you go. Shannon Sharp. Yeah.
Yeah.
When
A
he's,
video released.
Yeah. I
But
remember that.
no,
The video.
look, it's just that's just social media. Okay,
That's social media in a nutshell.
social media is a cesspool, especially Twitter. If you're gonna
Twitter
stay
is
here
disgusting,
and act like that the world is
that Twitter's
Twitter,
representative, yeah.
then you got fucking mental issues.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, that place.
But
is
if you want
to unserious,
if you want to be constantly offended, though, then I mean, it's the perfect place to be.
if you want to
Jay
be
Davis-
mad at all
Jay
times,
Davis, brother, I don't know if
go
you
on
would
Twitter.
survive. Your
I'm
head
telling
might
you.
fucking explode.
tell you.
And then by the way, this was an interesting comment that Jay Davis dropped. He said the idea is just that we act like we are all different, but dogs respect other dogs. We look way more similar to each other, and yet we can't do the same. We are worse
Agreed.
than dogs. I think that's a interesting point there, my brother.
Me and my son had that conversation not too long ago about how like we're so different from every other species.
How old's your son?
He is 11.
Wow, Jay Davis, you're so fucking smart. An 11-year-old thought the same fucking thing that you did, genius. Jesus fucking Christ, retard.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just playing, literally. I'm just fucking around. But Wiggy says, by as I see the universe, it's everything has kind of been programmed into it. We have agency, sure, but that's the whole will to power thing. Yeah, that's interesting. Wiggy's been having this serious like dilemma of fate. It seems like. So I'm excited to see you go down that
Wiggy,
journey wherever
do
that
you
leads
do
you.
mushrooms again? You have not answered a few questions of mine.
Yeah, he has.
Has he? Did he respond to the Seminole?
I haven't
No.
seen anything about the
I mean,
criminals.
mushrooms. He said he has.
I don't remember.
Because
Wiggy,
he
Paul
sounds
really
like
wants to know. Paul really wants to know if you partake in psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah, brother. I mean, that was a was a good mushroom thought.
Oh yeah, no, it's very thoughtful. And then Jay Davis said, I don't take a stance on religion. He said that he's not militantly atheist. I am agnostic. What a reasonable man.
I agree. I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I respect.
Yeah.
I'm not Christian, but I'm Christian-ish.
Huh.
You know,
You're like culturally Christian.
I hate
one of those
man-made religion. I believe in is God the universe or God? I don't know. But there's something there.
Sounds like you're agnostic. You're just completely undecided on it. But either way,
I've always been
I'll let you be whatever you identify as. It's not a big deal. It doesn't matter to me, brother. You're good.
spiritual.
Spiritual. I like that. Wiggy says dogs fuck each other up, dude. What are you talking about? For social order above all. Not when their needs are met. This is them going back and forth as far as like our dogs better than humans. Just like people.
We are smarter than dogs.
Dogs never
conversation.
Dogs never. He says, this is funny. Dogs have never genocide each other. I mean, they don't actually have the means to do that, right?
But yes, you
Not
never
once.
really. Which I don't know. Do ant piles? Do ants colonies go to other
They may
ant
have.
colonies and fucking like
Yeah, they may have
this is
genocide.
our mound now, and then fucking
Dude, keep making jokes. I don't care about that, but I'm not joking about the Palestinian thing. Jay Davis, I don't give a fuck what you're joking about. I'm not joking. So when I sound like this, I'm not joking either. I don't give a fuck what you are not joking about or whatever.
Hostility here.
He's just very sensitive. I was pro-Palestine. Nobody can take that from you, bro. Trust me. Nothing I say on this podcast is changing whatever the fuck kind of beliefs you have. I don't give a fuck about your beliefs. Apart our interaction here today, I'm not trying to say that you're fucking not Palestinian. Stop being or not pro-Palestinian. Stop being fucking butthurt. I don't think he means it as slander in any capacity. Of course not. Of course not. Anybody that has any kind of like, I'm not making this emphatic statement, but like you're definitely not the most socially bright person, to be honest. Like obviously, it's not something that I'm saying.
Where were you
seriously about it.
stationed during your 6 years? Did you spend time over there?
Fucking Seattle, Washington. Fucking holy shit. Man was fucking stationed in fucking
Wichita. It was
San Francisco, fucking California. None of us think you are gonna you are Gaza concentration camp here. None of us think you are a Gaza concentration camp here.
Dude, what if they started doing that?
See what world culture has done to us. I mean, it is sad. Even our fucking vets are over here pussified.
Bro, I do have to think if they're going to give $50,000 bonuses to ICE agents and then fucking hire 10,000 more they're planning on
50,000 though.
Like how are you already got majority of these like criminal illegal immigrants. I thought like, who are you going after next? There has to be a next, right? Because They hired 10,000 more agents.
I see what you mean. Yeah. So what do they do with these people after they're done enforcing their tyranny on the immigrants?
Yeah, because they said we're not having immigrants come in right now.
Yeah.
There's 0 illegals coming in.
Yeah.
So it's a problem that you're going to finish.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I actually have heard this sort of addressed, but not in any kind of like significant manner. But I've heard people kind of like consider what might happen with them. Maybe they'd be like rolled into like some other kind of like law enforcement.
Or they go after Palestinians.
Oh, sure.
Like those who are anti-Semitic in America go after the trans community or Democrats in general. Shit, Democrats are a threat to Well,
I mean, once you're talking about basically getting rid of naturalized citizens, I mean, you're just opening up the door to something that's
who gets denaturalized.
Who gets denaturalized?
How do you get that?
That's a great question.
Do you get to choose where they put you?
What was that?
Like
where they deport you to?
If they do that, I'm gone. I mean, they're definitely going. My digital footprint. They're like,
oh, your digital footprint.
This guy's out of here. So I mean, I don't want to go to a concentration camp. Can you send me to like Scotland or something?
Yeah, I mean, where would take you is the thing.
There's a Balkan village in Sussex.
You know what's one of the genuinely one of the problems when we look at like an ethno state like Israel, for example, is that the same kind of right is not afforded to a lot of other people, as far as like a lot of different other kind of ethnic ties. So I mean, where you would go, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that you would have anywhere to go just like outright. And then let's see what we have. So Jay Davis still fucking crying. He said, "You have said I was pro genocide multiple times, bro. This video is recorded. I know this video is recorded." And like I said, Jay Davis, literally, bro. I mean, I don't know if like what you're saying, if I'm supposed to give a fuck about that. I don't have to subpoena this. I mean, like I said, bro, anything that I said, it just wouldn't hold up. You sound fucking retarded. Anything that I've been saying here has been said in jest or like whatever.
In the face when I'm angry.
Yeah, whenever
I don't, but I said it.
Yeah,
I mean that's how
you're just a fucking socially retarded old guy.
When people say things, sometimes it's just saying shit.
Yeah, I think you just, like I said, socially retarded, sensitive old guy. Probably doesn't talk to normal people enough. So when you're having some kind of like fluid conversation with somebody, it's a little, like I said, when you come in and you're fucking pussy hurt at the very beginning, like you were here for like 2 minutes.
Now you're defaming him. Doesn't have a pussy.
I don't know that he doesn't have a pussy, to be honest with you. I don't know that that's true.
We don't know if he's a dude.
Yeah,
it could be Jeanette Davis.
Davis, get back in the barrel.
Could be Janie.
Yeah, stick around, Jay Davis. Honestly, it's funny. It is funny just to kind of have like a nice little fucking whooping boy to have around here and just fucking disrespect every once in a while. You're calling me sensitive and calling me names for calling you. Do you hear that? Yeah. Make it make sense.
Spell that out.
That does make sense.
Read that over and over again.
Yeah. What do you mean?
You know, just nothing else. Just read that.
That's the response, you fucking idiot. I mean, I don't. Once again, you're getting put,
it sounds like he's trolling.
You're getting
at that point.
You're getting put back in isolation, Jay Davis.
Like, there's no way you can write that sentence out and not understand what's going on here.
I was like that 5 minutes, and you have been going on, brother. No, you were like that for more than 5 minutes, and now, I mean, aside from now, no, and now you're being a butthurt bitch again. So now I'm saying, like, obviously, yes, you are butthurt bitch, and you are obviously very sensitive, which is fine. Like I said, I'm not even against that, but you are sensitive. Paul's sensitive. I've said Paul's sensitive before. He's very sensitive.
Everyone knows. Listen, that is like the negative thing about me. Paul's too sensitive.
Yeah, Paul, which is fine. Yeah, I like, once again, do I not say it's fine all the time?
Yeah, all the time,
brother.
If you go, if I see you went somewhere with any other friend, and I was not told, I'm going to be upset.
He's like, what the fuck,
I'm
bro?
like, bro. I thought we were friends.
I go live by myself, and he's offended.
At times, I'm like, no, like where was the invite? No, you got tired of me talking.
No, I never get tired of that. I never get tired of that, brother. It's honestly, it's makes the fucking hours upon hours of content go smooth. Jay Davis says, now you're saying it's nice and you enjoy it. Well, I do enjoy shitting on you. I do. Like, I mean, if you're a sensitive, snowflake, crybaby bitch, I usually get nothing but people who are typically like respectful and nice and get involved in the conversation. So every once in a while, when I get an episode where I get to just have some fun and just joke on a person, it's fun. It is fun.
It is.
Wouldn't it be fun for you when you hopped in and you were fucking talking all your retarded shit? You didn't think that was kind of fun? And then also,
what reaction were you expecting?
Yeah, That is a good question.
What was I thought this whole time what'd you come here?
Thanks for a peek into your psychology. You're a fucking psycho, bro.
Like
The fact that you think that you might even remotely know me based off this interaction.
It feels like sometimes you're like a spouse, and it's like you really have to break down. Like, okay, we're going in circles here.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Yeah.
Wiggy, can you say sorry?
Are you looking for me to apologize, Jay Davis?
Please.
Okay, fine. I'll apologize.
Please.
Suck my dick.
Please say
Suck
sorry
my
for the
dick.
jury word.
Hey, and
Move
listen,
on.
hey, subpoena this. Subpoena this, actually. Hold on one second.
I feel like Pat McAfee.
Real quick. Suck my cock. Suck my cock, Jay Davis.
My balls.
This is for you. If I'm seeing this in the future in a courtroom somewhere, I'll find great enjoyment from this exact clip being
hold on.
pulled. Suck my cock.
Blame South Park because we're copying Cartman.
Exactly. This is all in jest. But no, yeah, I'm just having a good time.
Okay.
This is all for fun.
Jay Davis, he does not want that. He's not gay.
I don't. By the way,
if
I
he
don't
was,
literally.
I would have known by now.
I have a woman. I have a family. I don't want some fucking back broken motherfucker to be sucking on my cock. Obviously,
bro. He said,
obviously.
My back hurts.
Yeah, all of our back hurts. Paul's an establishment cunt, but he is our cuck. But he's our establishment cuck.
Is that Sandor? Sandor.
No,
Not an establishment cuck.
No,
You
it is true a little bit. Hey, just to be clear, Paul, he was a Kamala voter, and he's really no, but and we respect him.
ABC, anyone but Trump.
I mean, the thing is, would he be better would she be better than Trump right now?
Yes,
obviously, yeah.
Yes. Would she have been as complicit as Trump with Israel? About 85% of it, and then she would have tethered off.
Yeah, I think it would be the same kind of slow creep.
But I feel like there would be some laws that have been passed that have been beneficial because nothing has really benefited us.
No, I think definitely
it's
not.
okay. It happened. It was a necessary evil. So I'm looking at it. Without Trump, we don't get to swing it the other way.
That's true.
We would have stayed on the same old discourse.
And remember, part of what my rationale was to my decision for not voting for Kamala was centered around that I thought that there was a portion of people who were Trump voters that could be disenchanted if that were to happen. I think we are seeing that. And then the same thing for some of the people that decide to say, hey, I got to go ahead and just close my eyes and vote for Kamala, regardless of it being like a corporate Democrat or whatever. I think you're seeing people on our side, liberal side, also come into Jesus in that way and saying like, what we did there just didn't work.
Yeah. I was not happy. Trust me. I was a Pete fan. I'm a Bernie fan. I like AOC. I like more more progressive people, but it is what it is. I just really.
Sandor said Paul was. He said Paul was a whites for Kamala. He was though. He was a white dude for Kamala, which is crazy.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Yeah, he'll always be a white dude for Kamala.
Oh damn, bro.
The rest of your life.
Damn, bro.
Fuck.
I'm like Doug, her husband. I'm like Dougie.
Sandor said, "I just turned a little trans hearing that." If she would have won, we would have all been trans, brother. Thank God we got Trump, right? And then Jay Davis
definitely
says,
making us gay right now.
Oh, holy shit. Look at all these fucking fun comments. And then we have Jay Davis. Oh, yeah. Take that comment off the screen. It makes you look bad. I don't know what comment you're talking about.
One, brother?
Listen, I could just not put a comment up ever. Like I leave it all in the chat. I never fucking censor any comments in the chat. I don't know what you're even talking about. Anything you said has made yourself look absolutely fucking stupid every time. And then Wiggy says, I think the true answer for quote supremacist nationalism is somewhere in the middle of white people never existed and white people exist and did okay stuff. And then Sandor says Paul's whites for Kamala. That's fucking hilarious.
That's hilarious. I just hope we get to we actually have an election.
Oh yeah, well, seeing and I mean that is the reality. I mean, with people that made some kind of some kind of judgment call, like myself,
it was a gamble.
It was a gamble.
I told you that at the time,
of course, and it could. And I mean, already there are things that I'm like, well, this is just completely like above. It's just completely unacceptable. And to see the amount of influence that he's been able to exert, there's been very little, but some pushback from some Republican officials, but very little. So it's like
now I know that in Big Brother,
oh yeah,
you're a burn vote type.
No, I would not burn a vote.
I'm a vote
No.
with the alliance.
Well, no, because
I vote my alliance.
No, because you're misunderstanding.
You go fuck the alliance.
No, you're misunderstanding the burn vote, because the burn vote in reality isn't just a burn vote. It's not like I'm just burning my vote. It actually,
bothered you at the time. So
it actually had an ideological,
I know,
thought process behind it. Like I want,
it was an educated vote.
Yeah, I want to push the party that, supposedly represents liberal ideas to actually live up to those ideas, in my opinion. So either way, I don't want to derail it too much. But this is a good conversation that we could probably would be a good one for another time if we didn't fucking get absolutely detoured by some cunt. We only have so many times a week that we get to do this because you're a hardworking man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're obviously Thursday. I'll probably be doing this again. So you're down to, you're always invited. Jay Davis said they are capable of it. I'm not sure what that's in response to be honest, brother. So all good. If you want to clarify that, if it's important, let me know. And he said that's the only option I had. Then yes, I think maybe Kamala. Maybe I'm not sure. And then Jay Davis said, yeah, that's the whole reason I gave you flack, was defending a racist who ultimately admitted he was a Nazi. LMFAO.
He just gotta say he's a Nazi.
Yeah, by the way, we
have called him that multiple times.
Yeah, we've already addressed that many times.
Yeah, we don't shy away from it. It's just, hey, listen,
look, we gotta put you in timeout.
That's just is what it is. Like
you
we're
just
not gonna...
grieved the fucking comment section. I gotta put you in timeout for that, buddy. Sorry. All right. But yeah, Paul, brother, let's get back to this Rappaport video. We're almost done with it. And then, like I said, you're free to slide at any time, but you're also free to sit here and kick it as long as you think you can last.
The Jews who are to blame for everything. So it's our time, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we are the last acceptable people to openly, outwardly, aggressively, passionately hate. And it's happening all over the world. It's happening in my city with this socialist Democrat, who I think is a Democrat in name only. He's a Dino, this Zoran guy who calls for the globalization of the Intifada in New York City. His best friend, Khalil Muhammad, calls for the globalization of the Intifada in New York City. And we are this close to having...
I guess if that's what you want to, of all the things that he's saying, that's the thing you want to hold them to the fire on.
No, it's been like really everything, but I mean, even there, like you were wrong with that. Like that was so bad.
That's bad.
If you're going to do something like that, you got to be right.
Yeah, I agree.
A person like that become mayor of what should be considered the greatest city in the world. But the fact that this guy's even in contention is a slap in the face. Whether he wins or loses, it is a slap in the face that this person who will not even have the decency and the courage to articulate exactly what globalized the Intifada.
Well, bro, with the Zoran thing, that's one of the most interesting things. Hey, Jay Davis, if you're still watching this, my bad, bro. I didn't mean to send you into... I might have banned him. I don't know. Let me know. Drop a comment. It said put him in timeout. It didn't say ban the guy. So I wanted to put him in timeout to have some fun. But yeah, we have some experience. Come back and drop a comment, please, brother, if you're still out there. We don't want to completely lose you. But maybe timeout was like a little bit more of a severe kind of timeout. I'm not sure. Because it says right here, it says Jay Davis was banned and their comment was removed. Oh my God. I just want to put the guy in timeout for fucking repeating the same comment over and over.
Maybe it's like an hour ban or something.
Yeah, maybe. I was hoping more like 5 minutes, or like I would be able to unban him. I thought it'd be a little bit more easy to like, take that person out, timeout. It said literally timeout. So like, timeout doesn't mean kill the person. Yeah. Okay. That it's kind of implied with timeout that you're going to be able to get out of timeout. Yeah. So Jay Davis, for real, let us know, man. Let us know if your rights are reinstated. But at the same time, that comment about sacrificing America on the altar of the world liberalism is a kind of scary thing. I'm not a giant fan of our government, but have to acknowledge it's going to be near impossible to secure your own rights, let alone rights and full suffrage for the planet. Very, very true. And then Sandor said, I'd throw a F at the K-Dog. She'd even be fun to have a drink with. But to vote for that walking word salad, Jesus fucking Christ. There isn't enough passage.
Word or war?
There isn't enough passage of time for that to happen. You put him in the ban barrel. That could be the new name for when people get banned, which should be a rare thing.
He would fuck Kamala.
He said I'd throw a F at the K-Dog. So I think maybe he's saying, hey, I'd put my dick in her pussy.
and have a drink with her.
He'd also drink with her afterwards,
But
which is nice.
Voting for her, he said word salad.
Yeah, he said, but to vote for that walking word salad.
Okay, at first I said word salad. I said, "Oh, brother."
Oh, okay. Well, so you don't have a problem with what he said then?
I mean, I do have somewhat of a problem with it. He disrespected our fucking vice president. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's his right. If he wants to have sex with a woman,
he said she's an attractive older woman.
she's
I
a
agree with
good
that.
looking woman.
Yeah, I
I
agree
have
with
no
that.
problem with that. That's why I always thought it funny when people were like she's an ugly fucking bitch. I'm like, oh, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene is who you jack your dick to? Okay, brother. Like,
Yeah.
no.
That don't come video was just on repeat in this household, believe it or not. Leave it. but yeah, no, I agree, Sandor. And I do also agree with the word salad shit. I mean, she did have some moments where it's like, the fucking perk was just hitting a little bit too hard, and she's just like, and also just the typical. It's tough to be a politician nowadays and try to because they try to do the same thing like stand-up comedians do, where it's like they'll take the same act on the road for fucking 8 months, so they're taking this whole spiel that they're doing,
say the same shit
exactly.
over
So then
and
you end up
over.
having videos of her being like, I'm a little girl. I'm that same little girl. It's like, okay, well, when you say that one time, you really deliver it, it can have some kind of resonance. And the reason though is because it feels authentic.
Yeah.
So once you're kind of you performing it,
you can't recreate the magic.
Exactly. When you start to perform it, it's like, okay. Wiggy said he called me a tanky. Yeah, he did call you a communist, bro. That was fucking nuts. I never removed one of his comments. I just thought he was hostile over an idea that no one even understands. Yeah, I think. I agree. Yeah, I agree. The entire situation, he was fucking bugging out.
We
just a little bit
respect
too
you,
much.
brother.
We definitely respect my guy Wiggy, and I respect, like I said earlier. I mean, I think fringe ideas. I like the idea of being able to actually engage in those. On whatever merits and argue about whatever, because I mean, even with the discussion back and forth in the comments here, I mean, you're able to get more of a fully fleshed out understanding of Wiggy's thinking when you actually shut the fuck up for a second and you sit there and you let him kind of explain where he's coming from with it, and whether the way that he's representing it is kind of provocative or whatever. I mean, leave space for that. It's the fucking internet, bro.
Which again, I'll always say that you have the right to say, hey, you're a fucking idiot. I disagree with you.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But then understand that when that's how you come, the other person has every right to be the same way back.
Of course. Yeah.
If you want to come, if you want to tell me to get off your lawn because I walked into your grass, fine. But if you want to come and swing at me, someone's going to swing back. That's just the way life is. So I'm sorry that's how it is, and that's how it is in America.
Treat people how you want to be treated. You're taught that as a fucking child. You're an old man.
Christ.
You're an old man.
He says way older.
Which is why, which with that should come some fucking wisdom.
Yeah, and just like when Michael Rappaport wants to talk about a Muslim dude and say that when this person put the emphasis,
and this is right after he's just finished bitching about the rise of anti-Semitism, and people are so racist and unfair to Jewish people,
right? And then he wants to towards a Muslim person literally just emphasize this person, which we all know what that means. Well, that was racist as fuck,
and that was another honestly that was another mask off fucking moment for our kind of political discourse. I feel like do
we still hate Muslims here?
Right. With Zoran Mamdani. I mean, when you saw some of the discourse
in your face,
and people were like, how could we forget 9/11? I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with 9/11, bro?
You guys are watching the UFC with the Crown Prince.
Hell yeah.
The Crown Prince is in the front row of the UFC, and you suck Dana White's dick all the time.
Hey, I like that. So Jay Davis did come back. So hey, Jay Davis, I'll just say thank you for one thing, dropping this comment that lets me know when I put people in timeout, they are able to return. It did have me a little concerned at first when I clicked the button and it said that you were banished to the Phantom Zone. So thankfully you were not, which I guess is it's kind of like a double-sided. Thankfully, we're not totally thankful about it, but we're sort of happy about it.
You standing in the batter's box.
Yeah, sort of. We're kind of like bending over and poking your ass out in the batter's box and just letting the ball smack you on your ass and getting upset about it. Wiggy says, calling a dude a racist who isn't a racist because a dog whistle is insane. It's what causes our self-inflicted slavery.
No, Michael Rappaport's racist towards Muslims. He already said it. But no, I think he's talking about. I know he's talking about.
He's talking about Davey. He's talking about Bubble Boy. Yeah. So let's see what Wiggy here says. Oh, Sandor, so you could tell K Dog Is Kamala
Brother,
sister?
what
Like
the
Kamala
fuck?
might be a trigger as well. Lizzie said you could tell
Brother.
K Dog was a dime piece back in the day. There are
Hey.
photos too. I've seen the photo with her and Montel Jordan. I think is that who she's with?
No, she wasn't a picture of Monta, I think.
Yeah.
No, Judge. I know she used to work for Judge Brown or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he's the one that went on some podcast, which I mean, that guy's not a fucking alcoholic and all that. But he's going on a podcast saying how he only hired her because of her reputation and he used to fuck her and shit. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and then that's where like some people are like, see, she slept her way to the top. I'm like, well, okay. Well, you're Trump has bought every wife, has cheated on all of them, slept with prostitutes, all that.
And plus
He is that type of guy.
Plus his way to the top was just shooting out of his dad's cock.
Yeah.
So it's like, is that any more like dignified? I mean,
Yeah. And
you
then,
know, I mean, I'm not a big Kamala fan, so I don't even need to support either of them. I think they're both fucking
it's
retards.
funny. It's just
Yeah.
ironic. It's
Yeah.
like, okay.
Absolutely. Wiggy said, like, I don't call myself a Nazi lightly. It's a pretty bad label, but I do it being okay, but I don't it being used as a way to discredit. So you probably meant to say something along the lines of like, I don't like for it to be used as a way to discredit the idea of a people working towards a unity of will. It's a provocative thing to get a conversation going. And then Jay Davis says, like the main host did, and Paul, to his credit, did not, even though I insulted him before anyone else. You did insult him before anyone else.
Yeah, you called me
Great
a fucking
point, Jay
retard.
Davis.
Yeah, see?
Just kind of reflect on that and realize how much of a cunt you are.
This is I'm a kind person.
Yeah, Paul's a sweetheart. Paul's gonna fucking get up in the morning tomorrow, work his ass off. You don't even think you should be able to hold an opinion.
I will be angry.
You will be tired. Yeah, you will be tired, and you'll be like, "Why the fuck do I have to do this?
Yeah,
I was supposed to be a prince."
Damn it, Jay Davis.
I was supposed to be a prince. And then Sandor says he got really upset when I said the WNBA. Yeah, that did trigger him for sure. WNBA set him off. And then he's like, "WNBA, what are you even talking about? Get educated." Bubble Boy going crazy in the chat. Jay Davis said, "You treating a Nazi like they are better than me is crazy, bro. He's just already been here. I've already had the conversation with Wiggy. You're a fucking
honest.
psycho. You're honestly a narcissist. You kind of like step in this conversation. You act like it all kind of like spawned once you fucking click the thumbnail on your computer or whatever you're watching on. Like, no, I've already talked to Wiggy. I'm confident that Wiggy he's thought out his position well, and he's a good Nazi. He's already explained his position to me. So I mean, like I said, the fact that he triggered you is like kind of, I think, might be part of the point. To be
At
honest.
some point, you have to respect the fact that he owns half of the swastika. He's like, hey, listen, there's part of this that was good.
This guy right here,
but they went too far.
Why don't you read the part? Why don't you read the one before the part about Paul? You keep reading, bro. I read everything that I can see that you have. I'm not worried about anything.
No, because hey, listen, we're going through these. Okay, it takes some time.
It does take some time. So if I didn't get to it quite yet, but I mean, yeah, I read all of these that I can get to that don't derail the conversation. The only reason I stopped reading your shit earlier is because it was like some schizophrenic fucking fever dream. But the one, yeah, I actually don't even see one before what you said with Paul. So this is the first thing I see when you came back and I read it. So suck my dick. And then Wiggy says, when did I say anything of the nature of that nature? I said very specifically, if one country gets to dictate how a world should perceive something despite evidence to the contrary, example, it's a nationalist issue. And then this is where he's like, why didn't you say it? Which I did. Doing it like the live chat isn't being saved, bro. I read everything you said. You're just a dumb old bastard who doesn't know how to use the fucking internet. Wiggy, in Israel, and not a Jewish question that our age has to ultimately face. Here, let me go ahead and get back to this, just because, like I said, I want to finish this before we. He said, and that's Sir Paul. He went to college. Yeah, respect him exactly.
Yeah, for a semester.
Yeah, exactly. No, put some respect on his name.
No, I do want to.
There's a little bit more, but
you're fine. You can press play. I don't understand where it's a spit in their face if a Muslim becomes mayor of New York City. But well, I mean, it's kind of just more speaks to, especially a city like New York with 8 million people and like the most diverse city in the world. You can argue, right?
Sure.
That
well, that's one of his points, though, is that they have the highest Jewish population, I think, in the world outside of Israel.
And if a Muslim wins, guess what?
I agree. I think it's
guess what? It just kind of speaks to that you're fucking wrong.
Well, yeah, and also he'll represent people other than Jewish people, and as far as like Jewish Americans, I believe Zoran won that demographic, to be honest. We'll have to pull that up. But even what he's saying, it's not even like doled out in his own community.
Brother.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Zoran is one of the only people that have said throughout the his campaign, he's been consistent as far as like he'll represent New Yorkers first. I don't know if you were on when we played the video where they were in a debate and they asked everybody as far as like where's going to be your first place you go after you win, and almost the entire panel of people said that they would go to Israel first. And Zoran, which I think was one of his finest moments, which was he said that I plan on staying in New York, representing the people of New York.
What the fuck
so
does
not
Israel have to
representing the Muslims of New York, not shitting on the Israelis or the Jewish people of New York. He wants to represent American New Yorkers, similar to like what Wiggy was really advocating for, as far as like, you know, shedding those kind of labels and putting the American first.
And he screams it and yells it and hangs out with other people that scream it and yell it in New York City. It's a crazy time, but here we are. But I always remind myself and the rest of the world and the Jewish people and Zionist people that the Jews are going nowhere and Israel is going nowhere. So you could scream, yell, conspiracy theory, tweet and all that stuff. We've been through it all. We've heard it all. We've seen it all. We're not going anywhere, period.
Mike, what do you say to people, especially when they're Jewish, and they say, listen, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Zionist. I think that Israel is out of line. Israel is an oppressive force. They are an agent of U.S. interests, and the land was stolen, and I'm a Jew, so, you know, or I love Jews, but I'm just anti-Zionist.
Israelis have the most to complain about their government and the country. They do it all the time. Before October 7th, there was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people protesting in the streets. Israel complains enough about it. So listen, Israel is a flawed government. It's a flawed country. The United States is a flawed government with a flawed country. New York City, my city, is a flawed city. And we have the right to push and complain and want better, just like people have the right to complain about things in Israel. But it's been 2 years, and so many people are just blaming Israel and not really educating themselves. And the reality of the situation is it takes two to tango. And I guarantee you, all these people that want to talk about Israel and all that stuff, and Zionist this and Zionist that, Zionism simply means the right for Israel to exist as a sovereign nation. I wish that word never, ever was conjured up, because it sounds like some exotic plant or some exotic way of thinking. It simply means that Israel has the right to exist. And all these people on these college campuses, they would love to live in Israel before they would love to live in any one of these countries that we've been talking about, let alone in Gaza.
Right. Well,
Gaza's hell, and Gaza's hell, and it's not because of the innocent people in Gaza. It's because of the people that run that place, and they've ran it into the ground.
And the Israelis.
They've ran this place into the ground. There should be casinos. There should be.
I mean,
there should be casinos.
Well, and also the fact that he said they've run it to the ground. I mean, who's literally raised it to the ground?
Yeah, who's
Israel?
bombed it to shit.
What makes it unlivable is not the, like he said, innocent people that live there, even though that is kind of the implication in his initial point where he said people would rather live in Israel over all these other countries. He's saying all those other countries are, you know, wouldn't be fit in the same way for a Westerner to live or whatever.
Okay. And again, I don't understand. We're saying that, hey,
you're having a different conversation.
Yeah. Like, hey, they're bad is being anti-Zionist. Like if the Zionist, the entire meaning is just believing that Israel should have a sovereign state. What the fuck does being against genocide, are you eradicating another group of people, have to do with attacking that belief? It's not like you can want both at the same time.
Strip clubs, there should be Chick-fil-A's, there should be Starbucks, there should be the Gaza International Film Festival, and it never, ever is going to happen because of Hamas.
So, Mike, what do you think needs to be done to change the recognition of what is right and wrong in this situation? Because it seems to be going and accelerating in the direction against Israel, at least here in America.
Unfortunately, Chris,
what's the next thing I was supposed to say?
It's education, and Israel lost the PR war. We've lost the social media war. We've lost the propaganda war. We've lost the war in the media. by some of the big brands of media.
That's a good
How
point.
many mistakes and how many
what you were
retractions
saying.
can be made by the number one brands in news. It's going to take a long time, but it all comes down to just educating people. And it sucks that we're sort of at square one, but here we are.
Well, Michael, I'll tell you what, you always got a platform here to talk about it. And I am outspoken when it comes to what I see and what is right and what is wrong. I appreciate you doing the same, and I appreciate you doing it here at News Nation. Thank you for.
Oh, holy shit! That got loud.
Did you get the feeling that Michael Rappaport, like half of what he was saying, his delivery almost felt like he didn't believe what he was saying?
I mean, I think he probably knows. He knows that they're the aggressors and it's bullshit. I think he knows that he's pushing some kind of victim narrative to try to get sympathy from people in the West and try to convince people that they have some kind of like great justification they're waging some war on our behalf. That's another bit of the like emotional blackmail that they hold against us, where they're like, we're fighting these people because if we weren't fighting them, they're going to come to America. They want to destroy America. So it's like they hate the way that you guys live and all this kind of shit.
They'll hit us before England, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, I just think that there's a huge like with Michael Rappaport specifically, and you mentioned it as far as like when he's referring to it as we that touches on something that actually Jay Davis was mentioning earlier when he was talking about like American Jews. It's not American Jews. It's not American Jews. And it's not just, nobody's like painting with even Israelis. I think that, there's a conversation to be had about some Israelis that are against what's happening right now. Of course, there's room to be carved out for those people. Although the Israeli people in general have an absolute bloodlust when it comes to this conflict in Gaza and have really gotten, since October 7th, have really gotten behind this whole push for a greater Israel and things like that. So I think that if we have an honest conversation, there's concern, the same kind of concern that we automatically attribute to the people of Gaza or Middle Easterns based off just assertions that they have these kind of like nefarious goals and all this kind of stuff and these kind of like big plans, when in reality, I mean, these are people that there's no doubt that we've been inflicting these kind of regime changes and just outright we've been fucking occupying these lands in the Middle East for fucking 30 years now. So as far as like some of the resentment that we have, I mean, it's like some of it is well placed, and we have to obviously like continuing to enable this, being one of the only nations that are completely unwilling to speak out against it. Bibi feels comfortable coming to America and like just shitting on the idea that there's the international courts and all this.
But from Iran being, I think, somewhat colonized, I believe, by England at a point. But us, I know we've appointed like 2 or 3 different regime changes in Iran. It's like with us in that region, I mean, we've been a serious actor in it all.
Definitely.
But
I mean, as far as like unconditional support, absolutely.
And it just it just kind of makes me question where he's at, right? Like I said, it kind of feels as if he's not believing what he's saying. So it kind of seems as if he's speaking a narrative or propaganda that he's told to say. He's referencing it as if it's a prepared statement from a PR team. That, hey, it's a we thing, it's a we thing, it's a we thing.
But but to be clear, he's not reading that against his will. So even if that is the case, it's not maybe his words.
No.
This is something that, even though it might not be his words, he still believes in the mission. I think that's why. I think, you have a lot of people who are, Israel first people that may be American or otherwise, other countries and people of Israel, who see this as some kind of thing that was promised to them. This is prophecy at the end of the day.
From a nationalist standpoint, then, is that not somewhat of a national security threat?
Well, so yes, I would say yes, it definitely is a national security threat. I was going to say it's not nationalist because I guess it would be nationalist.
No, that's not for us.
Well, but I'm saying because it's American that is placing their loyalty to Israel over their native citizenship. So I think that's where it gets uncomfortable, and I understand why snowflakes like Jay Davis might get uncomfortable with it. I even get uncomfortable when we start to like talk about, well, how do you actually address that? You know what I mean? How do you cut that cancer out if you're acknowledging that it exists?
Yeah, I think that if you have politicians that are speaking pro-Israel first over us, then it should be looked at as almost treason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this isn't a politician, but this is Michael Rappaport. He is an American citizen, and then you have Chris Cumio there, and he's kind of doing the same. He's like, I'm whatever the fuck he called himself. I'm a extended family of the Jews.
But we've seen it from Ted Cruz and others.
Ted Cruz, yeah. No, those are great. I mean, definitely great examples, and even more. There should be an even higher kind of like threshold as far as like people in the media. You just hope that it's something. I don't think we should bar those people from the media. It should be a thing where
you get free speech.
If we respect people's ability to speak out about things that we even don't agree with and we engage with it, those should be people that we should be able to meet on those ideas and then talk them down and disprove them or whatever. Just they're just not going to be persuasive enough.
The idea.
Yeah, they're not going to be persuasive enough to
it's easy
animate a large
to
group
sit there and just run on your own rant,
Oh yeah, well I mean Chris
nothing's challenged at all.
Absolutely. Chris Cumio is literally like fucking I love you guys, keep going. Yeah, I'm an ally. And Michael Rappaport's like, yeah, keep going. Thank you. I love that. Wiggy says if Jewish is or isn't a race is very important, especially if a Jewish person. So I think they're having some kind of conversation about what's a race or not. Holy shit.
Is Jewish a race? I don't think so.
I
don't know.
So,
is Afghani a race?
Well, so race is tough. So as far as like ethnic group, I think so they would definitely claim yes. And that's the whole point of the ethno state is they're saying like, hey, we're an ancient group of people. Specifically as far as like what they're getting down to, I mean, I assume they're like literally defining race. So if we're trying to speak to it like literally the definition of race, I'd have to look at that because I don't know if it would clarify necessarily as a race.
So how do we do races? Caucasian, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Caucasian, Latino.
Yeah, the African American or African, Pacific Islander.
Yep, Pacific Islander.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like I said, I don't know that it would be considered in a race in that. It would be considered a race in that way. I think more like an ethnic group.
Yeah. What do we call people from the Middle East? What is their race official? Middle Eastern? Persian?
I mean,
it won't
there
be just Persian? So
let me see race categories because I think there's a category for Middle East.
I mean, I've always said Middle Eastern, but it almost sounds dirty.
Let me have let's see here.
Because like Indian, but like if you're from Pakistan, you're not an Indian.
So as far as the United States census, you have white, black, American Indian, or Alaska Native, Asian, and Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander.
I cannot believe I forgot about Asian because Indian's Asian.
Yeah. So I guess but yeah. So as far as like Middle Eastern
and then
Asian, I guess Asian is what it would be classified. I imagine.
I guess so. And what's Russia? Asian? Caucasian, I guess.
Yeah.
Where's the Caucasus Mountains?
Well, I'm sure that's in that area, but I would say that's probably also considered. There's some people that be considered like Asian in Eastern. Russia.
Interesting
Race. All right,
good old Americans here.
Holy shit! You could obviously fucking fall down the race rabbit hole for fucking hours and come out the other side as a fucking SS member. So Wiki says they absolutely do. Any deflection about not all Israelis is not true. They are hyper nationalistic to a T. They are in a crisis of existence at this point. The world is against them. After all, yeah, I mean, I agree with that. That's why I say when I mentioned that earlier, I added the conditioning to it that at this point there's a different kind of like fervor in that country around.
So I guess the way my mind immediately goes, and this is just, I guess, how I annoy my wife with every time she's slightly upset about something, is my initial thought is, okay, so let's fix it. So if everyone's against you in the world, what's your end? Is it just, okay, fine, you're going to fight the entire world for your entire existence? You're going to wait until you're wiped off? I know they have a prophet coming or a final prime minister that's BB, whatever. But it's like, what the fuck is the end game? Because the world doesn't end with just your thought. Yeah. So the whole world, again, that's where we have to globally operate. The whole world is going to keep spinning. So what happens with you? So let's find a solution. You can't, like, outside of evidence, like you getting wiped off the planet yourself, or you in conquering the entire planet, you have to coexist somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's like that's what I'm saying. I just don't understand where they're at.
Well,
with
I mean, I
this.
think they're just like, hey, well, one, they want Gaza to be Israel. So the whole idea of greater Israel, it's not that those people just generally can't live there. They want to inhabit that area, and even across up to Egypt, and then also into Syria,
so
Lebanon.
that's not going to happen.
And
That's the thing. Like, you're not going to do that without war.
well, we're seeing the war happen,
Right. So okay. So that's their answer.
Well, I mean,
then they're the bad guys, and
see,
we need to act accordingly.
And you see that our country, which is who they're the biggest benefactor from, has, I mean, I don't see any desire to end it. I mean, our government officials have only became more forthright with their fealty to Israel. I mean, you just have the Speaker of the House kissing the wall.
We need to change because if it was us two in there, we'd literally be sitting just like this in front of BB and be like, look, brother, you either stop or we're going to war with you.
Oh, bro, absolutely. Well, I mean,
it's that simple.
I think when you're talking about real people, I don't know, who some people want, like Bubble Boy, for example. I don't know who he wants to speak about politics. Maybe he wants the same people who have been, which are these college educated, Ivy League fucking trust fund babies that get put in this position. Right. And then, they end up dictating what our global policy ends up looking like. And they're already bought and paid for before they even step in the fucking door, for God's sake. So yeah, and by the way, Sandor says, I'm guessing you're pretty litigious and probably know a lawyer to sue me. It says, go fuck yourself.
Oh God, this is still going.
So, yeah, okay,
because look, I just firmly believe in being like, all right, listen, man, you've been a dick and a bully for far too long. You either stop or you're getting your ass beat. And it's just like, and we as a government, we as a country, us being the big brother, that's what you do when your little brother's being a piece of shit. You step in and you smack your brother around and say, stop it.
We can retract our support. Like I said earlier with the Iron Dome, which I know that is obvious. And I get why that's a sensitive subject. People see it as, defensive, and they see it as it protects civilians in Israel. But the very reason why Israel is able to, wage these wars without any concern is because they feel emboldened by that defense system. And then they're killing other countries' citizens. So it's like to say that their citizens are in danger, which I'm not pro for. I think that the only way that you incentivize both sides right now, I believe that Israel is the side that really is not incentivized to come to some agreement, because the longer they push this out, the more they get closer to actually achieving their aims that you just said was impossible. Like, oh, they'll never do that. Well, the longer that this ends up becoming like some kind of unretractable issue, and the areas that they want to annex that are around them become more hostile, then they'll be able to just claim victim again. They'll be able to be like, hey, well, we have to go to war with Lebanon. See, look at their more aggressive posture that they're taking against us in support of the Palace. Thankfully, actually, as crazy as we act like all the Middle Easterns are, which is fucking hilarious to me, they've shown the most fucking restraint in this situation.
That's been the thing about, I've always said, though, Israel's always sat there, and again, like sure, there's been some like confrontations, but while you're sitting around everyone who disagrees with you and everyone that you hate, you've been able to exist, right? So it's like you got that. When you look at it, if Israel were to go that far, at what point? Okay, Lebanon. Okay, we're gonna take that over. Let's say that's another 2 years from now that starts. Okay, and it goes for 3 years. Okay, so then we're 5 years down the road, and then we're going to turn our eye to Egypt. Okay, so that's going to be another 3 years later, and then that's going to take a little bit more time. Okay, by that point, you have all the surrounding nations that aren't being attacked, all that youth growing up watching it on their phones, which I know a place like New Zealand went ahead and stopped that. I guess you can't.
Yeah.
Your youth isn't going to be allowed to educate themselves.
I do have a New Zealand topic later. But for anybody that's interested in that,
but like with my son, man, his whole thing with Trump originally was that he's so pro, like Ukraine having the rights and Gaza being able to defend themselves or like get help. That his whole thing was that Trump wasn't going to be there to help them, and then what's that going to be? So it's like you have kids seeing all this, and they're going to grow up radicalized against you. Yeah. So the more you do this, the more of a global hatred you're going to build on yourselves, to where the people running the United States 20 years from now are going to have a far different outlook on who you are as a country than the ones that you have in your pocket currently. So when that happens, are you going to be able to go through with this, or did your short-sightedness get yourself to where now you're going to have America, you're going to have other superpowers being against you?
Well, so I think they're already taking that under consideration. That's why you see things like them going on Nelk, which backfired on them, thankfully.
Yeah, but that's saying it keeps backfiring. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but that shows that they're acknowledging that that's where they need to focus their efforts. And, they're going to have a huge propaganda machine working on specifically that. So, the odds are they're going to get better at that, and they're going to find ways to be more subtle with it. Because obviously, like, just sending BB on Nelk and him being like, "You guys don't censor podcasts? That's crazy. You guys should be able to say whatever you want on a podcast." It's fucking insane. So obviously that didn't work.
Al Jazeera?
Yeah, that didn't work. So they're going to, find some other kind of, and then obviously the main issue, which we talk about ad nauseum on this channel, but because I think it is one of the first things we could do to really see the shift in our politics, which is we got to take money out of politics. So it's like, as long as, they're able to play that game and, buy our politicians, then there could be a new generation. But I mean, if they are morally corruptible, then they might end up being able to do the same thing. This is Bubble Boy just crying again. I don't have time for it. It's just absolute fuckery. If anybody's tried to distract us away from the fucking genocide, it's been this guy. So anybody's been doing the work of the fucking Israeli government. It's been fucking Jay Davis, 100%. We're not saying anything specific about, but just like look inward, bro. What the fuck? So, who has made a conversation in which we're talking about all kinds of things that are happening globally, specifically about a thing that you agree is a genocide, and have consistently made it about yourself, bitching and moaning in the comments like a little bitch? It's been you, bro. So it's like, I just got to say, I can't with your fuckery. You can say whatever, and then we'll give you the leeway to go ahead and say it. I'm not going to censor you, but I can't spend time going back and forth if you're just really fucking socially inept. You don't know how to communicate with people. Sandor says that if everybody thinks you're an asshole, you probably are an asshole. So yeah. So that's fair. Does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state, Jay?
And listen, look, go ahead. I always like to say it because I mean, I get it. People look at me as like I'm an asshole, and I can be.
You're a nice guy, though. You're a very nice guy. I will say.
I am a nice. That's what I say. I'm a nice guy. I'm a very passive guy. But it hits a limit to where it's like, listen, if you want me to be an asshole, I'll be the biggest dick you've ever met.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's room in life to be both. And that's what people need to understand, is that you can live your life with the purpose of not being the fucking dick in everybody's story.
Yeah.
While also standing true to yourself and your own principles.
Is this Israel or is this
just life in general? Okay. And this is just America and what we need to be. And honestly,
that's true.
I gotta bounce. But
no, you're all good. You're all good.
But I will say, Sandor.
Oh yeah, please
listen.
Oh yeah, he said but he did say that you're our establishment cuck.
Yeah, but I'm not an establishment cuck enough to allow my country to stop my children from being able to educate themselves on YouTube and through their cellular device. Okay, we are not for censorship. Okay, and we want to stand by.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so no, I will say
you laid it out.
Roll Tide, everybody. Just peace, love, happiness, and
go check out Paul.
Just let's not be racist assholes, okay?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Jesus.
I agree with that. Let's not be racist.
Christ.
That's a good.
All right, Jay Davis.
Yeah, shout out to Bubble Boy.
Nazism.
Don't forget to check that before you slide the AC thing, please. Thank you. All right, so let me get into a few more of these comments. As Paul, and by the way, I'm gonna take you off camera, Paul, so you could just sashay out of here without being right on fucking camera. Awkward. Appreciate you though, brother. And I'll holler at you about Thursday. I might even be on here on Wednesday, but I understand if you need a day off, I'll it just depends on how I'm feeling. Yes, sir, my brother. Drive safe. Thank you. Hey, if you need a drink before you slide too, it's all good. Thank you, man. So Wiggy says, okay, so let me even fucking recalibrate this thing. Wiggy says, or do you want to remove the Jews from power in the country of Israel? Let's see, because it's actually a fucking cohesive thought by Bubble Boy. I can prove it by going to his videos from before. What the fuck you're talking about? Hell no. So he's saying hell no to a Jewish state. At this point, they have no right to continue as a state at all. The dissolution of the whole state. Get them the fuck out of here. Sandor says, what do you have against Jewish people, Jay Davis? You fucking bigot. See, Sandor is just a troll. No, sometimes people in between, having a serious conversation, sometimes they say something that's not supposed to be taken fully serious. You're supposed to be able to kind of oscillate between the two when you're having a conversation. But autism is high and may have went undiagnosed at your age. So there's no telling. Wiggy Wom says, okay, then you are anti-Semite. You don't believe in the right for Jews to have a place to practice their supremacist faith. I haven't wavered in my position of being an anti-Semite. That's very interesting. Just playing your game by your rules, Jay Davis. The rules of a fucking SJW cuck. Wiki says there's no such thing as anti-Zionist. It's just being anti-Semite. I mean, I think by the letter of the law, that's true now. So you kind of got to tangle with that, brother. Sandor says, you people, Israel shouldn't exist. Jay Davis, this is very problematic. Guys, I don't know. Let's put it to a democratic vote. Should we exile Jay Davis to the island of racists that get banned and put in a fucking hole and never to be heard from again? But contrary to his own thoughts, is his opinion really not that goddamn important? And can we actually live without hearing his fucking butt cries? Palestinians are Semitic too, though. Are they the real Semites? Ashkenazi are not Semitic and have no ties or claim to the land. Is that true? Tell us, is that true? Jay Davis says that's the fundamental contradiction behind Zionists saying it's anti-Semitic. Of all things, to call out the genocide when they are killing the Semites. They are the anti-Semitic killers. The Palestinians are the historic Jews from back in the day, from way back. Jay Davis is just like, yeah, yep. I actually agree with you guys a little bit because you're good fellows. Wiggy here says, and calling Jews out on acting like Jews isn't anti-Semitic. Oh, goddamn, there's a lot of fuck. I'm gonna have to skip a little bit down here because I didn't realize. Oh my god. Jay Davis, can you contain your fucking thought into maybe 2 or comments at a time? Holy shit. It's really not that bad. I just realized that Jay Davis just has a bunch of sporadic thoughts that he's sent separately. And calling Jews out on acting like Jews isn't anti-Semitism. The Jewish faith is the antithesis to Christianity. Damn, I feel like I hear something in my walls. Paul was supposed to be taking a look at my AC before he left. Paul's a hardworking AC man, so you know what I mean. When you have friends like that, every once in a while you want to just check out the AC, make sure everything's running good because it gets hot in this bitch. I'm sweating right now if you can't tell. It's just a fact, and it's not some Christian simp, but Jews placing faith on. Let's see here, Jay Davis. It scares me, man. If people who are that close in blood can treat each other like this, that draws in sharp contrast the problem with obsession with bloodline. Yeah, interesting. The Messiah complex has led to a string of horrible events for all of humanity as a whole. Yeah, I think that's probably. Right now we're seeing the impacts as a global community as a whole. How much it's divided us. Excuse me. How much it's divided us with countries that are. Some of our closest allies, Jay Davis, and especially the completely unhinged behavior of Israel under Netanyahu. Yeah, and evangelical Christians are largely to blame. Here's the thing, Wiggy, my family is evangelical Christians. Interesting. Okay. See how we're talking, we're learning a little bit. It's kind of interesting. Should I be nationalist and align with them? Of course not. My entire Jay Davis, this is Jay Davis's words. Jay Davis, thinks his family's fucking stupid. So just so if you guys are out there, you're related to Jay Davis. He said you're a fucking moron. Jay Davis is a self-hating WNBA player. Hey, Sandor, why the fuck are you joking? Why the fuck are you joking, bro? Do you understand that we're on YouTube right now? Do you understand that we're broadcasting live from YouTube? What the fuck is wrong with you joking? And to fucking make light of the women and their fucking suffrage in the WNBA? What's wrong with you, man? Do you think this is a place to have any fun or laugh? Come on. This is Jay Davis. Sandor, have you read anything in the last hour? Why are you still beefing? Jay Davis, you just really got to look on the inside. You're like the typical throw rocks and try to hide your hand. You came in and you were aggressive cunt. And honestly, that doesn't say anything about how I feel about you now, although I still pretty much feel like you've been like a self-righteous cunt for most of the time. Like, I mean, just being honest. It's not gonna kill me, to be honest. I'll be honest. Why are you still beefing? I'm starting to think you were all bullied for years. I triggered decades of collective trauma. No, it just, I mean, came in here so it was fun to shit on you a little bit, and you're still here. So it's got to be like a weird kind of like masochistic punishment kink that you're on right now. It's the middle of the night right now, and you're getting yelled at by another man, probably just fucking abusing yourself in your nether regions. Fucking disgusting old man. Get your shit together. Just pounding your fucking soft meat. I understand they have spiritual sympathy for people who have captured a faith ultimately based on accepting all man as your brother. It's sick. The evangelicals know what they are doing. Yeah, I was going to say that with your first initial part. I don't know how much. I think it's giving a lot of cover to the evangelicals to just kind of treat them as, hapless morons. I do think that they, now whether I think that where I view kind of Jewish community to be more secular, and for, there to be some kind of like religious, facade at the forefront, but that in reality, I mean, I view them as a secular nation that's not really motivated in that way. So maybe that's how I was bullied by racists. Yeah, tonight. He says, yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I just don't think that they're total like hapless morons. I do think that they're really counting on, hey, we support these Jews and Jesus is going to come back. Which, I don't know. I just wouldn't hold my breath on that one, but that's just me. Different strokes for different folks. Sandor says, GG, Paul, drink coffee, not Kool-Aid. Yeah, you got to wake the fuck up, Paul. Over here simping for the fucking villains, bro. Funny, the host is still going, but me and Wiggy are chill. Jay Davis, suck my dick, bro. I'm just going because I'm reading your comments. So as I engage with your comments, I'm just having a little bit of fun with your comments as I'm reading them. You came in, and this is I mean, like I said, when I read Wiggy's comments, sometimes I'll tease him about the Nazi thing, or I'll tease him about something else, about him being Native American. It's just like, this is just like, once again, this is people communicating. Don't be afraid of it. It's okay. I'm not disowning you. I'm just, like I said, I'm just having I'm having a good time. It's late as hell. I got to work tomorrow. I'm on here having a good time with some strangers on the internet. Wiggy Wom and Sandor, not as much strangers. That's why, you gotta open up your heart a little bit, Jay Davis. When you came in here like a cunt, that's what you got to take some responsibility for your own actions. That's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like you're completely gaslighting us. You're like, well, what the fuck? Me and Wiggy are fucking pals, and what's going on with you guys? 1 second, I'm a Zionist, then I'm an anti-Semite. LMAO. LMAO is the right response. People are teasing you, brother. People are teasing you. You're on the internet. Send him to an island filled with white people. It would be his worst nightmare. Yeah, send him to fucking Zionist Island. I've been chill the last 2 hours, dude. You're the one bugging. I'm telling you, I'm not even bugging. Like, honestly, you don't know me, so you have no frame of reference. But trust me, I'm definitely not bugging. I'm just having a good time. I like to tease. And then Sandor says, why should we be nice when you came in like an angry test tube baby? Typical WNBA behavior. I mean, it is, and that is true. You did come in and you acted like you're, you have to fucking play defense on the key against Angel Reese, and you just found out that your fucking period hit this morning. So you're standing there, you're looking at Angel Reese, you're trying to stop her from, driving to the basket, but at the same time, your pussy hurts and you're cramping a little bit. So it's just the vibe that you gave when you came in. You got to take responsibility for your own energy, my brother. We were very welcoming. You came in acting like a cunt, like you knew anybody. You didn't. My man Wiggy's not a racist. He's a fucking goddamn Native American, for fuck's sake. If anything, the fucking Native Americans, they could have been a little bit more fucking nationalistic back in the day. I wish they would have got that information, maybe got that advice way back. Just think about that. It would be my worst nightmare, bro, being on the island with a bunch of white people. And I mean, depending on the white people, there's some good white people. I'm not going to lie to you. But I can think of a few white people that, holy shit, send me in the ocean. Send me in the ocean and hopefully fucking the Houthis pick me up. Not that I want that. Not that I obviously want that. I wouldn't want that. And, obviously, if anybody's out there watching, deciding what to do with this video, whether to send it to fucking DHS or not, obviously, I wouldn't want that. But I wouldn't want to drown either. So you're making a lot of justification for you doing it, enjoying it way longer. Well, I mean, I am enjoying it. But the thing is, you have to understand, if you were in my position, you'd probably enjoy sitting here cutting up on somebody who was a dickhead in your comments anyways. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of normal. The Israelis are mostly European expats. Okay, yeah. I mean, they weren't loving how they were being treated in Europe, that's for sure, right around the time that they went to Israel. It's just special pleading, but I forgive you. It's all good. Sorry for being a dick when I first came in. Hey, and that's all good. That's all good. That's really all it takes. He said, I thought Wiggy was a Nazi. Well, brother, like, one thing I do want to remind you of, Jay Davis, maybe you do need to write this down, like memento. If anybody's seen the fucking Guy Pearce classic, Memento, go check it out. I couldn't fucking recommend it enough. But yeah, Jay Davis, no hard feelings, bro. Honestly, like I said, mostly just giving you a hard time talking all this shit. But you did come in like a dick. When all we're doing is we're just Americans trying to create a nice little community of Americans who feel passionate about the situations that we're in as a country and where our country's headed. And I genuinely do welcome all points of view. Even if somebody comes in here and they, like, the first time I met Wiggy in here, he told me he was a Nazi, and it caught me off guard as well, Jay Davis. I'm not gonna lie. We had a conversation about it. But then after, he kind of explained his rationale, I find him as a extremely intelligent viewer. I appreciate what he adds to the program, and he's always invited to come through regardless of what he defines his ideology as. But hey, you're forgiven. And you know what? I mean, I'm sorry that I had to respond in kind. I can't I can't totally apologize for what I said, because it was in response to you immediately coming in here and just like shitting on my viewers and also my guest, my co-host here, which is okay if you call us retards. Honestly, I don't fully mind, but I mean, if you just continue down the line, I have to hop in here and I have to give you, got to give you all I got. I thought Wiggy was a Nazi. And that's fair. And I mean, Wiggy did claim that. But like I said, I would just suggest a little bit more intellectual rigor, and not immediately taking that as, well, that must, mean that you're racist or whatever. So he's a socialist. You're a socialist. I'm a socialist. Fucking Sandor's a socialist, bro. We have the beginning of a powerful party. You came in immediately trying to break up the congregation like it was the fucking CIA. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking Fred Hampton. You decided, no, we can't have all these fucking, you did a little sleeper cell action. Just honest. Hey, my immediate family is great. But I live in Texas, as I said before, and some of my family are Floridians. So yeah, some of them are a bit, I believe it. I definitely believe it. And then Wiggy says, Jay, I don't think you have any real hate in your heart. You have some righteous streak in you. Righteousness births liberty. Wow. Wiggy's even saying he kind of fucking digs it. It's like, it was kind of fucking annoying when you came in And yeah, it was kind of like an asshole move, but at the same time, he kind of digs it. But we are your brothers in arms in the nation, for better or for worse. Yeah, I agree with that. It's kind of my sentiment as well. It's not masochist. It's just that you would call me a coward if I left. There's no winning under a double standard, bro. I honestly wouldn't even. We would have moved on if you would have left like way earlier. Like I said, you kind of did make the conversation a little bit too much about you, which is like it was entertaining to a degree, but then like I mean we wanted to talk a lot about the issues. I want to talk a lot about the issues with the co-host here. Had the opportunity to get in here with Wiggy and stuff like that. So I wouldn't have called you a coward though. Like I said, we probably would have just moved straight on past it. To be honest, I have the memory of a goldfish, and that's in some ways that's a good thing. You're stuck with Mexican Nazis and zealot evangelicals who need Jesus to come home. James, really? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, my name's James. Yeah, you would have caught that at the beginning. I did see that you asked, and I mean, I don't mind telling you, to be honest. It's just I wasn't trying to derail the conversation. But James really thinks I'm crazy. I accept that at times, but aren't we all? No. I mean, so Wiggy, we just disagree slightly on certain things, but I actually find your perspective and your kind of like national pride actually as admirable, in my opinion. So I actually admire it, and also, as far as like, once again, like I've had some conversations with you offline, so I know how serious you take as far as really digging into all these topics and just in other things that you find of interest. So I would definitely wouldn't think that you're crazy. I'll just say, we don't fully agree on everything, but I think that we have enough common ground to where I see you as a true ally, my brother. Was that his name? James? Yes, sir. James, that's me. Let's see here. Sandor wants answers. We just want to find them. And then let's see here. This reminds me of Israel continuing to justify genocide because think about October 7th. I don't know what you're even talking about as far as that goes. If you're saying like me justify shitting on you because you came in being an asshole, I mean, if you don't see how silly that is to make the comparison between people responding to your verbal insults with verbal insults and how it's not the same as, you send some fighters, terrorists, when you send some terrorists over to across another country's borders, you kill people, you do everything else that happened on October 7th, and then you completely annihilate, raise an entire land and genocide the people on it. Currently do a forced famine. No, that's not the same. That's not the same. That's not the same. Oh my God. You conflate this with October 7th. You're Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, and that is the truth. That's a fucking absolute bonkers kind of parallel to draw. Now who's calling who the Zionist? Bitch, you think I'm Zion? Fuck you. Think I'm Zion. I don't care what you say. Okay, got it. At all. I mean, bro, for not caring what we have to say, you stuck around for a long ass time. You said you're an older man. I mean, is your time on this world not precious to you? Now, I think we're having a wonderful conversation. I'm happy where I'm at. The difference is if you're not happy where you're at, it's kind of pathetic to spend your whole night there. That's kind of dumb. Nor are you worthy of it. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Oh no. Oh no. We're crumbling. We're crumbling beneath the feet of Jay Davis and his fucking powerful intellect. Oh, and I didn't conflate them. You did actually, which would be comparing them directly. I mean, you did though. You did literally. I just said the logic is similar. It's not. I thought you didn't care what I said. Rip. I guess you do. Jay, you're Texas or live in Texas? Born and raised. Boom. I read the other one before I know. So that's cool. Okay. Born and raised in Texas. Ooh, wee boy. Labels are important though. You call yourself a Nazi. Holy fuck, bro. It's going to cause massive waste of time like this. Bro, you are the one that wasted time, though, because you immediately personally insulted him. If you would have just been like, what do you mean? Like, explain that. Even if you could have been indignant about it. You could have been like, how could you even say that, Wiggy? Explain that. How could you call yourself a Nazi? How could you? And then he would have explained it, and then no time would have been wasted. What got wasted was you like put fucking 5 messages for every one, but then the amount of context that the message actually held was like the same as the one that Wiggy would put. So either way, it's kind of silly. Same, brother, we are even more brothers in arms than you know. Ultimately, Texas will be our holy land. Just give it a few thousand years. That's true. And then you'll have fucking your great grandkids, if you've had the pleasure of procreating, which I'm going to assume that you have, Jay Davis, or maybe not. No shame at all. You're busy saving the world against like kind of offensive usage of words. I think it's worth considering the baggage the term has. Yeah, I mean, I think that's also fair, but that's like, once again, that's why you got to engage the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So you got to, once you engage in the conversation, you would have dispelled that initial, nobody's saying that you can't have some kind of like initial thoughts on it, but you just, your pussy started fucking hurting and you did what you did, brother. You can apologize for saying I was anti-Palestine and pro-genocide. The rest I don't care, but that's fucked to say. Well, I don't remember the exact wording, but this is as far as I'll go with that, is that obviously anything that I was saying that you made clear as far as your position that was anti to your position was obviously me joking. I mean, I don't think that you said anything that would make me say that you're anti-Palestinian or pro-genocide outright. So yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's supposed to be, if you're following the conversation, that's supposed to be taken as something said in jest, whatever I said. I mean, I don't remember verbatim what the crybaby session was. And then Wiggy said, yes, I have thoroughly dealt with the stuff before. It was a noticer before the big wave. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but I think the big wave you're referring to is the migration into Texas or something. I disagree. You made it about me. Okay, whatever. You fucking cried like your fucking pussy hurt for fucking 30 minutes straight. So yeah. How was I supposed to respond to you without making it about you? You were fucking crying about your fucking feelings. Wiggy, I was always Weira, bro. I'm not sure what that, because war, thunder, and the like. I just liked military history. And of course, too much of history is just narrative. No, and that's fair. But I mean, that's part of the good thing with your kind of intellectual rigor that you have, Wiggy, and wanting to really, critique whatever information you're getting. I mean, motherfuckers watching goddamn 5-hour breakdowns. I never called you a Zionist. What the fuck? You have called me one. What is this? I don't think I said that you said I was a Zionist. I don't remember. Oh, when I said it just once, holy shit, bro. When I just said, are you saying that I'm Zion? I was completely kidding. Obviously. What the fuck is wrong with your brain? Seriously. And answer the question. Were you a combat veteran? I'm just curious. It doesn't change anything for me, to be completely honest, but I am like worried about your ability to like maybe separate things that are not meant to be taken totally literal. I'm curious about brain damage. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm not gonna go through here too much to fucking find the specific comment I was responding to, but I was just fucking kidding, bro. Holy shit. I think he called out the double standards of thinking Israeli interests can be separated from Jewish interests. Texas belongs to Israel now. Go take it back, you pussies. Yeah, bro, I'm trying slowly. That is the problem. Why is Texas being like most taken over by fucking Israel? Like, it's a real on full. I think maybe they're like, if we can completely like break Texas, then the rest of the country will just follow suit, because they're thought of as the most American of any of us. Seriously. I want to see you on the news and read your manifest. Wiggy, I'm sure that manifesto would be worth fucking while, bro. Wiggy says it's been a process of years of reprogramming people to stop calling each other ites and ists. Interesting. Yeah, I'd like to know what kind of work are you doing down there? Reprogramming. Oh shit. Jay Davis says, I mean, it's not reasonable to assume Nazi is racist. I mean, I like I said, we're all acknowledging that you would carry some kind of like baggage with that word, and there'd be some kind of association. Nobody's like clowning you for that. It's just like, as far as like, you have to have a little bit more humility when you're conversating with people on the internet, and like maybe like literally, which he explained, he meant something different from it. That is center to the whole argument. Maybe Wiggy isn't, but it's not unreasonable to think that. By the way, and you should consider this, Jay Davis, out of all of us, the only person that you said that you respect is a Nazi. So how much fucking integrity and fucking morals do you have? You said you didn't respect Sandor or me. Or I don't know who you were responding to, but it doesn't matter because I don't care if you respect me or not. So I mean, yeah, with Wiggy, you said that you respect him. He's a Nazi, bro. So what the fuck? You respect Nazis. That's crazy. I actually wish you would explain why that's unreasonable to think. I already did explain. I already did explain. You're incapable of following a fucking coherent thought. If it's okay to be genocidal, my bad. If it's okay to be a genocidal Zio, why isn't it okay to be a Nazi? And honestly, a completely harmless one. Give me a break. And shouldn't Native Americans have that right? But when you have gone as deep as considering why the Nazis fought, you're already too deep for some people. That is true. That is true. And that's a great point, actually. But that's a dangerous point, to be honest. You think you shouldn't have to be accountable to anything you say. Yeah. Okay. There's just nothing that I said that was honestly, truly like really above reproach. Anything that I said that was off the wall was either in response to you being a cunt bag, or like I was legitimately kidding. If I wasn't kidding and I was saying I was kidding, well, then that would be fucked up. But I mean, I'm not gaslighting you like you tried to do us. Definitely not doing that. I'm just saying what it is. Irony. Meet Jay Davis. Jay Davis meet irony. Yeah, it's so funny. Debunking things like they were racist isn't the objective ultimately, because they were. It's that they intended to have a German state for German people, like Israel today. That's a great point. And I mean, that's a great admission to make everybody feel a little bit better about the whole situation. Everybody could exhale now. Sandor, you have kept this beef going on. James would have ended it like 4 times by now if you stop instigating. Well, I do get reminded by shit you say too, to be honest. You say shit that just makes me like, oh yeah, that's right. I have to address that. You know, you came in with horrible fucking attitude and like just being a cunt. Like, why are you guys talking about this? You guys aren't educated. Not even knowing that fucking, like I said, not even knowing. I could be fucking King Zio right here. You have no fucking clue. I might be Netanyahu's fucking stepson. Just kidding. I'm obviously not. That was a joke, to be clear. Some people, and once again, I've told you many times, I like to have jokes. I'm sorry if you don't. If you want to watch some stream where somebody doesn't fucking joke ever, I don't know, fucking tune into Dave Pacman's stream, which I like as well. Dave Pacman's all right, but come on. Like, here I joke a little bit. That's the bag of goods that you're receiving when you tune in here. We're gonna chop it up. We're gonna joke a little bit. We're gonna give each other a little bit of a hard time, but in good fun. As long as you're not a cunt, you were a cunt, so you got an extra hard dose of it tonight. It usually wouldn't be like that. I was even trying to be, when you were being a dickhead to Wiggy-Wom, I was trying to, be a diplomat and negotiate peace in that scenario. And then you ended up coming to peace at the end anyways. What is that about? God, you should just listen to me at the beginning when I was being fucking a nice guy. And I was like, hey, brother, just fucking hear him out. Let him explain himself real quick. You said you were proud to live in the same country as him. I am proud to live in the same country as him. 100%. Way more than just respect. I mean, honestly, I don't even know if that is way more than just respect. I mean, I could be proud to live in the same country as somebody else. It doesn't even mean that I'm proud necessarily that he's in the same country. Maybe I'm just proud that we both live in America. But I am proud and I do respect him. So it's not a gotcha. I'm not the one that has some like kind of moral stance against him. It's just funny that you're kind of like, trying to be on your high horse. You end up saying you respect a Nazi. That's just fucking retarded. But either way, Sandor, you came in hot, too hot. Why should I give you a break? You haven't apologized for anything, but accept everybody to kiss your feet. Fuck off. Yeah, I mean, I kind of, it is what it is. He did actually, I will say he did apologize. I don't know how sincere it was, to be fair. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, he did kind of try to turn around and justify it. But he did apologize. Let me see here. That's Wiggy. This was, I think, before he said that you weren't worth his respect. Or I wasn't worth his. Oh, fuck. He did. I just can't find it back here. It's buried in the comments. You have to find it. He did say that he apologized for just being a cunt, or he said like being a stupid little bitch or something is what it was, his words. I don't remember exactly what it was. This isn't, I don't think this is verbatim. Sorry for being a pussy little snowflake. I have no idea what got into my Texan pussy. But yeah, I'm not finding it. All good. It's all good. He did apologize, so I saw it. He didn't specifically apologize to you, Sandor, which I think you might be fucking owed one, to be honest, but that's all good. Yeah, but I'm usually responding to Sandor, then you get mad at me again, but he's still insulting me. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just reminds me of the whole situation, but I got you. It's all good. Hey, Davis, I'm about to play some more videos. We can talk about those videos. I'd love, and here, I'm sorry, Jay Davis, salute to you, brother. Hey, that's the kind of fucking accountability they teach you in our fucking forces. That's the kind of accountability that a troop has, an American troop. So right there, shout out to Jay Davis. And like I said earlier, brother, hey, I'm sorry that it had to go the way it had to go, but I had to respond in kind. Like, it's not that I don't feel like I should be held accountable for shit I say, but goddamn, I was responding to you being a dickhead. So it's like, it'd be disingenuous for me to fully say like I'm sorry, to be honest. So I don't want to give you that that false apology. There's another, in case you missed it. Well, that's good. And then Wiggy says, yes, brother, because I don't shit on my fellow countrymen ever, even if his opinion brings me to the point of despair. That's real as hell. Fucking Wiggy, that's some nationalist shit right there. He said, say a bad word about his countrymen? Goddamn no, he won't. Hell no. Fuck no, I'm not doing that. Now, Sandor, on the other hand, he doesn't have that same countryman ties. Playing your game by your rules, don't like it, don't play those games. Yeah, I mean, just this is true, though, to be honest. Jay Davis, this is true. Just if you wouldn't have came in here being a dickhead, you would have came in here being more, intellectually curious and honest, and then you would have gotten a super different version of us. Like I said, believe it or not, I'm a nice guy. Believe it or not, based off all of what I said to you tonight about, you going to fuck yourself and taking your own cock and shoving it up your ass and go fuck yourself with it. After all of that, believe it or not, I'm a nice fellow, dude. Real talk. Because you actually stop listening when people aren't nice. You say you're all about free speech up until people say something mean or disagree with you. I guess, bro, this is you. You just described yourself. Only time I spazzed on you, we actually haven't disagreed, which is the crazy part, Jay Davis. Me and you might hold the most similar political beliefs out of everybody in this fucking chat, honestly. So it's like, we haven't disagreed. So you're just wrong on that, unless you're talking about somebody else. Maybe you're talking about Sandor, you're talking about me. I don't know. But yeah. Bro, we've agreed on everything. The only thing I've disagreed with you on is the way you went about conducting yourself. So, I got to disagree with that. I fuck with my guy, Wiggy Wom. I stand with Wiggy Wom. If somebody came in here like you did and was talking to you like that, I would stand with you. If it was just like disrespectful and, you weren't willing to engage with our fucking, our in-house grok. Wiggy is actually grok before the Jewish update. He's the old grok, the one that was giving us the real numbers. Sandor said that was not sincere. And then he said, okay, then sorry. He said, you good, man. In fact, we know I would. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I think that's fair. Great point. If you like it, I love it. Wiggy Wom says Sandor has some fire. Mind you, his country is further down the path to the authoritarian regime none of us want in, America. Yeah, no, Sandor has some serious he has some serious wisdom to add to the conversation, honestly. Wisdom is Sandor is an integral part of this chat, so I could never turn my back on these boys. They've been too good to me, man. And Jay Davis, I'm willing to look. We want to welcome you into the fold. Fucking Wiggy wants to make you a Nazi. I don't. Like I said, me and you, we're. I haven't disagreed with a single thing you said. Look, the genocide. We're on the same page. It's fucked up. Stop funding that shit. Stop funding that shit and stop putting your alliances to a foreign country above this country. Me and you probably agree like that on that, like this. You know, just. Oh, this is why I stick around though. You get through the ugly shit and you form a much stronger bond. That's fair enough, brother. But we do have to put in perspective. You fucking tried to threaten to sue us and fucking this bitch behavior going on. So we had to respond to that. It is what it is. Davis, you know how it is, brother. We don't mean anything by it. But you're right. Look, we got through all the nasty shit. You got to call Wiggy a racist, I think for the second time, because to be fair, I think the last time you came in the chat, it was the exact same situation, but just hopefully this is the last time. And hopefully it's just a brotherhood. That's how I feel about it anyways. Boys will be boys. Yeah, no, we're definitely talking some shit. And genuinely, I mean, I got to say, I do support and appreciate the service, brother. I was raised by a veteran myself, so, you know, I got to show some respect there, and just giving you a hard time in the chat, like I said, because we're talking some shit. We're going crazy. Sandor says, my country will give me disaster relief despite where I decide to spend my money, Wiggy. Yeah. I mean, look, choose your own fucking dystopia. I'll take that dystopia, Wiggy. Let's be honest. And the sweet ass fucking greenery over there. I mean, they have a lot of, they're winning in a lot of ways. Also, healthcare, pretty nice. Almost every opinion I hear from foreigners is the perception of America is almost unsalvageable at this point. Do you agree with that, Wiggy? I'm curious. But I also hear that. But to be fair, this kind of perspective isn't like, it's not rare to find in, you know, Americans, in my opinion. So where anybody that's like a foreigner or immigrant that I've had any kind of like real extensive conversation with about this, I will say that they have a kind of view of, you know, a total downward trend in the American empire. And so I'm just curious what your opinion is on that. Do you agree with that kind of observation? Yeah, well, you obviously don't have anything against being a dick. So I do like being, I prefer to be nice, but it's like, you know, sometimes you have to respond in kind. What's the problem? Can't we all just be assholes? I mean, sometimes, I mean, I guess we all kind of in our own way were being a little bit of, we turned our assholeness onto each other, but I don't think that's the right way. I think we're probably, Jay Davis, brother, me and you, and I know that, Sandor's on the same page with this, but I'm sure that we have a similar kind of fervor around our sort of, I guess, class identity, you know, being class consciousness man right here. But so yes, N bombs here. Nice. Okay. Well, you try to set me up to be canceled. I noted. I'm not on Rumble with your boy fucking Fuentes and the other fucking groyper. So nice try, buddy. But assholes to people stealing your children's future. Yeah, definitely be let's focus our assholeness onto Israel and tell them, get the fuck, you need to leave. My country was very authoritarian during COVID, but I believe we are far more free than America. You guys are seriously under a boot. Okay, Sandor, hold on. Don't make us fucking get America on your ass right now. Calm down. I mean, I do feel like that. I think the Israeli shit is really a serious, you know, come to Jesus moment, not to be funny. But I think that there's a lot of people that otherwise, and I mean, this is the problem, is it does kind of tread on sort of anti-Semitic tropes that are easily disregarded as that. Although, in this case, I think that there's a great argument to be made as far as like what we're seeing. I mean, unfortunately, yes, there's anti-Semitism. Yes, there are tropes related to that. But I think outright what we're seeing right now, and like I said, to mention it again, because I think it is just so egregious. Sandor just mentioned in the chat as far as the relief funds. I mean, the BDS laws and like I said, if we're going to respect, for example, companies' ability to donate to campaigns based off them having free speech as a company, think about how far away from the respect as far as like free speech as an individual, unalienable right for an individual, how far we've gotten away from that to where you can't outwardly boycott or divest from a country who is involved in military action that, I mean, like, even if you don't agree with people, you can, I think anybody, even people that fall on the side of, at the end of the day, Israel's an ally, we got to support them. Even those people can look at it and see, I can understand why somebody might have an issue with it. You have to be the most out of touch, lunatic fucking Zionist to look at this situation and just totally not understand why somebody might have an issue with that. Like, so my country was very authoritarian. Then Jay Davis says, it is my belief, and you probably disagree, racism is the seed from which the tree of genocide sprouts. No, I mean, not totally. I mean, I think like it's kind of baked into the fact that you're killing a people based off the fact that they're associated with that people group. So, I mean, I think that in order to like partake in it, that racism has to be a part of it. But I wouldn't outright. I would have to think about that a little bit more. I think that's a fine thing to introduce into the conversation, though. Wiggy says, yes, as a whole, I can agree. Very Orwellian here, to use an overused term. Oh, but when the fucking shoe fits, it fits. Okay, I don't want to push hard here, but this is the old man in me. And by the way, I want to be clear. I only was giving you a hard time about being an old man because that's one thing that you mentioned. You have to understand, I'm on a camera here. So, you can make fun of my fucking glasses or say I look like a fucking retard or whatever you want to say. I got to go off whatever you told me in the comments. You just said old man, so I had to come down on you hard for that. I appreciate the wisdom that comes with, somebody that's lived a life. So, I'm open to hear it. And like I said, what I said earlier, sometimes I feel like I'm turning in, like we all do. I think feel like you start to turn into your dad, where I used to argue with my dad about like racial politics all the time, and he's like, shut the fuck up, it's about being colorblind. When I see a black man, I don't see a black man, I see a man. It's like, well, do you though? How I would feel. But yeah, I mean, like as time rolls on, I'm seeing kind of Wiggy's point as far as like, the only way that we really get past this kind of like division that we have is to really just accept that what it means to be an American is not going to look a certain way. And a person could still be your brother or your sister in a national sense, and not look like you. And that's just the country that we live in. It's not homogenous. So it's like, we have to kind of find that common ground around our American identity, I think, to really move forward. I don't think genocide exists without racism. No, like I said, I think you do have, it's something I'd have to just tangle with, but I think it is a fair point. And I think that in order to target a ethnic group and feel like it's okay to exterminate them off the fucking planet, obviously nobody feels like that about their own race. So it's kind of is baked into that kind of idea. So, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you, but I would just have to kind of, maybe it could, but I can't imagine why. No, like I said, I'm contesting with your thought and, just really kind of engaging with it. So I think you're probably right on that. That makes sense. Just like Holocaust can't exist without belief in God. Interesting. So would you say that whatever you consider as far as like the Jewish state, would you consider them to believe in God or be more of a secular state? If you feel like that's a relevant question to that, because I know you mentioned that you feel like Holocaust actually maps on better to what we're kind of describing. All right, I don't know how long the internet's going to hold out. I'm getting warnings that my internet's failing on me. Might have ran out of all my gigabytes for the month. Just playing. But for real, something might be going on. So Jay Davis said, and I feel like if a pogrom started without racism, it would develop during the pogrom. Okay. And then what annoys me about America is the whole, by the way, guys, let me know if the stream is coming through still, like watchable at least. If it's not perfect, I don't mind, but yeah. So Sandor says, what annoys me about America is the whole militia and tyrannical government. It's literally so in your face, tyrannical, and nobody does anything. Yeah, I mean, for sure, I would say, like, especially the government that we're looking at now, when you consider like the deportations, fucking masked up people pulling people off the street and shit. I agree with you. I think it's so apparent and in your face at this point. It's quite simple, Jay. We ask where a person's loyalty lies and believe them, but use evidence as a standard to prove otherwise. You cannot allow any nation to have people in positions in power. What? Sandor is 100% correct. Nice. Jay Davis gave you credit. Sandor, you're correct. It's official now. Let's see here. America does have a boot on its throat. When have we ever had? Oh, my bad. I'm trying to fucking take my fucking belt off. I've been wearing this belt for a long ass time. When have we ever had a more authoritarian government? Even Reagan was no Donald Trump. Yeah, I agree with that. And I do think that that's where we're at this point. We're in total agreement with that and the resistance with that. And that's another reason why I think that, where I agree with you, and there it could be a little jarring when somebody says I'm a Nazi, or whatever, any kind of like ideology. I think at this point we're at a point in history where we're resisting something so dire that there's just going to be uncommon bedfellows basically that come of this, and that's if we end up actually banding in the way we are. The thing that I fear is that we won't be able to find that kind of common ground based off of disagreements on the outer skirt. Let's see here. Wiggy says, who openly share, did we skip that? America, even Reagan was no Donald Trump. Wiggy says, who openly share this affinity for another national entity? Yeah, it is just kind of like counter to the idea of running your own sovereign country. Not that you can't have allies and you can't consider what would benefit your allies and things like that, but to put the benefits of those allies over the well-being of your citizens is where the problem lies. Sandor says America has no freedom of speech if you can't practice BDS, and freedom of speech is what makes you great. Remember? No, I absolutely agree with that. And I think that's one of the things that made me so animated around this issue, to be honest. It really pissed me off about it when I was reading this story, because there's already a level of helplessness that you feel as an American, I feel like today, in how complicit that we've been, and just many things around the world at this point in common history, current events. But I think what really puts it over the limit is when you see people actively, like, you can't even hold a opinion that's contrary, which lets you know that, like, when the next election's like, what's going to happen? I'm really curious, in a bad way, what these primaries are going to look like when you see how much this president has been willing to push the limits on, boots on the ground authoritarianism, how that's going to kind of manifest itself when it comes to election season. I'm concerned about that. Right. It's just lip service. I'm sure that's in reference to the freedom of speech, which, I can agree with that. At least as far as like how it feels at this point. Thankfully, I think we do have a robust constitution in that sense, where if we are able to correct course, there's, I don't know. It's optimistic. It seems tough now. Americans believe they have rights. So emphasis on belief. And then Wiggy says, one who uses the Abrahamic Brotherhood as some sort of bludgeon to beat people's moral sense of the world. You'd say racism is a necessary condition for genocide, but not a sufficient condition then. Would that be accurate? I don't know if you're talking about me or talking about one of the guys you're going back and forth in the comments. I don't know, because I mean, I'm kind of agreeing with you that in order for it to take place, it has to, it does have to be involved in the process whenever a country is deciding, like, hey, we're going to indiscriminately kill this people. Like I said, nobody would be okay with genocide happening on people that they respected. Like we wouldn't be okay if there's a genocide happening in Canada right now. Or I imagine we wouldn't be okay with it in Texas. I mean, I don't know, but maybe that's where some of the racism would play in, to what you're saying, and the lack of empathy at the very least. I mean, like I said, if you're being the most charitable, we're not doing what we can to stop it. If you're, I think if you're being outright honest, then we're actively enabling it. Wiggy says, I think calling it genocide boat. Okay, I think calling it genocide, the calling it genocide boat in America has sailed. My bad, I was trying to put that together. Too many people high on their own grammar farts to accept it as a genocide. Zionists don't believe in God, but they believe he promised them Palestine. Oh yeah, I didn't see if you answered that, by the way, Wiggy. So I'm still gonna go through these comments and see if you did. But I asked you earlier, as far as like, do you view them as a religious people or religious state? So is it a genocide? Yes. If you intend to delete a people from the timeline, it's genocide. But by the Webster semantic standard, it's not. And I remember we are planning on pulling that up and going through that and really testing that, doing a stress test on that definition. It's why I called out Kabbalistic beliefs, words as reality. I say Lincoln was pretty authoritarian. Yeah, making people give up their fucking slaves. What an asshole. Jay Davis says it's the whole reason I come out swinging now, because our country needs fighters, not people who want to send a notarized letter to a committee to request them to please stop fascism. No, I don't disagree with you on that. I do think, like, as far as like rigorous debate and like challenging people to be clear with what they're saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just a way to go about it. But I think that you are right on that, and especially people like, for example, Wiggy, though, is somebody who would speak out against this like authoritarianism. And I guess you have to get to that point. You don't know that just automatically coming in. But I agree with you on that from that perspective, because I live in an area that is pretty conservative, and I have a lot of people that I know that were Trumpers, much less now, I will say. But yeah, when we have debates, I had a pretty hostile debate earlier with somebody, an old friend of mine, and it was centered around that. It's just like, I do think that, for people that are just gonna like be complicit and just stand by the side and like cheer on Trump based off like, oh, he said fuck you to this liberal or that, and he dunked on him here, and like, if that's literally what you're willing to sell the country down the fucking toilet for, then I do think that sometimes you got to hold those people to account, just so they can look in the mirror on what their perspective is on that. And so Jay Davis also said, and it makes me unpleasant, but I argue with people in person too. I don't doubt that. The country needs it right now because so many aren't thinking at all. I agree with that, brother, for sure. I'm trying to think. Yeah, there was so there's a few things that were really eye-opening for me through this process, as far as like, I remember one thing I talked about on the podcast already, so you other guys might have heard it. But I remember talking to a female. Not that I think the Kamala won lost because she's a female, because I don't think that's the only reason, but I didn't really think much about that as something people would be unwilling to vote for based off her gender. But I ended up actually having a debate with a lady, and that was one. She said she wouldn't vote for Kamala because she was a woman, straight up. And that just really surprised me, like from a lady's perspective. But I guess really when you talk to ladies, you really have some real conversations with some women out there, they really wouldn't surprise you. So I guess I was projecting in that instance, because then I guess afterwards I did stew on it a bit, and I was like, well, in reality, like, if I cross-reference other conversations I've had with ladies, is it completely out of the realm possibility that the first person to say fuck no because she's a woman and she's emotional Is it really that crazy that would be a woman? It's typical. That's typical woman shit. So then we got look how quickly millions just got paid out in reparations for the college protest. I did see that. Yeah, that was fucking wild. It's so one-sided, and that side isn't even your country, which is fucking, yeah. That's definitely the saddest part of them all. Jay, you're swinging at the wrong people. Follow the money. The people who openly manipulate our political system. It's not me who has billions in reach and revenue voting for Trump, ruining the country. These elections have been rigged by the party system long ago by convergent ideologies. This guy right here, Mr. Jew Man, Shabbat Shalom, says Mazel Tov. Oh my God, jumped in with the fucking bed of snakes here. Wiggy says, to be clear with Lincoln comment, I'm referring to the steps he had to take in the remaining Union states to secure the Union. I mean, yeah, I could see that. I mean, considering, you know, they ended up having a full out fucking war about it. He made the right move on slavery. The Constitution was basically torn in half to accomplish it. Remember, he was a lawyer. He knows his steps on slavery were against constitutional law. And X once told me women hate women, and I find it to be a true statement. Yeah, no, and that's something, like I said, that's where I had to have that kind of like moment of realization, because I was projecting, like I said, my own views, and I'm like, I even responded to her. I'm like, to be completely honest, as far as viewing women as emotional in my professional life, anyways, I'll say, in my professional life, more times than not, the most serious, competent people that I worked with, real shit, were women, honestly. And I'm not saying that necessarily means that that men aren't competent or whatever, but some of the people that checked that shit at the door the most and were the most consistent and always had like a, you know, kind of like good mindset, good attitude about it, whatever they were doing. And like I said, always took it serious. Women. So, but like I said, I was projecting onto her when she was like, fuck no, emotional. I'm like, well, okay, well, hold on. So Trump, not emotional, but you know, but morally and for union, he had to do it. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a very uncomfortable thing to wrestle with. And I think it's actually really interesting that you brought it up tonight, Wiggy, because when we're talking about things like resisting authoritarianism, and I think it's clear in this case that there is no kind of like greater good or no greater purpose that you know, Trump is throwing people into fucking gulags for in fucking Venezuela. A woman's social genius will never be surpassed by a man. So, oh, by the way, Wiggy says hi, Shabbat. Hey, Shabbat, look at how chill we are, bro. Go ahead and hit like, share, subscribe. Go ahead and share this around the synagogue. See how they feel about the content. We'd like to get some of that good. Okay, well, listen, brother, we don't do Hebrew around here. I will tell you that if you didn't know. So you're gonna have to come with that. You're gonna have to put it in English. Wiggy says hi, Shabbat, though. He says shout out to you and buenas noches. And we got Jay Davis says 0 DPM, or is that what you meant to say? And then Wiggy says a woman's social genius will never be surpassed by a man. That's interesting. Explain to me exactly what you're kind of getting at with that. That's interesting. I find it disturbing you're calling Paul a woman. He might be the epitome of soy, but he's still a man. No, Paul actually voted for Kamala, so he this is not who I'm talking about. The person I'm talking about, I think she might have said that she abstained from voting, so she might have just said, fuck it, I'm not voting for anybody. But I remember, you know, specifically asking her about Kamala, and that I had heard people say, some male friends that I know were like, oh, I'm not going to vote for her because she's a woman, da, 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 da. So I asked her about that out of curiosity, and she was like, yeah, fuck yeah, I agree. Wiggy says they are the master manipulator and ultimate victim. And both we believe to be true and wrong. It's wild. They are not men, and men are not women, not even in that anti-woke way. So I'll ask you, Wiggy, this question just straight up. Do you think that a woman, which I mean, I think, you know, speaking in like generalities like this is probably never really getting to the crux of whatever your thought is on it. But yeah, do you think that there could be a woman leader? Do you think that a woman can make a fine leader in comparison to men, or do you think that it's like, not a woman's job or whatever? We still talking about women or the WNBA, Wiggy? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think the shoe might fit on the WNBA a little bit better than it does the ladies. Ever heard the adage, a woman's lot in life? I have. But I'll have to let me see exactly what that's referring to. I have heard that, but exactly what that's getting at. Let's see. Woman's lot in life. Okay. All right. It's just telling me that there's a mission called A Woman's Lot in the video game Kingdom Come. So that's good to know. Kingdom Come Deliverance, they have a mission called A Woman's Lot, in case anybody wanted to know that. Not what I was looking up. But I do have to play that game. I bought that game a long ass time ago and just never got to it. That's the problem with being a fucking adult. That's the problem that pisses you off about being an adult. Oh, this was interesting. I found, by the way,
You shouldn't be able to vandalize
guys. Steven Crowder's a fucking idiot retard, right? Look at this. Even he knows
public or private property on behalf of Hamas, a terrorist organization.
All right, so he comes in with the immediate, I have to shit on Hamas. And just to be clear, anybody that watches the show knows, I don't, come on. Even if I never talked about Steven Crowder before, because I haven't, with you guys anyways. Kingdom Come is good. I got to get to it, bro. I have Kingdom Come 2 on the PlayStation, but just haven't. I have fired it up. I got my ass kicked a few times, and I was like, I just don't have enough time to learn this fucking combat system. So let me come back around to it. But yeah, so Steven Crowder, it's the fucking classic. Yeah, I like to find the worst person that we know on Earth that was right today. And Steven Crowder might have been the one. I don't know.
That being said, you can hate Jews for all I care. And if you are in a hurricane zone, it should be taken into account. Zero.
Yeah.
How do you think that controversial statement sounds, boys? Let me know. Now think about it. There's fucking empty chair. Sad. I gotta take this off the screen. There's no use for it anymore. Remove. Sad empty chair. We miss Paul. But yeah, think about how brave this man is coming out on his side. But like I said, it really lets you know, because Steven Crowder isn't really risking much in the way of his audience to say this. And once again, I think I'll highlight that as, although me and you, Jay Davis, as well as Sandor, we would obviously be allies in the as far as liberals. Steven Crowder obviously isn't that. And this is an issue that has polarized people across political lines. And aside from the people who are actually in government and they're bought and paid for, and they just can't shift their moves, they can't shift their ideology. You have people like Steven Crowder who are on these shows and things like that, and I think they're recognizing the way that their audience is going, and they're shifting along with that. And once again, I mean, just to kind of highlight this as something that I think is something to be extremely optimistic about. Steven Crowder is a fucktard. Steven Crowder is an absolute fucktard. I've never been impressed by a single thing I've seen come through this guy's fucking mouth, except when it fucking shuts. And I have to say, on this, uncritically here, he's kind of fucking nailing it, because it's a no fucking brainer. There's nobody on the left or the right that's a normal human being that's going to have any stomach for withholding aid because of some lack of loyalty for another country.
Sometimes I feel like there are people in this administration who really don't know what it is that you voted for, who are so completely out of touch, and they can't make many more missteps like this, because it's going to cost them. It's going to cost them a lot.
It's right on the heels of the whole Wailing Wall incident that we talked about yesterday. It's just one step after another, guys. It's listen, I'm trying to find the common sense kind of.
They're we're trying to fucking defend you guys. We want to defend your guys' hostile takeover of this country, but you're making it impossible. Can you make it a little bit more fucking covert? Can you kiss the wall at nighttime? Could you maybe kiss the wall on Saturdays and not film it so there's nobody take pictures of it? Are you allowed to kiss the wall on the Sabbath? I'm not sure. Sandor says, my wife says, why do I have to cook? I say, because you have tits. As a woman's lot in life. I mean, I'm right there with you. I actually had this conversation with my lady almost verbatim the other day. But Paul, if you're in here, brother, you got to get in here to defend yourself because Sandor already said that you're a soy boy, and now I have to out you. Paul cooks for his woman. I'm sure it's something he would be proud of and hold as a badge of honor, but I have to out him on that. Paul actually, he does the cooking in his house. Now, whatever that means, Sandor, you take that information and you do with it what you will, brother. But yeah, he out and out. He's a chef in that household. Wiggy says, I think you need to define that more clear. Is a woman the right leader for a war? I'm not entirely convinced they would be. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. So, because obviously, like, we could use the example that we have today. We have a man that's in office right now. Would you say that Trump is the right leader for some kind of like wartime scenario? I don't know, Wiggy, you let me know on that. I mean, because I think obviously no. So when I say, is the woman a right leader, or I'm just reading back kind of your framing of that question, I would say during a war, there may be a scenario where we could say, like, is the nature of a woman like really in line with warfare, and could there be like some kind of issue there? I think I would be comfortable acknowledging that. But then at the same time, I think you would have to say that that's obviously just kind of it's simplifying a little bit too much, because the same thing where maybe you would say, like, between the two genders, who's kind of like gender characteristics or lead them more to be, better leaders during war or whatever. You could say that generally about men, but obviously there's a huge portion of the of that demographic that, you'd say they wouldn't be the right leader or wouldn't be a good leader for that time. So I don't know. So I think it kind of like applies the same way, even if it's a scenario where you'd say, like, for women, it's like, this is not, I haven't thought about this enough to say like these numbers are concrete, but just so we're engaging with the idea, say it's like 80-20 for women, 80%, wouldn't necessarily be fit for that kind of scenario, but then 20% would, and then flip it the other way for men, which I think is obviously crazy to think 80% of men would be prepared to like govern in that kind of situation. But like I said, just to engage in the thought, it's not out of the realm of, it is plausible. Wiggy, I'm asking you on this. And when we're talking about leaders of the country, we're already talking about like extreme, like they're going through some kind of like extreme filter to filter out all the people who are basically normal. Like, you would want somebody to step into that role that has some kind of like, serious kind of qualifications and some reason why they're even being considered. Now, I mean, the people that we've had run for office in my lifetime leads me to believe that, I guess, isn't the case. So it kind of flies in the way of my own thinking there. But you feel what I'm saying? It's late. We're ranting a little bit. My bad. Jay Davis says women tend to have emotional insight, as in they know what they are feeling and why. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think there's some truth to that, and I also think Crowder is such a pussy. I played that for that reason. Crowder is one of my least favorite fucking commentators on the entire internet. I fucking hate Steven Crowder. But once again, I like to pepper these in as we're going, because it's interesting to see, kind of like what we were talking about earlier with the situation where we were arguing in the comments. Like, Steven Crowder, I find him fucking deplorable. Way worse than fucking Wiggy being a Nazi. Steven Crowder. But at the same time, I realized that, him exerting whatever kind of like political pressure that he has with his audience, which is not great, but it has an impact, and it's also speaking to the other side of the aisle, which I think is really important to break through to young conservative men, So like what Paul was talking about, where it's like in the next 20 years, when all these people are stepping into office, people of this generation, hopefully there's a very different kind of skepticism and understanding around our relationship with those with foreign countries that just don't have our interest at the forefront of what they're considering, nor should they in reality, but they also shouldn't be able to flex as much influence as they do. Jay Davis says women. Oh yeah, I already read that, and I honestly, and I agree with this point, Jay Davis. That's why, I'm interested to engage with what you were saying earlier, Wiggy. I want to read a little bit more of you, kind of like really defining that position. But I do agree with this. Like I said, when in my experience, I've worked like nonprofits and things like that with women, and I was, like I said, I'll say the people that took it the most serious and had the most kind of like emotional intelligence, and this isn't across the board. I worked with some women that were absolute fucking monsters, obviously, but just out and right. Like, what is the odds that if I was working with a man, what are the odds that they would be like an unserious fucktard compared to a woman? I would say that the odds were higher with men for whatever kind of reason that is. But, one thing, I mean, in that I think is worth considering, because when you say war, like I said, I do struggle thinking like just automatically that a man is going to be more suited for that kind of position just based off kind of like nothing other than that. I think that when you get to the position of president, I think we should really consider whether serving in the military should be a prerequisite for being considered for the position, considering you're commander in chief. That's something that I think just generally with many of the people that we've had in office, fucking draft dodgers and all this shit. So I mean, I struggle, outright kind of eliminating out of contention women based off of like potential wars or anything like that, because I see how incompetent we've had men in those positions and how they've handled them. Wiki says some good old John Huss, the Hussite rebellion. Crusade, hey, bro, it needs to be like fucking Dune in this bitch. Jay Davis says men get angry and say they aren't being emotional. We did a fantastic demonstration earlier where I played the lead role. Well, so I mean, fair enough. And I mean, is a good point between like all of us. This is a straight. If we had a lady in here, who knows what would happen? Sandor, yeah, could you imagine? Who knows? Literally. So actually, we did have a lady in here earlier. Jada Spade is a lady, so she was in here for just a little bit of time, but it got a little too argumentative, I think, for her possibly. Sandor said Crowder is such a pussy, and I agree with that. Happy to read that twice. He's not wearing his holster. How can I respect him? Oh yeah, that was fucking hysterical, bro. When he was wearing his fucking gun holsters, like he was worried that a fucking mass shooter was gonna come into the studio at any moment. What are you gonna do with those, you fucking Canadian? Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh yeah, that was great. When the H3 people had Sam Cedar ambush him. That was awesome. I don't like Crowder's tan. It looks wrong. Hey bro, sometimes we whites have to achieve our tan by unsavory means. Shit that would make RFK tremble. Jay Davis says, this is kind of what I mean, though, when I say I don't like imprecise analysis. Sorry if it's bougie, but liberalism isn't leftism. Liberalism serves capital. Chuck Schumer is a liberal, at least. And then by U.S. standards, anyways. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I don't know exactly what you're responding to, but as far as like, I mean, you have to understand imprecise analysis. We're on this fucking stream for 5.5 hours right now, bro. It's literally a conversation that's taking place. As far as like slightly imprecise verbiage, where maybe you understand what I'm saying when I say that. I'm assuming that's in response to me saying that we're all liberal. So you understand that would still apply as far as like if we're kind of speaking short term. Or shorthand. So Wiggy says, yeah, imagine debating a bunch of fluoride riddled college debt shackled kids and convincing people somehow you're the brave new message. Well, yeah, that's the way to do it, bro. Change my mind. And the thing is, you come in and you're like, change my mind. And then as long as you just say, regardless of what they say, I'm never going to fucking change my mind. Then your audience is always like, fucking dunked. He dunked.
You just made the
He fucking dunked. He didn't change his mind. Let's see here. Sandor. Paul goes on the bottom, and not because he likes it, but that's okay. Paul was our bottom. I gotta tell him that. It says fluoride is the main ingredient in toothpaste, by the way. Lead is bad. Yeah, so I mean, we're in agreement. Lead's bad for sure. Liberalism serves the individual, I think, more so, but it's still exploited by capitalism. Yes, I agree on that. And oh yeah, liberalism is preferable to conservatism in U.S. for damn sure. I just think liberals are too soft on conservatives. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Well, I mean, and also, like I said, if we're kind of using liberal as shorthand, just to kind of represent anybody who is on the left, which is how I'm using it. So whether you would identify yourself as like a progressive or whatever, that's something we can get into the weeds on. But yeah, I think that as far as like liberals, to be honest, we need to hold liberals more accountable. I think when we see what happened and how we lost this last election, or liberals lost the last election, that's a huge part of it. I mean, being unwilling to, really step to this, pull Joe Biden to the side and really have a serious conversation about how much his ego is leading to the detriment of the party, but more importantly, as the country as a whole, regardless. That was step one of the fuck up, was actually liberals not holding liberals accountable, not holding a primary after they did finally get the scarecrow to drop out. Yeah, I mean, brush a tooth, sure. Don't drink it, especially in the quantity needed to condition water. Nice. Okay, we're about to break into a fluoride debate in the chat. Very cool. Like the kind of Joe Scarborough. Mika Brzezinski, sphere of people just drive me absolutely nuts because they sane wash Trump. And I think that's definitely fair. Specifically, I don't honestly watch Joe Scarborough at all, ever anymore. I've obviously watched a show in the past, but I mean, I just don't watch him consistently at all. I'm a cable cutter. I got the fuck off TV in general. Joe is bamboo and leans wherever he thinks the money is. I am, despite my worker party sympathy, still empathetic towards the form of government nominally known as republic. Not that GOP monstrosity, though. All of them want money like a man wants water in the desert. Hell yeah, that's a nice little parable for the people in Texas. Women ultimately fear social outcasts more than men. Okay, more than man. Unless she's married, then they become more radical. Tempered by still that social inclusion. Okay, well, I mean, hey, that's an interesting perspective on it. I'm not hey, you can hold whatever position you feel like, brother. That is interesting. That's an interesting thought behind this, as at least as far as like the position that you hold. Sandor says we would be off only letting Down syndrome people run the government. Innocent minds, sweet people. They do like to jack. They do like to jack it a bit much, but they are good people. We already had that issue in our fucking. I don't remember who it was, but who was it that got busted beating their meat in the fucking chamber? Well, like, come on, we already have that problem. We might have already elected a few men. Some, like myself, I think, have no fear of being labeled as a pariah. It makes us internalize our righteousness, self-delusion, if you will. A man is much susceptible to self-delusion over a woman, but women hate being rejected from society. To surmise. Okay, yeah, I like it, brother. That's interesting. Sandor then says, yeah, obviously men and women have differences, but when it comes to seeking power in government, it's sociopaths and psychopaths that are overrepresented. The biological differences go out the window. Yeah, I mean, I think, and that's, so Sandor's looking at it at a fucking black-pilled version of what I said, if I've ever heard one. But I mean, I was essentially kind of talking about the same thing, where hopefully some of those general kind of characteristics that you're touching on, as far as like, and maybe character flaws that women tend to have and that men tend to have, that you're pointing out, and I wouldn't disagree with them on like as far as like just observing the large number of women. But when you're talking about somebody that's running for president, I think you're hoping that you're getting somebody who is a bit of an anomaly. Like for example, if men are generally considered to be aggressive or something, I'm just trying to think of something that we would associate with men. So aggressive. You hope that your male president, and you give them the respect if everything else checks out or whatever, to assume that they're going to be a well-developed enough person to be able to check whatever kind of character flaws they may have, whether they're attached to their their gender, whether it's attached to their culture makeup, or it's based on economic position. We're all going to be all of our, like you talked about with the faith thing, everything about us is going to be informed based off our who we were born to, and our experiences through that point, and how much of that we actually have some kind of control over is it's limited. So I guess it's always hard for me to accept a person that deep into themselves, but I'm sure it exists. Yeah, I mean that's the problem with any politician, right? Anybody that feels like, hey, I should be the person that has the button and I have the power or whatever. There's kind of like that's a little bit of a red flag to begin with, I think. But then again, when you look around and you see how the country is going, you have to leave room for people, I think, that are just animated by what they see and really activated and not pushed to get involved into politics based off of wanting to like kind of some self-aggrandizement, or even if you want to get hey, I want to help out, and I want to do whatever I can. I don't even think that's as much of the motivation with the people that we're actually looking for. I think the people that we're actually looking for are people that see, like today anyways, where people see how far away we've drifted away from the country's values and want to return it to some level of that, and want to is because honestly, we're almost too far down the road of all this kind of chaos to where we're really fighting about the policies like what we would like to, as far as like when we were talking about like healthcare and things of that nature. It's like we're so far removed for that, where we're trying to just claw onto any level of can like the fucking Constitution stay? Can we still have freedom of speech, please? Can we still have freedom of movement within our country? Like, is that something that's going to be like, like, I think those kind of things are actually, under attack right now. So I think, it's important for us to lock in on that. Aside from even like getting caught up in those kind of like policy differences, which, to be honest, I've had enough conservatives on here in the past, and Jay Davis, you might even agree with this, I'm not sure, but this is kind of another thing that I want to kind of just throw out there for you, as far as like where we have to take more time to hear people out, because somebody like Wiggy, where he's like, hey, I'm a Nazi, you might actually find that there's something like healthcare you guys can actually build some kind of platform around. And there's agreement there with somebody that, and Wiggy's not the example I was using. I was actually talking about people who are right wingers, but I had Cody on here a couple episodes ago. You guys can check it out. And we had a whole long debate. He's conservative. He voted for Trump. But there was a lot of things that I felt like we can honestly find common ground around. And that was, something that was, I want to actually have him back, because it's been a couple weeks actually. So I'm curious. I want to check back in with him on the whole Trump thing. Wiggy says it's wild. Like I have a cynical loop of self-awareness that can't allow me to seek power for power's sake without having some internal narrative of me being on a crusade. Yeah, I mean, Texas could, that's my point too, brother. Think about that. Texas literally could use the hell out of you right now. You know what I mean? Jay Davis, you too, bro. Like shit. Like you guys, as far as like you guys feel strongly about these things and all that, like we have to, it feels icky and it feels performative and all that for me as well. To think about going through that entire process of running for office is just fucking gross. So I hear you on that. But at the same time, it's like, or if not people that are just invested for the sake of And I mean, it's not even for, I guess it is for power's sake, but I can see how you can kind of twist any of these things, because like it is, I guess, technically for power's sake, but at the same time, that power is going to exist whether it's like the ring, bro. Somebody's got to grab it. Somebody's got to grab the ring. Do you want fucking what the fuck's the fucking eye? You know what I'm talking about. The fucking fiery eye. I know it's too goddamn late if I fucking can't remember that. I read all these books. Oh my God. Either way. And then Sandor says, if I had power, it would be Dear Sandor time. Yeah, I know everybody would have to respect you, brother. Nobody would be able to live here and not respect you. Healthcare, workers' rights. Yeah, I'm with you. The Nazis also passed some of the most progressive animal rights acts. Oh, okay, yeah. So if you're an animal lover, shout out to that. But workers' rights is another thing. You know how much, I mean, that I think is really, we're at a time where there's going to be a huge cultural, a significant shift as far as like, what it means to be a worker in this country. Had awesome Hugo Boss profits too. Hell yeah. I mean, cool outfits, bro. Cool uniforms. The ladies of France, I hear they went crazy for those uniforms. Remember, Ola was a vegetarian. Old H maybe was a vegetarian. Outfits. Okay, so instead of profits, it was Hugo Boss outfits. I was running with profits too. I was like, damn, well, maybe they did get profits from the Hugo Boss, I guess. Dude was hyper progressive for his time. He also passed environmental protection laws in regards to capital exploration. All right, brother. Well, exploitation. Let's see what else. I do have, I think, just 2 more small videos to play, and then we'll be up out of here for the night, just because it is getting a little late and I'm sweating my ass off. You guys might not be able to tell, but this fucking garage is hot as hell. So I'm out here for the love of it, and I'm surprised how little you could tell that I'm glistening, but what's happening? So yeah, so Wiggy, anyways, right there calling out the famous painter of dogs as hyper progressive first time. Fair enough. Now, if we take out the scales and weigh the pros and cons with today's learnings, yeah. What was so were we on the right side? Do we want to put a poll up? Maybe we should introduce a poll. It depends where we put it. If we put it on Twitter, I'm pretty sure they're going to agree with. I don't remember if it was Wiggy and Sandor as far as that agreed we weren't on the right side, but I know, I think I had that conversation with Wiggy. But yeah, I do have this video we need to play because it just tickled me a little bit. And once again, really highlights the whole conversation we've been having all night, highlights the victim mentality of Israel and how much they kind of like, as much as Hamas runs and hides in tunnels, these motherfuckers run and hide behind this like fucking victim narrative. But this is Bibi Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, war criminal, son of a bitch.
You don't know this. The protesters themselves, many of them don't even know what they're chanting. When they're chanting Free Palestine, they're saying really, destroy Israel, destroy the Jews. It's the modern equivalent of Heil Hitler. That's what it says. When they say from the river to the sea is a few kilometers here, and the river is a few kilometers there. It means the end of Israel. That's what they're chanting. So they bought the demonization. They bought the vilification of the one democracy that is fighting a just war with just means. And here's what happens when this spreads and it goes to the ICC. The ICC, the court that was supposed to establish really after the Holocaust in order to prevent another Holocaust. And the ICC declares that I, and former defense minister, effectively the state of Israel, they'll issue more decrees, we're the war criminals. What does it say to democracies? What does it say to free societies? It imperils your right of self-defense. It means that this tactic of implanting yourself in a civilian population while sending rockets and murderers to murder civilians, as you hide behind your own civilians, you are given effective immunity. And once this idea is implanted, it will spread and spread and spread. And spread to your own societies. So for the future of civilization,
let's spread it.
We can't have that.
Ooh, the end of that shit is always it's always a surprise. It says you're not above the law, you scum cunt. He also says, from the river to the sea too. Fuck off. No, actually, that's a great point, Sandor. I have heard him use that same kind of rhetoric. And one thing, by the way, that I really cannot stand about this shit is this, once again, like language policing and like, oh, they're saying from the river to the sea. Do you know what that really means? That's like Heil Hitler or whatever. It's like, bro, you guys are actually dropping bombs and materially ending people's fucking existence on this planet. And you actually have the goal to be like, well, people pushing against this, which of course, in my opinion, is the only humane option, is to resist this. So obviously, so then they're painting that as if it's like it's the opposite, as if it's this perversion and this thing that is racist and anti-Semitic, when in reality, like I said, to speak out against this and causes like it, in which people are, being completely peoples are being completely dismantled and excised from their land. It's the only moral thing to say about it. And then, like, once again, like this language policing around people who are having their entire fucking families deleted, and to have this fucking cry bullshit about the fact that they say from the river to the sea or whatever. Yeah, I mean, look, and the same thing when we were talking about the Iran shit, and they mentioned it earlier, fucking Michael Rappaport's stupid ass. And he's like, they want to come for America first. It's like, bro, do you fucking blame them for saying death to America? Honestly, like, let's keep it real. Like, do I want them to, like, does it make me feel great? No. Does it make me want to invite the people right into my fucking home? No, not necessarily. Do I actually understand it if I engage with it for even a fucking moment? Of course I do. Like, you know what I mean? Of course I do. If the shoe was on the other foot, I'm not saying death to any country here, but I am telling Israel, get the fuck out. They've done they have done way less to us than they have the Palestinians. But I mean, I don't want to sell short what they have done to us as far as compromising our government. It's not a small thing. Like, whatever kind of accusation we have to throw towards the Russians as far as compromising our political system, like, throw that accusation fucking 100 times, 1,000 times, and lay it at the feet of the Israeli government. I mean, for fuck's sake, they fucking killed our president JFK. They killed our president JFK and fucking stole the nukes and then lied. They got fucking nukes over there. They're completely fucking just willy-nilly with it. Nobody can know about it. Nobody can look at them. Nobody can acknowledge the existence. Wiggy says, how is Hitler worse than this dude's lies again? Yeah, I mean, well, so I've already addressed it with you guys as far as like our experience in this. I can see the argument, and I think like our experience is, I guess, like a more I don't know, like a more tailored reality and a more propagandized reality, where, you know, our view of of what is happening is supposed to be off, and there's a lot of cover given to Israel and like things that they say here. Of course, that's fucking disgusting. And to Sandor's point, which makes a great point, is like he's condemning this terminology that he uses. And then to my point, regardless of what the fuck the terminology is, you have families that you're actively fucking deleting. So what is even the point? Which one's worse? Like, you pick one. The fucking Palestinians would be like, could people please just fucking use hate speech towards us? Could they stop dropping bombs? Could you guys go back to saying like fucking, you know, Muslim fucking slurs towards us and whatever else the fuck they were doing? Like, could you just not fucking bomb us and imprison us and, you know, so on and so forth? Wiggy says it's just lies hidden under a veneer of self-righteousness. And I do totally agree with you. And I mean, when I'm saying that, I hesitate to say that this is worse than the fucking Holocaust, boys. I mean, one, we have to just look at the fucking numbers, you know, like, I guess now Grok is throwing some doubt onto those numbers. But I mean, if we just look at it from that standpoint, and the, you know, the depravity that they were dealing with as far as like Jews in the Holocaust was also like unspeakable shit. So it's like, to compare the fucking second worst thing to the first worst thing or whatever, you know what I mean? So it's like, not to say either of them aren't like the most kind of like abhorrent kind of existence that you can imagine. The ICC was set up because of the genocide. Never again. Only applies to them. Worse than the SS. Fair enough. I guess so. I would say another good pushback from you, Sandor, as far as like when you're saying worse than. I would say that there's a bit of a add-on, like a little bit of a booster, if you will, a handicap when you consider that this is like a situation where we're seeing a repeat of similar things. So I guess that does definitely add to it in a way, as far as like we've had international law put in place since then to try to prevent genocide similar to it. So that does in some way kind of like add to it. Prophets are the ones who told the truth, remember? Well, I can imagine one dude who literally said, my spirit will rise from the grave. The whole world will know I was right. It's almost like prophets. And then are always hated the most immediately after their passing. Interesting. And then Sandor says, they think they're better than us homeboys. It's not even subtle. Worse than the SS. Sword and shield, abusive, narcissistic, gaslighting behavior. You made me hit you. No, and like I said, I mean, I agree with all that. I can't argue with it. I agree with all that. And I even agree with your point here as far as like there's a consistent theme through Israeli Jews or even people that, just hold like their Jewish identity in high regards, where it is kind of like built into the culture that like, and that's why I pulled that Michael Rappaport video as well, because I mean, he's not like this like Orthodox Jew guy from Israel that whatever the fuck you want to kind of like paint extremist as. He's a guy who he's an actor. He played in movies in America. He's from New York. He's a Jewish guy in America. So like what we were talking about, which there is a little bit of like a infantilizing, not necessarily infantilizing, but you know what I mean, as far as like a trying to completely separate Jews of America from Israelis, when, like I said, it's an uncomfortable conversation, but we do have to have the conversation around the people that exist in this country that have a loyalty to a nation outside of this country. Camel riders seem to be the common one among the rabbis. Sword and shield. Okay. He says, fuck off with the numbers, James. Numbers are irrelevant. Well, numbers aren't totally irrelevant, right? I mean, I just wouldn't agree that they're irrelevant. And then, like I said, you would consider the things that happened in the Holocaust as war crimes as well, obviously. So I don't know. Yeah, explain to me why you might actually already have gotten into it, but explain to me why you would say that they're irrelevant. I do think that they could be inaccurate. Wiggy said, yeah, the history is a narrative, and whose narrative you choose to live your truth. Yeah, I mean, so history is a narrative. So, okay. Not one of us will ever know the numbers in either Holocaust. No, I agree with that. I mean, I'm not claiming to know for a fact whatever numbers on either side. Like, for example, the reported number, which I'll see how many people have died. How many are they claiming now? Because like we kind of discussed that, and we were like, well, it has to be at least, I think at the time it was like 150,000 we came to. How many people have died? Damn you. In the Israel Gaza conflict. Let's see here. Casualties of the Gaza war. This says 62,000 as of the 30th of July. Yeah, like I just can't believe that. I literally can't believe that. So this is Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera says more than 80, kill more than 80. Do we have like a tally, like a running fucking number? How fucking depraved would that be? But just it would be helpful in this moment. Over 60,000 dead have died in the Israel-Hamas war. Gaza's health ministry says, hey, health ministry, we got to bump those numbers up, because I just can't believe that even makes fucking sense. The ministry, part of the Hamas-run government, said the death toll. I like how they put that in there. It's so fucking funny. So, well, I'll just read it all as it says. Over 60,000 Palestinians have been killed in the past 21 months of the Israel-Hamas war, Gaza's health ministry said Tuesday. And this was, by the way, on July 29th. The ministry, part of the Hamas-run government, said the death toll has climbed to 60,034 people, with another 145,870 people wounded since Hamas's October 7th attack. So over 145,000 wounded. And that's separate from the 60,000 dead. At least 77 Palestinians killed in the past day. That was at the end of July. This is showing them line up with fucking pots and pans for food. Israel rejects claims of starvation policy. We would obviously find out in the future that was an absolute fucking lie. That's what I'm saying. Like all this, I mean, I'm saying this is fucking absolutely disgusting. I mean, the starvation rejection of it. What fucking liars. And then how much fucking coverage. They actually had people on news networks talking about fat Palestinians. Like, I've only seen fucking DJ Khaled is the only fat Palestinian I've ever seen in my life. Let's see here. Look at intent. Look at the lies. Look how our Western world covers them. Look at the censorship. Worse than the SS. I feel you. I mean, I feel you. I'm not trying to shut it down. It's something to think about. Whether it takes 6 years or 6 months to delete an entire people is irrelevant. You don't need to wait until closing time to see what's up. I mean, I'm not saying that, though. I'm not waiting until closing time. I'm willing to say it's a genocide. And, which, by the way, reminds me, I wanted to look that up. Let's take it. Let's scrutinize this. An act committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, racial or religious group. So let's look up legal definition, because like as far as that usage of the term, I gotta say, Wiggy, how would that not be considered as let's see, 5 criteria for a genocide. Defines genocide as any 5 acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. These 5 acts include killing members of the group, causing them serious bodily or mental harm, imposing living conditions intended to destroy the group. I mean, bro, I think that's actually 100% fits a genocide from what I'm reading here. I have done this before as far as like looking this up to compare it, but I wanted to do it again here with you. So I'm interested in hearing pushback too, by the way. Genocide legally defined is the intent to destroy. Okay, so same thing as such. This definition enshrined in the 1948 Genocide Convention and adopted by many legal frameworks includes specific acts like killing, causing serious bodily and mental harm, inflicting conditions of life designed to bring about physical destruction, imposing measures to prevent births, so destroying hospitals, things of that nature, or forcibly transferring children of the group. So, I mean, now they're trying to push them out of their area. So, I mean, even that, so they've killed a shit ton of them, and now they're trying to push them out of their off their land. The core element separating a genocide from other crimes is the specific intent to destroy a group as a group. Yeah, I don't know. I think the shoe fits there, brother. I don't know, but I'd like to hear your pushback on that. Genuinely, Sandor says whether it takes. Okay, I already read that. No, I agree with you though. I mean, I agree with you once again. Like, to be clear here, brotherman. I'm saying it's fucking. I'm saying it's a genocide, so I don't know. I'm saying both are a genocide, but if you're making the decision to, decide one's worse than the other, if we're having that conversation, I mean, I just think that there's a fuller conversation to have there. I don't know if I could just blindly agree with you on that, even though I'd like to. My life would be easier, Sandor, if I just agreed with you. You're a smart brother, so. But I have to be honest with you. That's one thing good about this kind of media, to be real, as far as like. We're just gonna have an honest conversation. We're gonna go back and forth, and I'm gonna let you know how I feel. But we generally agree on this, obviously. So I think that's important. Wiggy says the SS had Frenchmen fighting to the death outside Hitler's bunker. You could never convince me the Nazis truly believed in German world domination. Okay, fair enough. Those Frenchmen were the diehard Nazis. The Nazis even had Bosnian Muslim division. Some racist. Yeah, interesting. Stop looking at it like a game that needs to finish before calling a spade a spade. Fucking ridiculous. Well, bro, I am, but this is the thing, Sandor. I am calling it though. That's what I mean. I'm not calling it. Like, so what the fuck? It's like I'm calling it what it is. I'm calling it a genocide. I am calling a spade a spade. I've been doing that for a while. Let's see here. And they have no idea on how many are missing. They cannot run a census. It's all a guessing game, or just guessing on the known dead. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you that the numbers absolutely has to be being lowballed. So I agree with you on that. I don't think it's representative of the actual number. Imagine if the Jews got to say the Holocaust camps had all water and food cut off, and then bombed with a few Hiroshimas. We would never hear the end of that World War II narrative. I mean, we might have heard the end of it right then and there, right when that happened. Fucking-exactly, Wiggy. Gazans are stateless effectively, making them not qualify for any sort of legal protection there. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree with you in general principle as far as like technically they're a stateless people, but we all know that they're inhabiting that land, and the point is to force them off the land. So I don't know. Like I said, I feel like we're splitting hairs even like really, because I know that you had said like I'm completely comfortable with calling it a genocide. Just that you're taking umbrage with the legal definition there. But I mean, that's a Zionist move, Wiki. We're gonna call it what the fuck it is, brother. They may technically be stateless, but why is that? You know what I mean? They're being there's a certain group of people that refuse to recognize them as a state and do everything they can to prevent that from happening. Maybe so they can continue to treat them like subhumans, and they don't enjoy the same kind of protections. But that's an interesting point. Sandor said the whole point of the human experience is to do better, learn from the past. They're fucking worse. Which I agree with that. I think that is a good point. That is a good point, and I personally have to take that on and just kind of like consider that it does ratchet it up, and I think that's a fair point. So, but like I said, I'm already saying that it is a genocide. So I mean, I don't agree with like as far as like not calling a spade because I'm not willing to go all the way there and just say outright it's worse than the SS. I mean, that's something to. That's a bold claim to take under consideration. And the thing is, I'm also comfortable with you guys saying it. I think if you come to that conclusion and you have sound reasoning, I've pushed you on it. You've given me back sound reasoning. I'm willing to accept that. I don't think there's any issue with that. And I may be persuaded in the future, but I mean, just to be clear though, like I said, I am calling it what it is. I'm calling a spade, at least from my own perspective. They're called Arabs and shit, and Arabs and shit. And there's like a lot of them. A higher percentage died in the Nazi Holocaust, you anti-Semite. That's just something. It like rolls off the back like water to a turtle at this point. That anti-Semite word. There's no recognized Palestinian thing, especially in the West. Yeah, but like I said, I think if we're being honest, then we can recognize them just as far as like, I don't know, like, are we doing it in common sense? That's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, we recognize that there are people that live there. As far as like Palestinians not being a thing and then being included in the greater Arab, I think, but even then, couldn't you be considered Arab? But then if your state is being, which once again, I'm contesting with your point that they're technically stateless, and I think that's a fair point to make. But like I said, I just kind of feel like that's playing in the hands of the people who are the oppressors, and they're for that reason, so they're not recognized as people that have rights or claim to the land. They're motivated to continue to prevent that from happening, that recognition of the people. So if we were, say for example, taking all, even though it's not a race, the people of Lebanon, for example, and our goal was to take everybody that lived in the country of Lebanon and move them out of that country. through killing them or just forcing them to live because it's inhabitable, just because they're part of a bigger ethnic group, would that not be considered genocide on that specific peoples? Because I mean, it's kind of like you could be Arab, but then you're also a part of other like subgroups of peoples. You know what I mean? So like, is in that case where we're talking about an established state, would it be considered a genocide? I'm asking more than I'm like outright stating. Just following the logic, you know. Sandor said they were treated with more dignity in the 40s than what the Gazans currently are. I mean, it's tough because I wouldn't defend how the Gazans are being treated. I think the Gazans are being treated basically as terrible as you can be treated. They're being starved. We have man-made famines taking place, you know, intentionally, indiscriminately. So it's like I can't defend how they're treating by any means. Let's see here. And we have Hamas. Hamas roughly translates to resist. It's a sort of revolutionary, zealoty, nationalist thing. Every group of people push beyond the normal human limits does to us radical things. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. And that's why I think, like, as discussing of some of the things that might have happened on October 7th, there had to be a real reckoning at that point. Where like I said, I think that it's just, you can't have anticipated that Israel wasn't going to respond in some way, in my opinion. But very quickly that became a situation where you were massacring people who were not, you know, prepared to engage in that conflict. And I think the correct strategy would have been to displace the terrorist organization or whatever, but then also address what is the injustices that, you know, I think have been throughout history, throughout modern history and current history. They've been kind of like lightly touched on, and it's these projects that have been abandoned. So I think that was honestly the perfect opportunity to say this is a situation we have to bring to the table. We have to bring both sides to the table and come to some kind of conclusion, which in my opinion at that point was a one-state solution. I don't see how you make it happen at this point, but fuck it, let's do it anyways. Let's just let them all go crazy. May 14th, 1948. Oh, by the way, Sonic 7, shout out to you. Appreciate you for tuning in, my man. Make sure you hit subscribe. Stick around. This is hour 6. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on here, but I'd love to have you in here next time. Looks like you dropped a titillating comment here. May 14th, 1948, the state of Israel was created. Its main purpose is or was to expand Western hegemony. You know, I don't disagree with that. We've been getting into quite a bit throughout this time, and I think that when you consider the amount of influence that they have over our domestic policy, you know, you have to consider that, you know, there must be some other kind of skin in the game with how we interact with them compared to how we act with any other fucking ally in the entire world. So thinking of them as an extension in some way of America, I think is probably a good way to look at it. But at the same time, to view that relationship and understand that there's kind of a parasitic nature to it, in my opinion, you know, I think is probably accurate. Sandor says the painters SS fed them not well. Sandor's like, that's his caveat. Not well, but they got fed and didn't have to worry about their barracks getting deleted while they slept. And while that was happening, they would say, wait until the world finds out. Whereas Gazans say, why doesn't the world care? Yeah, that's fair. And I think that I think the world, if you're looking at it from like a macro perspective, I think the world does care. And I mean, as individual citizens of the world, you know, I think are torn apart by this conflict, and specifically from the Gazans' perspective, obviously. So, you know, it's just a sad thing that our government officials are completely fucking sold out. So, you know, if it was up to, I think if this was just like a complete free for all democracy, you know, like one person equals one vote, then I don't think this will continue. And to maintain Western hegemony in the Middle East, it has nothing to do with your biblical doctrine. So I feel that, brother. So you're gonna have to, but bring that full circle. Bring it together for me. So we're clear on exactly what your point is. Jews do not believe us to be ensouled. We, meaning all non-Jews, are not even fit to be cattle slaves. The painter spelled it out in his book. The Talmud spelled it out long before that. Western hegemony is a Atlanticist fantasy. There's only a future of island America. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what the fuck you're even getting at there, Wiggy. You got to make that clear for me, brother. You lost me on that. We're talking about Atlantis now. So there's only a future of island America. What the fuck is island America? I'm just gonna type that in. I've never heard that. Island America. I think he puts me on to some good shit. Okay, it's just giving me islands. Technically in America. All good. Yeah. So that information is not easily accessible to me on the internet. So you're gonna have to clear that up for me, Wiggy. Sandor says the painter spelled it out in his book. The Talmud spelled it out long before that. Yeah, I was listening to this debate between this Christian guy and this Jewish guy, and he had said the Christian guy was calling out the Jewish guy. He was saying, "What the fuck?" He's like, "It's a Jewish." I wish I could remember the exact fucking word, but basically, like it's their right to spit on Christians. I thought that was interesting. Like, it's like you're doing a good thing if you're spitting on Christians. Every man is an island. Oh, okay, we are all Epstein fuck. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I remember that. And we do not need to control the land routes in Asia. We don't need the belt and road to fly against. We need to disconnect, from the Anglo fantasy of preventing a land power from arising in the Middle East, I assume is what he's about to say. Yeah, I mean, well, and personally, I agree with that. I think definitely more attention at home is necessary. And like, as far as like just trying to, have the fingers of the fucking American, empire in the Middle East forever is just, it's definitely a losing game, because you're just constantly, I mean, those people live there. America. So they're just still there. So it's like after a certain amount of time, they're still like, when the fuck are these overseers going to get out of here so we can finally start running our own shit? So I do think it's this kind of drawn out long game that is kind of like doomed to find its endpoint. In a strategic sense, called the global island. Look up McCander's global island theory. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit better. I'll have to check that out. We need to do a Talmud reading on Discord. It's still in play. Book club, if you will. Yeah, we need to get our fucking. We need to be card carrying members. Wiggy's collecting cards. He's got his card that says he's allowed to stay in America no matter what. I'm not sure how Trump is going to feel about that, brother. It would make me feel dirty. Yeah, no, we got. Yeah, by the way, let me see. Let me read this. So Jews allowed to spit on Christians. How dare they? But it's because they're idol worshippers or whatever. So they spit on Christians. And I had seen a few videos of Christians in Israel getting spat on, but I had never heard that it was like something in there. Allowed in Torah. It just wanted to show me fucking videos. It's just telling me about how they all spit on people. I don't know how to find the actual whatever the guy was talking about in that video that I watched. It won't be hard. I watched it like last night. Sandor says they think what? No, they don't. Oh, they do. Well, not at all. That's how it goes. Yet say exactly what they think of us homeboys. No, I mean, I'm with you on that. I do think that, the kind of like Jewish supremacy thought, exists. So I mean, I'm not discounting that by any means. I think that, oh yeah, well, thank you. No, my bad. World domination. I'm telling you, he's like, read that shit. I'm trying to fucking get the word out. Global island. Yeah, let me see what that was. Mackinder's theory. Okay, let's check it out. All right, I'm gonna have to, and here in a second, I'm gonna have to shut this down because it is about 3:30 for me, so I'm gonna be a zombie tomorrow. Mackinder's theory, but it's all good. It was worth it. We got to chop it up. We had a great podcast here. At the end of it, fucking Sandor was giving me shit. What happened to the brotherhood that we had and the camaraderie that we had when we were shitting on Jay Davis earlier? Now all of a sudden I'm just fucking saying there, like, maybe it's debatable that, you know, the fucking Holocaust maybe was worse than the fucking conflict in Gaza. I'm getting shit down my throat by fucking Sandor telling me I fucking can't be a part of the homeboys anymore. I have to go fucking apply for the synagogue to be fucking spit on professionally. No thanks, bro. Come on, please. Let me be a homeboy. You know what I want to hear. Okay. I am looking that up though, by the way. So I was pulling that up on the other end. But you know how it goes, man. I get caught up in the conversation, the comments from time to time. I just respect my boys so much. I want their word. I want your guys' voices to be heard. I want to elevate my goyim. Okay, I gotta take this fucking Holocauster off the screen. Open your eyes. I mean, Sandor, can it not be that my eyes are fucking closed though? You know, you're really shitting on me with this. I'm saying it's a genocide, bro. My eyes are open. My eyes are open. My mouth is open. I hit go live today, brother. Come on. By the way, I missed your comment, Sonic 7, but shout out to you. I came back to it. You already know, my brother. Angry podcast today. I knew it would be, to be honest. I was planning on going live a little early before Paul got here because I really did honestly want to rant on that BDS shit. It had me so pissed earlier. But then Paul ended up getting here before I was able to go live, so which was all good too, to be honest. But I could feel the anger in today. They're Ashkenazi Jewish people, okay? Understand. They're Ashkenazi Jewish people, understand. Okay, I understand. We gotta have a no Israel cast. It needs its own terminology. It's so much worse. You know what the thing is? I would love to host on here one day. Just, you know, the biggest anti-Semites in the entire community. We got to figure out. I mean, Sandor, don't even worry, brother. You made the cut. You made the cut. Wiggy made the cut. I thought I made the cut, but I guess not. Shit. I guess not. I'm a little bit sad about it. You know, first time in history, somebody's a little bit fucking bummed. I don't get to hang out with the fucking goyim because I'm too much of a fucking simp for Israel. I mean, sure, I fucking said that it was a fucking Holocaust, but that's not enough. All right, hey, I did not forget what you said. Wiggy. He's not even saying anything anymore because he's like, motherfucker, pull it up. Like you're talking about all this other shit, pull it up. Oh shit, this is the Heartland theory. Yeah, I gotta read about this. I gotta educate myself. This is something that my man Wiggy has really been pushing. He's like, my European brothers. Educate ourselves and let's rise up. Halford's Mackinder. Is this showing for you guys? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm sure you guys maybe can't read it so good, so let me make it bigger. Okay, Halford Mackinder's Heartland theory, also known as the pivot theory, posits that control of the heartland, a region in Eurasia, is key to global domination. The theory suggests that whoever controls the heartland, which is inaccessible to naval power, can then control the world island, Europe, Asia, and Africa, and ultimately the world. Mackinder's work has significantly influenced geopolitical thinking, particularly regarding the strategic importance of Eurasia. Key concepts here: heartland, a central area in Eurasia, roughly encompassing Eastern Europe, Western Russia, and parts of Central Asia, considered strategically vital. World island, Mackinder's term for the combined continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa, which he viewed as the core of global power. Rimlands, the surrounding coastal areas of the world island, including Europe, the Middle East, and parts of Asia, which are seen as vulnerable to the heartland power. Core argument: The theory essentially argues that whoever controls the heartland with its resources and strategic location can project power outwards to dominate the rest of the world's island and subsequently the world. Mackinder emphasized that this control could be achieved through land-based power, particularly with the development of rail and road networks, which could overcome the historical advantage of sea power. Historical context, Mackinder's developed his theory in the early 20th century, a time when industrialization was transforming global power dynamics and the rise of new technologies like railways was challenging the dominance of naval powers. His work was a response to the changing geopolitical landscape and the potential for land-based power to challenge established maritime powers. Influence and relevance. Mackinder's theory has had a lasting impact on political thinking, influencing strategies and perspectives on international relations. It continues to be relevant in understanding the strategic importance of Eurasia and potential for power shifts in the global order. Criticism. This is where they say it's anti-Semitic, I bet. Just kidding. While influential, this theory has also faced criticism. Some argue that it oversimplifies the complexities of international relations and exaggerates the importance of geography in determining global power. Others point out that the rise of air power and other technologies has altered the strategic landscape since Mackinder's time. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that does kind of oh no Israel talk. Brother, that's impossible. That's fucking impossible. But a no Israel cast is also as far as like no supporters of fucking Israel, not even in the slightest. Yeah, I want to go there. While influential. So this is interesting, and it does it explains the sort of like fervor around feeling like we need to have control over that area. So in the world, and why when we look at it, we're like, why the fuck are we invested in these countries that are on the other side of the world that have nothing to do with us? That's a lot of them don't even have the capability of threatening us in reality. That kind of explains it. So that is interesting. I'll have to read into that a little bit more. But that was a good overview. So thank you for sharing that. Sandor says, you know what I want to hear. We gotta have no Israel cast. It needs its own terminology. It's so much worse. Yeah. No, I mean, no Israel talk. Yeah. Like I said, and I feel you on this because sometimes I feel that way. But then at the same time, I'm just like I said, when we get on here, if we're going to talk about, I don't know. Cause like I used to have some on this channel, I would have some debates around sports. Sometimes I would have some debates around, music from time to time, primarily like sports and politics though. I would love to get into like a nice album that I enjoy, but it's like whenever I think about talking about that kind of shit, some other fucking like completely like unbelievable news comes across my phone. Like I said, like this BDS shit, like think about that news on its own. Like it's kind of commonplace because of all the other fucking crazy news that it's surrounded by day to day. But when you look at it, yeah, bro, it's like I just kind of feel fucking disgusting if I come on here and I'm like, hey, let's talk about the Miami Dolphins today. That's my squad. Sandor, you probably don't even know that. I'm ashamed of that. I love the Dolphins. I love the fucking Miami Dolphins, bro. But at the same time, it just doesn't feel right coming on here talking about them when it's like your country's being given away by a fucking pedophile. That's just how I feel. Hitler's task was to unite the heartlands. Like in Mackinder's theory, before the Brits pulled the plug and backstabbed him, went with capital over European brotherhood. Then Sonic 7, my brother here, says Netanyahu was born in Poland, and his great-grandfather was Nathan Milikowski. We'll have to look this back up again, but I feel like we looked this up recently, and according to everything we could find, Netanyahu was born in Tel Aviv. Now, I know that he did change his last name from Milikowski, and he has family from Poland, and maybe he is from Poland. I try to keep it as humble as possible. I could be wrong on that. I could be recalling information incorrectly, but I think Sandor might have said that, and then we went and we looked it up, and we found that it said Tel Aviv. Although we did put a caveat on that, and since you're able to like whenever you make your pilgrimage to fucking Israel, you're allowed to just change your name to some shit that sounds more Hebrew. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe when he was reborn, Netanyahu, they were like, well, Tel Aviv's where you were born now. But we read into that. I'm almost positive that it was Israel. But it doesn't give him a fucking pass. Honestly, does not give him a fucking pass. Most of the prime ministers born in Ukraine. You see the trend. We're looking at it skeptically. We're looking at it extremely skeptically. Alters, but doesn't negate quite yet. And then look at the line on the edge between the Arctic and Africa on our side of that globe island. All war. Ah, okay. And then he said, yeah, no, bro. I don't know who that was for, Sandor, my bad brother. Bricks, baby. Yeah. Wiggy Wom says sometimes better than others. But we have recently have had a huge strategic change that basically spells doom for the West's war on the global island. Yeah. I mean, I do think like as far as like general political capital and things like we've ostracized we've pushed away our most reliable allies. You know, we've soured those relationships through this Trump administration, to be honest. So outside of even just the Israel conflict, when you're talking about like the trade deals and things of that nature, one of our true strengths and kind of superpowers is that everything that you're talking about, Wiggy, as great Americans and as a great New Zealander, we are allowed to say that, hey, we actually have put a buffer. You know, there's a buffer in between us. So all this global island shit that you're talking about, which I don't doubt, and I think is interesting. One of our great strengths is that we're across the big ocean. We're across the big ocean, and historically, anyways, we are surrounded by countries whose economies are completely intertwined with our own and dependent upon our own. So, which is a great position to be in as a country. So, you know, I just think that position has been, our position there has been put at risk and by our own hand, because you have things like BRICS, which Sandor is touching on. I mean, things like that makes it even more of a tempting option for those countries when it's like when you see how much their dependence on America has been weaponized against them. So Wiggy says it's what Russia and China have basically stated multiple times in joint statements now, which is true. And as far as like what you're saying China and Russia is saying as far as like trying to take over that Eurasian part of the globe, is that what you're referring to? I welcome my Chinese overlords. Noza was there. Yeah, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, we might be moving in that direction. Let's check back in about 10 years. Is there anything else that we had today that we had to play? I'm not seeing anything. I do have some more stuff here, but it could wait till either tomorrow or Thursday, just so everybody knows that's watching. Make sure you subscribe. Lock in. We have these awesome streams. We sit here and we kick it. This is about 6.5 hours again. Knocked it out. We had a great time. We had some arguments. We made some friends. We made some enemies, and we made friends again. I mean, honestly, if you watch the stream, it's a fucking odyssey. And somehow we made it on the other end, and I'm still here with my brothers Wiggy and Sandor. Rock with me the whole time. Thank you guys so much. You know I appreciate that, and I appreciate your guys' contribution to the conversation. Anybody that's not one of these guys who are already subscribed and locked in, make sure you subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything, and I'm just a regular fucking goyim out here on planet Mars. You see me. I'm a regular fucking goyim out here on planet Mars. I'm trying to get this message out to the people. I'm trying to have good conversations. As I said earlier, titillating conversations. I'm trying to be educated by my fellow man. And it was like an 80s martial arts movie today. No, 100%, brother. We had fucking it was the West Side Story in this bitch today. But at the end of the day, look, like I said, it was more the West Side Story, because at the end of it, we all ended up singing together. And what the song that we sang was "Fuck Israel, fuck Israel, you bitches cannot take my freedom." So here I am, still singing away. And we did push the fucking, like, we pushed the censors today. We pushed whatever fucking whatever fucking Zionist fucking bots out there that's looking at people's thumbnails and their titles and putting them into little fucking boxes and not even showing them to their own viewers. Crazy they do that sometimes here. But at the end of the day, we fought that head on. We weren't afraid of that. And we just said, oh, hey, shout out to you, Jay Davis. I'm glad you stuck around. We were talking about how we oh, brother. Well, you went for it. You went for it. I don't know what that whole first part says, so I can't read your comment because I'm just an American boy. But shout out to you, my brother. Suck like a few ducks. Shout out to you, my man. Sonic 7, thank you for tuning in late in the stream. Make sure you subscribe, brother, so you can go ahead and lock in with us next time, because I did like what you had to offer in the conversation. So it'd be cool to have you a part of the full thing in the future. Right now, I'm borderline fucking delirious on here, if I'm being completely honest. Some of us sing louder than others, James. I think I'm pretty loud on the bro, I sung the song. I sung the fucking song. I was the writer. Behind it. Come on, I'm ready. I'm ready to go there, Sandor. I want to. I said take the Iron Dome away. I said fuck them, give it to Kiev. I said take the goddamn fucking toys away. No more Iron Dome for you. You can't just be bombing people all over the fucking Middle East and think you can have the fucking cool shit. Absolutely not. But some of us do sing louder, Sandor. I'll be clear. You have the loudest voice of us all, brother. The loudest voice of us all is beautiful. You might say something you regret, like they're worse than that. I would never regret that. It's just like I said, I'm battling with that. But like I said, I respect your logic, and I know you're a thinker, brother. So I respect that. That's where you end up coming down on it. I'm not mad at it at all. I'll platform it. Fuck it. I read the comments, man. I get in here and I try to give everybody their say. And Jay Davis, like I said, that's all you said. I'm still lurking. I'm just out for a walk. Enjoy that walk, brother. Be safe. Watch out. Remember, you are Goyim, so we are out here and we are vulnerable. We could be disappeared at any point. The thing. Don't ever take your citizenship for granted, my boy. But shout out to you, Jay Davis. I'm glad we ended up bringing you around full circle. I hope you end up getting in here earlier one day so you can be a part of legitimately the full stream and a part of the conversation. And now that we have an understanding, I think it would be cool in the future having you on. And you could also, like I said, hit the link. I'm a nice guy in all reality, like literally, unless you're just a total ass. I'm not gonna try to be a dickhead or dunk on you on this or embarrass you or whatever the fuck. We'll have a good conversation. We'll kick it. It will be good faith. So Wiggy says, night fools. Anti-hyperballistic missile technology can never exist without lasers and infinite power. Wow, let's leave us with that. What a fucking message. GG, lads. GG. No, you're the man, Sandor. Thank you, brother. Like I said, thank you to all you guys for sticking it out with us, watching this thing, having some fun, arguing with me, agreeing with me, just enjoying the ride. It was a good one. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have a good night's rest until it's fucking back to slavery tomorrow in the morning. The Russians dropped a new missile that's basically unstoppable at the right range. Yeah, I mean, damn. All right, fucking kind of a bummer way to end this, Wiggy. But shout out to you, my man. Yeah, the Russians, they're coming. That's something we got to deal with. And other than that, is there anything else, guys? Much love. Watch your back. Keep your head on the swivel. And just remember to thank
the Jews are chosen, but we're not perfect.